Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare. The birds chirped as they flew through a clear, sunny sky, a symbol of peace. Beneath those birds lay the hidden leaf village, home to many people, including ninjas who carry out missions around the world and protect the people. Of course, it wasn't the only ninja village in the world, as there were many more, all led by the most respected and powerful ninja in their respective villages, the Kage, with the one from the leaf village known as the Hokage. Despite the various missions that existed and/or could exist, there was peace in the village, especially since a war involving all the ninja villages had ended months ago, but it wasn't a war between them, but against a very powerful common enemy, although we won't talk about him or her or them at this time. Furthermore, our story focuses on the most special person in the village, and I am not referring specifically to the Hokage, no. I am talking about Naruto Uzumaki, a ninja who was once considered a cursed child and hated by almost everyone because he was a Jinchuriki, a human being with a bijou inside him, a beast of great power, but over time, he achieved many things, including helping to end the war, and in the end, he became the most respected person, with a good chance of fulfilling his dream of becoming the Hokage, although he still had a lot to learn and wait until the time was right. Now all he could do was be patient while enjoying his free time fulfilling his duties as a leaf ninja, but unfortunately, he didn't seem to have much to do, as he now found himself walking through the streets of the village yawning. Man! How boring, said Naruto. Well, that's what happens when there's peace, said Kurama, the nine-tailed bijou sealed inside the ninja, with whom he didn't get along at first, but after many things, they became great friends and companions. Still, I wish old Tsunade would send me a mission to do, thought Naruto. I remind you that you're not the only ninja in the village. Everyone has to do their share of the work, said Kurama. I know. I'm not saying she should give me all the jobs there are. I'm just saying I'd like to do something different for a change, thought Naruto. You should enjoy this peace while you can. When you become Hokage, you'll be very busy and won't have time to relax or even go on missions, said Kurama. Then, I just have to create a clone to replace me while I do whatever I want, thought Naruto with a toothy grin. Ha ha ha. Only you would come up with something like that, said Kurama with a smile. What they didn't know was that someone was secretly watching the Jinchuriki from behind a pole, but make no mistake, it wasn't an enemy or a spy, but Hinata Hyuga, Naruto's friend. It turned out that she was in love with Naruto, but she was so shy that she didn't dare say anything until the leader of Akatsuki, a group of evil ninjas, attacked the village. That was when she confessed her feelings to Naruto while fighting the evil ninja to protect him, even though she couldn't defeat him. Unfortunately, a lot happened after that, and no one knew if Naruto had forgotten about it or was simply ignoring it, but that didn't stop Hinata from watching him, secretly supporting him while waiting for his response. Naruto, you're always smiling and so cheerful despite everything. That's what I like about you, thought Hinata with a smile. When she saw him walk away, she set out to follow him, but then, without realizing it, she stepped on a small twig, causing it to snap, which worried the white-eyed girl as Naruto stopped. Huh? What was that? Asked Naruto, turning around, but before he could do so completely, Hinata quickly hid to avoid being seen. Oh, no. I hope he doesn't find me. If he does, he'll think I'm a stalker and want to stay away from me, thought Hinata nervously. Oh, Hinata. It was you, began Naruto, sliding up beside her, startling the girl so much that she ended up falling to the ground. Oh, I'm sorry I scared you. Are you okay? Naruto asked, reaching out his hand to her. Hinata looked surprised at the Jinchuriki's outstretched hand and, with all the courage she could muster, grabbed it, allowing Naruto to pull her up. "Why yes, I'm fine," said Hinata. "What were you doing hiding here?" asked Naruto. "I can't tell him I was watching him." "No way," thought Hinata, trying to come up with an excuse. "I was walking around and I saw you and I didn't want to bother you, so I hid." "Bah. You're not bothering me or anything." "You don't have to exaggerate," said Naruto with a smile. Did he really believe that? This guy is really dense, thought Kurama with a drop of sweat. "Hey, if you're not doing anything, how about we train together to pass the time?" asked Naruto with a smile. "Train? With Naruto? Alone?" asked Hinata, feeling like she was going to blush and faint, but she quickly shook her head to shake off that feeling and gave her love interest a smile. "Sure. I'd love to. Although I'm not as strong as you." "Maybe, but you're strong too. I've seen how you've improved over the years, and I like that," said Naruto. "He was watching me. And he likes it," thought Hinata, blushing deeply and doing her best not to faint. "Naruto? Hinata?" Both ninjas turned their gaze to the side to see Sakura Haruno, Naruto's friend and teammate from Team 7, approaching them. "I'm glad I found you," said Sakura. "Hey, Sakura. Why were you looking for us?" asked Naruto. "It turns out I have a very important and complicated mission, so I could use an extra pair of hands," said Sakura. "A very important and complicated mission? Then I'm your ideal man for the job," said Naruto. "You can join too, Hinata," said Sakura. "Oh, of course," said Hinata, a little nervous, as she hadn't expected anything like this. "Great. Finally, a mission. I can't wait to do it." "I'm sure it will be exciting," said Naruto with a big toothy smile. "This isn't exciting at all," exclaimed Naruto disappointedly, as he and the two ninja girls stood in a room full of files and scrolls. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" "I did, but you were so absorbed in your mission that you didn't listen, as usual," said Sakura. "I agree with her," said Kurama. "You shut up," thought Naruto, talking to the bijou. "But you tricked me. You said this was a very important and complicated mission." "And it is. One of the biggest advantages of all the villages being at peace and allied is that they can share information with each other. Like new methods of healing and medicine," said Sakura. "So, are all these files medical?" asked Hinata. "That's right. Thanks to the best doctors, the content of some of these files has become obsolete and needs to be updated or removed. That's what my mission is all about," said Sakura. "Why didn't you ask someone more qualified for help? Like someone from the hospital or something?" said Naruto. "Honestly, they were my first choices, but they were all busy with their own tasks, so I could only count on you," said Sakura. "The fact that you say I was your last resort offends me a little," said Naruto with a bead of sweat. "It's not like you knew much about medicine either," said Kurama. "Touché," thought Naruto. I don't mind doing it if it means helping out in any way I can," said Hinata. "Well said, Hinata. Now, let's not waste any more time on meaningless chatter and get to work," said Sakura before she and Hinata left to begin the mission. Sigh. "Well, I'm not one to back down. After all, if I want to be the Hokage, I'll have to be willing to do all kinds of things," said Naruto. "Well said. You're maturing faster than I thought," said Kurama. "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" "I'm very mature," thought Naruto, offended by the bijou's comment. "Your Honor, no further questions," said Kurama, receiving a low growl from the ninja. Over the next few hours, the three of them reviewed the files that were there. They created two piles, one with files that needed to be updated and another with files that needed to be discarded. Since Naruto and Hinata knew almost nothing about medicine, every time they found a file on medicine and medical methods, they gave it to Sakura to review personally, as she was more knowledgeable on the subject, and after reviewing it, she told them where to put it. Wow! I didn't know there was so much to medicine, said Naruto. Reviewing a file. You know, Naruto? Considering your large amount of chakra, in addition to Kurama, if you had decided to study medicine, you would have become a great doctor, said Sakura. Ha! Maybe, but I'm not really interested in this kind of thing. I prefer to leave it to professionals like you. After all, you've helped me many times with your medical jutsu, said Naruto with a smile. Yes, you're right, said Sakura with a smile. From the side, Hinata was watching everything and felt discouraged, thinking that maybe she wouldn't have a chance with Naruto because of how close he and Sakura were, since, well, the two of them had been together for years while she and Naruto had only hung out together a few times. This was noticed by Sakura, who decided to give her a hand. But I'm not the only one. Hinata is also quite good with medical jutsu, said Sakura, surprising the white-eyed girl when she heard her name. Really? Good for you, Hinata. I'm sure you'll become even stronger, said Naruto with a smile. Thank you, said Hinata, blushing slightly. Come on, Hinata. You should be brave enough to tell him by now. Don't drag it out any longer, thought Sakura, as she knew of the white-eyed girl's feelings towards the Jinchuriki. Soon after, Naruto and Hinata were on one side of the room going through the files on the same bookshelf. When they both tried to grab another file, their hands touched each other for a moment, startling them a bit as they pulled their hands back. Sorry, said Hinata. No, why you go first? I'll take another, said Naruto before focusing on finding another file to review. I think this is the best time. Yes. I have to tell him now or I'll never be able to tell him, thought Hinata, finally mustering up the courage. Naruto, listen, Huh? What's this? Asked Naruto, interrupting the white-eyed girl as he reached into the bookshelf all the way to the bottom, and when he pulled it out, he revealed that he was holding a rather old scroll with a symbol on it. Sakura, come look at this. Hearing their call, Sakura approached them. What is it now? Asked Sakura. Do you know what this is? Asked Naruto, showing her the scroll. No. I've visited this place many times and I've never seen anything like this, said Sakura. It was in the back, among many other files. Maybe that's why you didn't see it, said Naruto. What could it be about? Asked Hinata curiously. I don't know, but look at this symbol. It's the emblem of the Senju clan, said Sakura, recognizing the symbol on the scroll. You mean Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage and grandfather of old Tsunade? Asked Naruto in surprise, since the only time he met him was during the end point of the war when they resurrected him and the other Hokages of the past, including his father. What is something so important doing here? Shouldn't it be in the Hokage's personal files? Asked Hinata. I think so too. Let's see what's in it, began Sakura, taking the scroll and opening it, revealing a bunch of symbols, such as a swirl and a three-leaf clover. How weird. What's wrong? Do you know what it says? Asked Naruto. No, but, these symbols, they look vaguely familiar, began Sakura before touching the swirl symbol. It's clearly not a normal scroll. Notice. This symbol looks a lot like the one all the Blade Ninjas wear, said Hinata, touching the same symbol. Yes, the symbol of my mother's clan. The Uzumaki clan. I wonder what that all meant, said Naruto, touching the same symbol. The next instant, the swirling symbol began to glow, startling the three ninjas. What's going on? Asked Hinata. Move away at once, said Sakura. I can't. I'm stuck, said Naruto, trying to pull his fingers away from the symbol, but they couldn't, and the same thing was happening to the two ninja girls. Brace yourself, Naruto. I have a feeling something is coming, said Kurama, having a bad feeling. As the three ninjas tried to peel off, the glow grew brighter and brighter to the point where they had to close their eyes to avoid going blind, and then, the glow enveloped all three of them. Soon after, the glow faded until it disappeared completely. revealing that the three ninjas had disappeared, leaving only the scroll that fell to the ground. "Sakura, are you there? How are you and your friends doing with the mission?" asked a nurse entering the room, only to see no one. "Surely they must have taken a break," the nurse began before noticing the scroll lying on the floor. "They could have at least picked this up before they left," said the nurse, picking up the scroll, rolling it back up and leaving it on a random shelf before leaving the room, oblivious to what had actually happened in the place or what had happened to the three ninjas. The Clover Kingdom, one of the 4 kingdoms that made up the continent, was now in a state of peace after the events involving elves 500 years ago who reincarnated themselves in humans to take revenge on them, and a devil, an evil being who was the true author of all those events by deceiving the elves so that he could carry out his evil plans, but all that ended thanks to the help of the kingdom's defenders, the Magic Knights. However, we won't focus on that kingdom, but rather on the outskirts, where there was a mansion in the middle of a clearing in the forest. That mansion was the main base of the Black Bull, one of the 9 squads of magic knights in the kingdom, all under the command of the most powerful mage in the kingdom, the Wizard King. Near the base were 2 people. The first was Asta, a commoner boy from a village near the kingdom's borders who was born as the only person in the entire kingdom without magical power, but that didn't stop him from wanting to fulfill his dream of becoming the Wizard King, so he trained hard every day for years, in addition to having acquired the ability to nullify magic, known as anti-magic. It was later discovered that this power came from a devil sealed inside his grimoire, but despite this, Asta was determined to use this power to help people, regardless of what many might think about it. The second person was Noelle Silva, a noble girl related to the royal family who, despite having a lot of magical power, was unable to control it, which made her a laughingstock to her older siblings, but, despite all that, she didn't give up, and with the help of her new friends, especially a certain person, she finally managed to control her power and had now become stronger. At that moment, the two were sparring, with Noelle shooting from her wand several balls of water like bullets while Asta used one of the anti-magic dipped swords from his grimoire, the Demon Slayer sword, to block, repel or cut off all incoming water attacks, being able to move it with ease despite the size difference. "Come on, Noelle. I need to get stronger. So attack me with everything you've got," exclaimed Asta. "Ugh. As spirited as ever. Okay, if that's what you want." "Water creation magic, see dragons roar," shouted Noelle, creating a water dragon head on her wand that shot out along with a stream of water towards the magicless boy. "Here I come," exclaimed Asta, raising his sword before letting out a cry of exertion and bringing the sword down to cut off the attack that continued to press down on him as the water rushed past both sides of him. Asta tensed his muscles to try and withstand the attack that pushed with so much power that he ended up sliding backwards a bit, but finally, with a cry of effort, Asta mustered enough strength and completely cut off the attack. Asta gasped a couple of times before fully recovering and smiling. "Wow. That made me work hard. Thanks for training with me, Noelle. You're really getting stronger," said Asta. "Well, of course I am. After all, I'm royalty," said Noelle, turning her head to the side to try to hide her blush. "We can't stop now. Let's keep training past our limits and, asked Asta, noticing something. "What is it?" asked Noelle. "There are 2 things falling from the sky," said Asta, looking up at the sky. Noelle followed his gaze up to see 2 glowing things falling from the sky like missiles and impacting a few feet from where the base was. "What were those things?" asked Noelle. "They're not things. I can feel the ki of 2 people." "Come on, Noelle," said Asta before running into the forest. "Wait, Asta. Don't go that way alone," said Noelle before following her partner/love interest. Both magic knights ran through the forest for a couple of minutes until they reached the place where those things fell from the sky and were shocked as soon as they saw that those things really were people. They were both the same age as them, with one being a boy with blonde hair and whisker marks on his face and the other being a girl with long straight hair. Most notable about them was that each had a metal band with an unfamiliar symbol on them. "I was right. They were people," said Asta. "Who are they? And how did they fall from the sky?" asked Noelle. Will they be okay? Asked Asta just as they heard grunts coming from both of them. Looks like it, said Noel. We'd better get them back to base so they can be treated in case of any injuries, said Asta. Good idea. When they wake up, they'll already answer our questions, said Noel. About falling out of the sky? Asked Asta. No, Asta. Can't you feel it with Ki? They're not normal people, said Noel. Now that you mention it, began Asta before turning his gaze to the boy. I feel in that boy something else. It's like he has something else inside him, but I can't place it. Not just that. None of them have magic, said Noel. You mean they're like me? Asked Asta. No. They may not have magic, but there's something else. A strange energy that feels different from magic, said Noel. What do you think it will be? Asked Asta. How do you want me to know? The only way to find out is for them not to say it themselves, said Noel. Right. Then let's not waste any more time and take them to the base, said Asta, receiving a nod from the water mage before Asta carried the boy on his back while Noel did the same with the girl. With all said and done, the two magic knights went to the base, hoping to get answers from the two mysterious people who had just appeared. Meanwhile, not far from the capital of the kingdom was a huge mansion. That place was the base of Golden Dawn, another of the 9 squads of magic knights, being considered number 1. In the middle of an outside corridor, a boy could be seen walking around quietly. That person was Yuno, Asta's adopted brother who grew up in the same village as him and who also has the dream of being the Wizard King. The only thing that differentiated them, apart from the physique, was that Yuno possessed a lot of magical power, which allowed him to receive the offer of joining all the squads of magic knights, but he chose that one because it was the best and would help him to be the best and become the Wizard King. It was then that he stopped as he sensed something and turned his gaze skyward on one side to see a glowing object falling from the sky, straight towards the base. That's weird, began Yuno as his grimoire appeared floating next to him. Wind creation magic, heavenly wind arc, shouted Yuno, creating a wind chariot with which he flew towards the falling object. When he reached it, the object fell directly onto the wind chariot and then, Yuno was shocked as the glow disappeared and the falling object revealed itself to be a girl with short pink hair. A girl? What's really going on? Asked Yuno, very confused about it before hearing the girl's grunts. Knowing he couldn't waste any time, Yuno looked around the surroundings until he found someone else walking around the outer grounds of the base. That person was none other than Mimosa Vermilion, a noble with a relation to royalty, just like Noel, making them cousins. Mimosa. Said person had to stop when she heard someone call out to her and looked around in search of that someone until looking up to see Yuno approaching in her air chariot. Oh, hello, Yuno, said Mimosa, greeting her fellow orderly. Mimosa, I need your help, said Yuno, showing the pink-haired girl, causing Mimosa to let out a slight gasp. Oh my god. What happened? Asked Mimosa. No idea. I saw something falling from the sky towards the base, so I went to intercept it and it turned out to be this girl. She seems to be unconscious, but she might have more injuries, said Yuno. Understood. Let's take her to the infirmary, said Mimosa. Yuno nodded her head before undoing his air cart, leaving Sakura on his arms in a nuptial manner, and both magic knights left to treat the girl while Yuno mentally hoped to get answers about that strange event. Later, at the Black Bull base, all the members had gathered in the main hall after Asta and Noel returned with the two guys and explained what happened. Yami, the captain of the squad, let out a puff of smoke after they finished the explanation. Let me get this straight. You were training outside when you saw a couple of objects fall from the sky and crash in the forest. Then the brat felt the key of people, and when you went to check it out, you discovered that those objects were these two people here, said Yami, pointing to Naruto and Hinata, who were lying on an armchair and a couch respectively. Yes, that's exactly what happened, said Asta. I think the question we're all asking right now is, how is it possible that they fell out of the sky? Asked Zora. Maybe they were on a date that went awry somehow, asked Vanessa. What makes you think they're a couple? Asked Magna. My womanly instincts tell me. A virgin like you wouldn't understand, said Vanessa. Stop saying that about me, exclaimed Magna with an anime streak running through her head. Not only that. You all feel it, don't you? Asked Nero, aka Seeker. Yes, they both have a strange energy other than magic inside them. I've never felt anything like that before, said Noelle. Neither have I. And it seems like the boy has a lot of that energy. That means he must be really strong, said Luck with his usual grin. What should we do with them, Captain? Asked Finral. For me, send them back to the forest and let the wolves eat them. Then I can continue to gaze at the angel I have for a little sister, said Gauche looking at a picture of his little sister. We're not going to do that, exclaimed Asta. I say keep them with us. Themorio fustherier, Themora friends will have the stronger urban sa friendship will become bakashoft edition of no people, said Gordon quietly and quickly. I agree, said Henry inside a special booth to keep his friends from being affected by his illness and speaking very slowly. Do you think they're really okay? Asked Gray. I'm sure they'll get better when they try some food, said Charmy as she stood at a table eating many plates of food. Before we decide those things, let's wait for them to wake up so they can answer our questions, began Yami before blowing out another puff of smoke. As if investigating devils wasn't enough, now we have this matter to investigate. What a drag. At that moment, Hinata let out a couple of groans before sitting up and opening her eyes, seeing the black bowl surrounding her, something that made her quite nervous. You're finally awake. Are you okay? Asked Asta wanting a friendly start. Who are you? Where? Asked Hinata before suddenly Luck came up to her, his face very close to hers, startling her a little and making her squeal a little. Hey, are you strong? Are we fighting to the death now? Asked Luck. Aye. Began Hinata, starting to freak out at the thought that she had been captured by an evil group or something. Luck, don't bother her when she just woke up, said Noelle, pulling the lightning mage away from the white-eyed girl. What's going on here? Asked Hinata before remembering what happened before she woke up in that situation. Naruto. Where is he? Tell me what you did with him more. Wow. Calm down, girl. Calm down, said Vanessa, reaching over and putting her hands on her shoulders to calm her down. Don't worry. Your boyfriend is safe and right here. See? Asked Vanessa, pointing to the side, where Hinata could see Naruto sleeping on the couch near her. Sigh. Good thing, began Hinata before realizing what she had said. Be boyfriend? Why, you're wrong. He's not my boyfriend. He's just a friend, exclaimed Hinata, very flushed and waving her arms in denial. Huh. Looks like your womanly instincts have failed you, said Magna. Don't be so sure. If it didn't fail with Asta and Noelle, it won't fail on this either, said Vanessa. What do you say about me and Asta? Asked Noelle. Ugh. What's all the fuss? No one can sleep like this, said Naruto, waking up and rubbing his head. Naruto, you're fine, said Hinata with a smile, glad to see her friend/love interest in good shape. Yeah, I began Naruto before realizing where they were and the people there. Huh? Where are we? You're at our base. My friend and I found you in the forest after you fell from the sky, said Asta, pointing at Noelle. Fall out of the sky? Asked Naruto, confused. Surely that happened after you touched that weird scroll, said Kurama. Wait, what about Sakura? Asked Naruto, remembering that there was a third person. That's right. Where is she? Asked Hinata. I'm sorry, but we only found you. We didn't see anyone else, said Noelle. And I didn't sense another person in the vicinity, said Asta. Then, we have to go look for her right away, said Naruto, getting up. Just a moment, began Yami, standing in front of the Jinchuriki. Until you answer a few questions, you and your little friend won't move from here. We don't have time for that. We need to get out and began Naruto before feeling chills as Yami began to emit a black, evil aura with red eyes. I don't think I made myself clear. Stand still and answer our questions or I'll have to explain myself in another way, do you understand? Asked Yami. My goodness. He's scarier than old Tsunade. And what's that strange energy he's emanating? Asked Naruto, mentally feeling very nervous. I don't know, but he's not the only one. Everyone in there also has the same energy. Well, except for that guy who said he found you. It would be best if you listened to him, Naruto. It's clear that something weird is going on, said Kurama. I understand, said Naruto, answering both the Bijou and the squad captain, and sat down on the couch quickly. Good. I'm glad we understand each other, said Yami, turning off the evil aura. Meanwhile, at the Golden Dawn base, specifically, in the infirmary, Sakura was lying on a bed while Mimosa was analyzing her, with Yuno at her side. How do you see her? Asked Yuno. She doesn't seem to have any injuries or anything. I think she could wake up at any moment, said Mimosa. Good to know. The two magic knights turned their heads to the side to see the captain of their squad, William Vengeance, entering the room along with Klaus. Captain Vengeance, Klaus, what are you two doing here? Asked Yuno. I saw you two enter the infirmary with a stranger, so I went to inform Captain Vengeance, said Klaus. And from what I see, it's true, began William, looking at Sakura. Tell me, what exactly happened? I don't know myself. I found this girl when she fell from the sky and brought her here for Mimosa to check just in case, said Yuno. And you've done well, Yuno. However, it's very strange that she fell from the sky all of a sudden, said William. Not only that. I'm sure everyone feels it, right? Asked Klaus. Yes, this girl possesses no magic, but she does possess a strange energy. Do you know what it is, Captain? Asked Mimosa. No. In my many years as a magic knight I have never felt an energy like hers, said William. So what do we do? Asked Yuno. The advisable thing to do would be to wait until she wakes up so we can get answers, said William. Good thinking. I just hope she shows herself to be cooperative, said Klaus. That's when they heard some groaning and they all turned their gaze to the source to see Sakura sit up and wake up, with the four magic knights being the first thing she saw. Greetings, miss. How are you? Asked William, wanting a gentle and calm start. I am fine. What happened? Where am I? Asked Sakura, rubbing her eyes to clear her vision. You're at our base. I found you while you were falling from the sky and caught you before I brought you here, said Yuno. Falling from the sky? Asked Sakura before her eyes widened like saucers as she remembered what happened. Wait, was there anyone else with me? I was with a couple of my friends. No, I'm sorry. There was no one else besides you, said Yuno. This is really weird. I don't notice any chakra in any of them, but I do notice a strange energy that I don't know about. If I ended up here, it's possible that Naruto and Hinata are in a similar situation somewhere. I shouldn't worry about them. They are strong enough to take care of themselves. For now, I should concentrate on finding out enough about this place and who these people are, thought Sakura, hatching a plan. If you want, we can go find them, said Mimosa, wanting to lend a hand. No need. I'm sure they'll be fine. Well, thank you for helping me. Now I have to go find my friends, said Sakura, planning to get up. Just a moment. You won't leave without answering our questions, said Klaus. Klaus, don't be rude, said Mimosa. And why should I? I don't know you at all. How do I know I can trust you enough to reveal information? Asked Sakura. That's a good point. Anyone in your situation would do the same, but I assure you we have no ill intent, said William. Can you prove it? Asked Sakura, crossing her arms. At that moment, William began to unbuckle the belt of his mask before taking it off. Sakura couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise as she covered her mouth with her hands at the sight of the scar covering the entire upper part of the captain's face. The other magic knights were a bit surprised to see their captain reveal his true appearance to a stranger so easily. "I hope this is proof enough," said William with a smile. Sakura was really surprised, as she never, not even during the war, saw a scar like that, and looking at it closely, she could tell that it wasn't the cause of a confrontation or an accident, but something natural, like someone who is born with a birthmark. Judging by the shape of the scar and the mask he wore, she imagined it was something he couldn't show to anyone but those closest to him, and he had just demonstrated it to her, whom he had just met, as a sign of trust. If that man was willing to show his secret to prove something like that, she couldn't refuse it in any way. "Yes, it is," said Sakura. This began Hinata, catching the attention of the others before looking at Asta and Noelle. "You said you brought us here, right?" Thank you so much for helping us," said Hinata, bowing in thanks. "It's nothing. We just did the right thing," said Asta. "It would have been rude of me to ignore people in your state," said Noelle, throwing her ponytail behind her shoulder. "Okay, now that everything is in order, would you mind giving us your names?" asked Yami. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki," said Naruto, introducing himself. "Hinata Hyuga." "It's a pleasure," said Hinata, bowing by way of greeting. "Oh, such a beautiful name for such a beautiful lady like you," began Finral, approaching Hinata and holding her hands, but after that, he started slapping himself. "No. Stop it, Finral, you can't say that, having finesse already." "Is your friend okay?" asked Naruto, confused at that. "Don't mind him, Finral's been like that lately," began Noelle, introducing the space mage in the process due to how busy he was. "Anyway, I'm Noelle Silva. My name is Asta." "Nice to meet you," said Asta. "Hi, I'm Luck. You look strong. Shall we fight to the death now?" asked Luck. In the next instant, Yami grabbed Luck by the head and lifted him to his height. "Hey, Luck, don't even think about bothering you with your obsession with fighting. Do it again and you'll be dead," said Yami. That made Naruto and Hinata a little nervous, not only because of the squad captain's clear threat, but also because Luck was all the while smiling and laughing as if it was an innocent joke. "Ghosh, and this is my little sister, Marnie," said Ghosh, showing the ninjas the picture of his little sister. "Ah, she's cute," said Hinata. "I know, huh? And she's mine, so don't even think about touching her, got it?" asked Ghosh with a piercing look of death, startling the white-eyed girl a little. "I'm Vanessa." "It's a pleasure to meet you," said Vanessa before taking a swig from her bottle of wine. "Manga swing." "Don't forget," said Magna with a toothy grin. "Hi, I'm Gordon. Nice to meet you. Can we be friends?" "I aria lilika making no friends and we can be friends if I want to," said Gordon quietly and quickly. "Could you speak slower, man? I don't quite understand you," said Naruto. "I'm Henry, and he says his name is Gordon," said Henry, speaking slowly. "And you talk faster," said Naruto. "They tend to talk like that. To make a long story short, they are Gordon and Henry. As for me, I'm Zora," said Zora. I am Gray." It's a pleasure," said Gray shyly. Hinata couldn't help but smile at how similar the magic knight looked to her. "Likewise," said Hinata. "Don't look at me." "I'm embarrassed," said Gray, covering her face with her hands. "My name is Seeker, but you can call me Nero if you prefer," said Nero. "I'm Charmy." "Have some food to get your strength back," said Charmy, handing the ninja some plates of food. Both ninja watched that with a bit of confusion, as they weren't expecting food to be handed to them just like that. Not wanting to be rude to them, they accepted the food and tasted it, both letting out a groan of surprise and joy. "Wow! This is delicious. I really feel my energy coming back," said Naruto with a smile before quickly setting about eating the dish. "Yeah, even though I'm not physically tasting it, I feel better too," said Kurama. "You're really good in the kitchen, Charmy," said Hinata. Hee hee. "Oh, no big deal," said Charmy, rubbing the back of her head. "And I'm the captain of this group of stooges, Yami Sukahiro," said Yami before blowing out a puff of smoke. "Captain? That would explain why he feels he's the strongest one here," thought Naruto. "You're right. It would be best not to get on his bad side without knowing what he's capable of," said Kurama, receiving a mental nod from the Jinchuriki. "What do you want to know?" asked Sakura. "I think introductions would be first." "I'm Yuno," said Yuno. "My name is Mimosa Vermilion." "Nice to meet you," said Mimosa, bowing by way of greeting. "Klaus Lunettes," said Klaus, adjusting his glasses. "As for me, I am the captain of this squad." "William Vengeance," said William. "Captain? Now I understand why he has more energy than everyone here," thought Sakura. "I'm Sakura Haruno." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sakura Haruno," said William. "So, what is it that you want to ask?" asked Hinata. "For starters, what is that strange energy you carry?" asked Yami. "You mean chakra?" asked Naruto. "Chakra? I don't sound like I've ever heard of anything like that," said Asta. "Well, we haven't seen or heard of an energy like yours either," said Naruto. "Are you talking about our magic power?" asked Noel. "Wait, magic? I thought that only existed in fairy tales," said Sakura. "I'm afraid you're wrong, Miss Haruno. Magic is as real as anyone in this room," said Klaus. "Where exactly did you come from?" asked Yuno. "From the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire," said Sakura. I'm not familiar with places like that name," said Mimosa. "Captain, are you familiar with those places they say they come from?" asked Finral. "No. Not even in my homeland have I ever heard of such places as those," said Yami. "What? But that can't be. Our village is one of the great ninja villages of the world," said Hinata. "Ninjas?" asked the Black Bull at the same time. "You mean those people skilled in stealth who can kill you without you noticing?" asked Zora. "Sort of. Though our main duty is to help people in any way possible," said Naruto. "So, you too are ninja?" "Awesome!" exclaimed Asta with stars in his eyes. "That's right. And this is proof that we are official ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village," said Naruto, clutching his headband. "That looks a bit like our emblem robes," said Vanessa. "Wow. You're a ninja? That's impressive," said Mimosa. "Thank you," said Sakura with a small smile. "With this information, we can assume that she would come from Hino country, Captain Yami's land, or at least, from beyond his hometown," said Klaus. "I don't think so. I've known Captain Yami for a long time and he never mentioned anything like ninja villages or chakra to me," said William. "If you don't mind me asking, Captain Vengeance, could you tell me where exactly I am?" asked Sakura. "You're in the Clover Kingdom," said Yuno. "What I guessed. I didn't hear about your kingdom at all either," said Sakura. "This whole thing is starting to give me a headache." "I don't understand anything," said Magna. "Well, how about me? I'm not understanding anything that's going on here either," said Naruto. Yami blew out another puff of smoke. "I do," said Yami, drawing the attention of the others. "What exactly is going on?" asked Yuno. "I think I might know," said William, drawing the attention of the others. "You," began Yami. "Actually," continued William. "Come from another world," said the two captains at the same time. The Black Bull base fell silent as the information revealed by the captain got into their heads. Another world?" asked Hinata in surprise. "Captain Yami, with all due respect, that's nonsense. There's no way there's such a thing as other worlds," said Noel. "Well, there was no such case as Asta and Nero either, and here they are," said Zora. "Right. If that's possible, the idea of other worlds doesn't seem so impossible," said Nero. "Kurama, what do you say?" asked Naruto mentally. "I'm of the same opinion. After all, Kagaya had the ability to open portals to other worlds. Plus that magic they have is felt outside of our world, said Kurama. Another world? Is that really possible? Asked Klaus a bit incredulously. I think it's the most logical solution considering that we don't know each other's location. I mean, I didn't know anything about your kingdom and you didn't know anything about my village, said Sakura. I guess she's right, said Mimosa, accepting reality quickly. It would also explain not knowing about magic or chakra, said Yuno. Yami blew out a puff of smoke. Well, this really involves a very serious issue. It will have to be dealt with, said Yami. Are we going to help them get back to their world? Asked Vanessa. Oh, you don't need to. We can go on our own, said Naruto. Yeah, they don't have to bother, said Hinata. Oh yeah? And how do you plan to do that? Do you even know the laws of this kingdom? The money used? Where is each city or town? Asked Yami. No, but we can manage. We have survived various situations. We are ninja, remember? Asked Naruto. Captain Yami has a point though. If you just go around on your own, it will take you a long time to find some way back to your world, said Asta. But if we help you, it would take less time, said Noel. Are you really planning to help me? Asked Sakura, surprised by the order captain's offer. Well, it wouldn't be kind of us to leave you alone for a world you don't know, said William. Besides, it's our duty to help people in trouble. Even if they're from another world, said Yuno. And in the process, we can help you look for your friends, said Mimosa with a smile. It's not a bad offer, is it? I recommend you take it, said Magna with a toothy grin. The three ninjas stopped to think about the offer. While it was true that they were used to traveling in the countryside and sleeping outdoors, they were in a completely unknown territory and it wasn't like traveling to a village in some country. This was a kingdom where there was no chakra, but magic. Looking at it from a point of view, it didn't seem so bad, because if they had the help of the captains, who seemed to have a very high rank in that kingdom, they could find in a short time a way to return to their world, as well as find their lost companions. Without further thought, they made a decision. All right. We accept, said the three ninjas in unison. Good. Then I'll go inform Julius about this, said Yami. Who is this Julius? Asked Naruto. He's the Wizard King, said Finral. Wizard King? Asked Hinata, confused. He is the most powerful mage in the kingdom and the one in charge of the squads of magic knights, which is what we are and who have the duty to protect the kingdom, explained Noel. And this is one of those squads? Asked Sakura. That's right. This is the squad of Golden Dawn, one of the 9 squads of magic knights in the kingdom, said Klaus, adjusting his glasses. Sounds like the Kages, said Sakura. Kages? Asked Yuno. They are the most powerful ninja in their respective ninja village, as well as the ones who run them, assigning missions and commanding squads. In mine, he's known as Hokage, said Sakura. Wow, sounds like the Wizard King and the Magic Knights, said Mimosa in surprise. And I aspire to be the next Hokage, said Naruto with a toothy grin. Really? Well, I aspire to be the next Wizard King, said Asta with a toothy grin. Oh yeah? Asked Naruto before he and Asta held hands manfully as they smiled at each other. It's great to meet someone with the same aspiration. Same here, said Asta. Something tells me the two of them are going to get along great, said Zora. Hinata chuckled as she saw that he was right. Those Kages sound very powerful. I already want to face them, commented Luck. You say that friend of yours, Naruto, wants to be Hokage? Asked Yuno. Yeah, it's been his goal since he was a kid and he's always been training hard to achieve it, said Sakura. That boy, sounds like Asta, thought Yuno, thinking about his best friend / adopted brother / rival. Anyway. With everything finished, I'll go find Langris to take me to see the Wizard King. Hopefully, I'll be back with a solution by the end of the day, said William. I thank you, Captain Vengeance, said Sakura, bowing slightly in thanks. After a nod in response, William put on his helmet and left to accomplish his task. Finral, I'm going to need you, said Yami. As I guessed, said Finral before creating a white portal in the middle of the room. What is that? Is that magic? Asked Hinata. Yes, space magic precisely. It allows me to create portals that take me or more people anywhere, though I can only do it to places I've been to or can see, said Finral. Wow. That's an incredible power. That way, you can go anywhere you want in no time, said Naruto. Thank you, said Finral. Well, I'll go to headquarters and tell the Wizard King about your situation. Maybe he can find some solution for you. He's a nice guy, said Yami. Or rather, kid. Wait, shouldn't we go with you? That way, we could explain it better, said Hinata. Even if it's a good idea, but I can take care of that. You stay here and relax. Have a little chat. Tour the base. Whatever. I don't care, said Yami. Really? Thanks a lot for everything, old man, said Naruto. In the next instant, Yami grabbed him by the head and lifted him to his height while emitting a dark and malevolent aura with red eyes. Hey, brat. If I were you, I'd be more careful what I say or I'll have no problem sending you back to your world in a pine box or in pieces, got it? Asked Yami. Why yes, I am so sorry, old, SSIR, said Naruto very terrified as he felt his head being crushed. Okay, said Yami before releasing the Jinchuriki who fell to the ground sitting up. With nothing more to say, Yami went to the portal followed by Finral, with the portal closing shortly after. Geez. Your captain is scary, said Naruto. I told you not to get on his bad side, said Kurama. Maybe, but deep down, he's a good person who cares about all of us, said Asta. And it's telling you that who suffers the most from his anger. Ha ha ha, said Zora. He reminds me a bit of the old Tsunade, said Naruto. Who is that? Asked Charmy. She's the current Hokage of our village, said Hinata. And why do you call her old? Asked Magna. Heh. It's because she's much older than she looks, but since she doesn't like to get old, she uses a special technique to stay young, said Naruto. Interesting. I wonder if I could use that technique myself too, thought Vanessa. That way, I could make Marnie beautiful forever, thought Ghosh before bleeding from his nose. So, this. What do we do now? Asked Hinata. Well, the captain said we could spend our time however we want, said Nero. I know, how about you tell us about the chakra and what you can do with it? Asked Asta. That's not a bad idea, said Hinata. I'm actually kind of curious, said Noelle. Yes, and in return, you will tell us about what you can do with your magic, said Naruto. Deal, said Asta. Despite the fact that they were in another world, both Naruto and Hinata and Sakura had a feeling that they wouldn't have such a bad time. At the headquarters of the Magic Knights an important event was taking place. Seated around a table were the captains of squads of Magic Knight and at the head of them all was a boy who, at first glance, was just a boy, but in reality was Julius, the Wizard King who, due to certain circumstances, his body reverted to that of 13 years old, but he still had a lot of authority and respect from the Magic Knights, although, to avoid panic in the kingdom, it was decided to keep the matter secret, even from the king of the kingdom himself. So, Your Majesty, why are we all here? Asked Fugolian. I summoned you all here because this morning, Yami and William came to my chambers saying they had something to say. I felt it was something important, so I called you, said Julius. Well, you better be worth my time or I'll cut you to pieces, said Jack with his tongue hanging out. Put your stuff away, crazy mantis. It'll be worth it, said Yami. What's going on? Asked Kaiser. This morning, 2 of my guys were training when they spotted a couple of objects falling from the sky, said Yami. As the others listened intently, William began to sense a connection between his story and the one he was about to tell. They went to investigate and discovered that it was a boy and a girl, said Yami. You had us all summoned to tell us that you found a couple of missing kids? Asked Nozel. Excuse me, Yami, but by any chance, did those kids you found have a strange energy inside them? Asked William, to the surprise of the other captains, as Yami narrowed his gaze at the Golden Dawn captain. Yes. How do you know? Asked Yami with slight suspicion. Because it turns out that one of my squad members rescued a girl falling from the sky, said William. And let me guess, she had a metal band somewhere on her body? Asked Yami. Yes, that's right, said William. Ugh. Talk about the coincidences of life, said Yami with his hand on his head. Wait, what's going on? I don't understand anything, said Rill. Would you mind explaining? Asked Julius. It seems that Yami and I ran into people who come from another world, said William. Another world? Are you sure of what you say? Asked Dorothy. That's the conclusion we came to, said Yami. How are you so sure that's possible? Asked Jack. They have no reason to lie to any of us. I take their word for it, said Charlotte. What can you tell us about these guys? Asked Fugolian. At the moment, all we know is that they come from a world where people don't have magic, but chakra, said Yami. Also that they come from a place called Hidden Leaf Village, one of the many ninja villages in their world, said William. I think I read about the ninjas once. I remember it said they were expert assassins, said Nozel. Yes, but their main job is to help people. It's not much different from what we do, said Yami. Even those ninja villages are run by a powerful ninja known as Kage, who is the one who commands the ninja, said William. They certainly have a system similar to ours, said Kaiser. Wow. That sounds amazing, said Rill. So what does that have to do with us? Asked Jack. Well, I'm sure Yami and I came here for the same thing. Asking for help in finding a way to get them back to their world, said William. As well as finding your lost companions, though that won't be necessary anymore. I never would have guessed that the other person would end up in your squad of all people, said Yami. Yeah, that takes one thing off our minds, don't you think? Asked William with a smile. Do you want us to help them? Our kingdom is still weakened after the elven attack. We can't waste our time helping the inhabitants of another world, said Charlotte. But we can't just turn our backs on them, said Rill. Rill is right. As magic knights, it's our duty to protect people in trouble no matter who they are or where they're from, said Julius. Well said. Besides, it's just a matter of doing a little research. It would be enough for some of us to take care of the matter, said Fugolian. And that way, the others can focus on defending the kingdom, said Nozel, agreeing with his rival. Not only that. I want to be able to see how that chakra of yours works. Will it be the same or different from magic? I want to know, exclaimed Julius with stars in his eyes. Hey, tone down your obsession with magic or chakra a bit and tell us what to do about it like the wizard king you are, said Yami. Oh, yeah, sorry. Hee, began Julius, rubbing the back of his head with a nervous smile and his eyes closed before letting out a small throat clearing. For starters, I'd like Yami and William to bring those guys over tomorrow so I can meet them personally. In the meantime, we'll do our best to investigate and find a way to return them to their world safe and sound. You can either handle the matter yourselves or entrust it to someone else. What do we do with these people until then? We can't let them roam the kingdom unsupervised, said Nozel. Are you suggesting we put a watchful escort on them? Asked Jack. That won't be necessary. Didn't you say that, in their world, ninjas helped people just like magic knights? Asked Julius to the two captains who found the ninjas. Yes, that's right, said William. Then let them keep doing it, said Julius with a smile. What are you proposing? Asked Yami, having an inkling of what he was going to say. What I'm proposing is that they become part of us, said Julius, to the captain's surprise. You say we make them official members of our squads? Asked Yami. What a good idea, said Rill excitedly. Majesty, are you sure of what you say? After all, they have no magical power, said Kaiser. But they have chakra, which is more or less the equivalent of magic power in their world, said Dorothy in support of the idea. Not to mention that way, they will be able to act without any problems, since they will be doing it on our behalf and on behalf of the kingdom, said Fugolian. There is one small problem. They don't have a grimoire. What will happen when people realize that and start asking about it? Asked Charlotte. For that we can just grab a random book and have them carry it around. As long as no one knows it's not a grimoire, there won't be a problem, said Julius. That doesn't sound so bad. It might even be beneficial for us too, said William. Great. Just what I've been missing. More weirdos in my squad, said Yami. Well, if that's all. That concludes the meeting. I hope we can find some travel between worlds spell or something. You can go, said Julius. With that said, the captains got up and proceeded to leave, leaving only the Wizard King, who remained quiet until he flashed a smile and stars in his eyes. I can't wait to meet those ninjas, said Julius with childlike excitement. While the captains' meeting was going on, at the Black Bull base, the members of that squad were telling the two ninjas about the type of magic they each used. Naruto and Hinata couldn't help but be surprised by the wide variety of magic in a single order, such as Gray's magic that resembled his transformation jutsus. Needless to say, they felt a little sorry for Henry when they found out that he was away from the others due to a disease that made him absorb a person's magical power, and that was very dangerous. Naruto tried to get close to him thinking that it didn't affect the chakra, but the moment he got close enough, he felt his strength waning, so at Kurama's request, he quickly moved away. It was then that Asta told them about his. Wait, don't you have magic? And yet, you want to be the Wizard King? Asked Naruto, surprised to learn that Asta was the only person in the entire kingdom who didn't have any magic. Of course. Not having magic hasn't stopped me from wanting to accomplish my goal. I plan to keep training and pushing my limits to become one and be able to prove that it doesn't matter if you're a commoner or if you have no magical power, you can achieve whatever you set your mind to, said Asta with determination. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he saw Asta in himself when he was young and claimed that he would be the Hokage, even though back then he wasn't as strong and skilled as he is now. I like that you say. You have my full support, my friend. I'm sure you'll make it, said Naruto with a toothy grin and a thumbs up. Thank you, Naruto, said Asta with a smile. Not only that, but you also have the ability to use anti-magic, said Zora. Anti-magic? Asked Hinata. It is an ability granted to me by my grimoire, began Asta before showing his grimoire. In it are kept swords bathed in that ability that allow me to nullify magic in any way, said Asta without revealing the true origin of the anti-magic. Naruto and Hinata were wide-eyed with surprise to learn of such an ability and wondered if it also affected chakra. Surely, an ability like that would have been useful in the war against those enemies, especially against those returning from the afterlife. Wow! Impressive! With a skill like that, you're guaranteed the position of Wizard King, said Naruto. Well, I still have a long way to go, said Asta. And those grimoires are important? Asked Hinata. Yes, having one proves you're a mage, said Vanessa. It's like us and our bands. They show that we are officially ninjas of our village, said Naruto holding up his band. Meanwhile, at the Golden Dawn base, Yuno and Mimosa were giving Sakura a tour of the base while telling her about their magics. Do you know how to use healing spells? Asked Sakura, surprised by the revelation. Yeah, I'm not much for offensive attacks, so I tend to focus on supporting people, said Mimosa. That's all well and good. In a battle, the most important people aren't the fighters, but those who enable them to keep fighting, said Sakura. Oh, I've never seen it that way, said Mimosa in surprise. Tell me, Sakura, to be a ninja, does it take to go through an exam or something? Asked Klaus. Well, yes. At the academy, they teach us various things that we then put to the test in the final exam. Once you pass them, you become an official ninja, but at a lower rank, so you're assigned to a team led by a higher-ranking ninja. As you get better, you move up in rank, said Sakura. That doesn't sound that different from the Magic Knight trials, said Mimosa. What exactly do they consist of? Asked Sakura curiously. Simple tests where you had to show your control over your magic power. Like creating something with your magic, shooting targets, and they even did exhibition matches, said Yuno. In fact, from what I heard, when Yuno took the test, he did so well that all the captains wanted her to join their squad, said Mimosa. I certainly don't doubt it. I can sense that you possess a lot of that magical power, Yuno. If you don't mind me asking, why did you choose this squad specifically? Asked Sakura. Obviously because Golden Dawn is considered the best squad of magic knights in the kingdom, said Klaus adjusting his glasses. Exactly. My goal is to become the Wizard King and this squad was the best way to achieve that, said Yuno. So you want to be the leader of the Magic Knights, huh? You remind me a bit of my friend. You have my support, Yuno, said Sakura with a smile. Thank you, said Yuno. I hope I get to meet that friend of hers, thought Yuno, still imagining that boy and Asta were alike. Out of curiosity, Miss Haruno, would you mind explaining how chakra works? Asked Klaus. I wouldn't mind, and there's no need to be so formal with me. You can call me Sakura, said Sakura with a smile. Hey, since you're talking about your villas, how about telling us about the chakra? Asked Vanessa. Yeah, I'm curious about how it works too, said Magna. Well, I wouldn't know how to explain it well, since theory isn't my forte, but Hinata knows a lot. She can explain it to you better, said Naruto. Do you really think so? Asked Hinata. Of course. You're very smart, said Naruto. With a small, unremarkable blush, Hinata nodded to him as she smiled at him before turning her gaze to the black bull. You see, chakra is like an energy that runs through the inside of our bodies, said Hinata. It doesn't seem that different from our magical power, said Mimosa. Maybe, but while you channel it smoothly, it's not always that way for us, said Sakura. What do you mean? Asked Yuno. To channel our chakra when attacking, we ninjas have to make various hand seals, said Hinata, making various hand gestures for emphasis. It must be a bit tricky to know which of those to use for which occasion, said Zora. Yes, but it's very useful for simple things. Like transforming, said Naruto. T-transform? Why, you mean the ninja can do the same as me? Asked Gray. Well, yes, said Naruto. Awesome. Can you show us? Huh? Can you? Asked Asta with stars in his eyes. It was then that a toothy grin formed on the Jinchuriki's face as a certain idea crossed his mind. Sure. In fact, I will show you a transformation technique that I created myself. With that technique I can take down men just by having them look at it for a moment, said Naruto. Wait, he doesn't mean that technique, does he? Asked Hinata, mentally knowing what the Jinchuriki's personal technique was. Oh yeah? Well, show it. You'll see how a technique like that won't affect me at all, said Magna with a cocky grin. I'm up for the challenge too, said Zora. Are you sure? Fine. As you wish, began Naruto before gesturing with his hands, causing him to be engulfed in an explosion of smoke, and when it dissipated. Sexy jutsu, shouted Naruto, revealing himself to have turned into a girl with her hair tied in 2 pigtails and completely naked while striking a sexy pose. The next instant, Asta, Magna and Zora fainted while spurting blood from their noses. Noelle stood there with her mouth open and her face completely red, as did Charmy. Oh, wow, said Vanessa, covering her mouth as a soft blush formed on her face. Gordon and Henry had to hold their noses as blood gushed out of there. Luck, Nero, and Gauche were the only ones unaffected, as the first 2 weren't interested and the latter was more focused on his little sister's picture. Naruto burst out laughing as he undid the transformation. Ha! 3 in 1 hit. I told you it was effective, said Naruto. You pervert, exclaimed Noelle as she shot a powerful jet of water that hit Naruto, sending him flying into the wall. Hey, what was that for? Asked Naruto. That's what I'm asking myself. What kind of depraved technique was that? Asked Noelle. Well, you have to admit it's pretty effective in its own way, said Vanessa. Ha ha ha. Besides, it was fun to see Magna go down for something like that, said Luck. And it looks like they weren't the only ones, said Nero pointing at Gray, who was lying on the ground with her face completely red and her eyes having turned into swirling swirls that wouldn't stop spinning. Gee Gray. What happened to her? Asked Hinata. Does she have those tastes? Asked Naruto getting up. No, I think she fainted from embarrassment at the thought of using her magic like that, said Vanessa. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. How embarrassing, muttered Gray as she lay unconscious. Actually, Nero can transform too, said Charmy pointing at the ceiling mage. Really? Asked Naruto. In response, Nero transformed into his bird form and flew up to hover over the Jinchuriki's head. Is that good enough for you as an answer? Asked Nero. Pretty much, yes, said Naruto. Ah, you're so cute, said Hinata with a smile. What do you mainly use chakra for? Asked Yuno. Well, we are taught as children to concentrate our chakra in our feet to increase our speed, as well as being able to walk on various surfaces, said Sakura. How's that? Asked Mimosa. Sakura looked around before she saw a pillar and then jumped towards it and stood sideways, much to the surprise of the magic knights. This way, said Sakura. Fascinating. An ability like that would be useful in different situations, said Klaus before Sakura went down to the ground. Not only can we walk on sideways or reverse surfaces, we can also walk on water, said Sakura. Walk on water? Great, exclaimed Asta with stars in his eyes and little handkerchiefs plugging his nostrils. Then I wouldn't have to swim. It would be enough to run and get to the other side. Can anyone learn that? Asked Noelle. Yes, though it's a bit more complicated than walking on a roof, began Naruto standing face down on the roof of the base. Since water is constantly moving. Makes sense, said Nero. That's just some basic teachings. Another one of those is elemental transformation, said Hinata. Elemental transformation? Asked Mimosa. Chakra has 5 basic natures. Air, water, earth, fire, and lightning. Some ninja can perform jutsus of 1 element. Others can perform jutsus of 2 elements or more to the point of using them all. They can even mix 2 elements to create a different one. For example, a ninja from my world mixed water and earth chakra to create wood jutsus, said Sakura. Impressive, said Yuno. So there are ninjas who use lightning techniques like me, huh? That encourages me to fight them, said Luck with his usual smile. There aren't just elemental techniques. There are also the hidden jutsus, said Naruto. Hidden jutsus? Asked Nero. They are techniques that are inherited in the ninja clans, said Hinata. For example, the clan of a friend of ours has the technique of manipulating shadows to trap their opponents. Another friend of ours' clan has a technique that allows them to turn into a beast, and another friend's clan has a technique that allows them to use insects as weapons, said Naruto. Ugh. That last one sounds gross, commented Noelle. But those techniques sound awesome. Ninjas are definitely not that different from magic knights, said Magna with a grin. In fact, Hinata also has her own hidden jutsu, said Naruto pointing at the white-eyed girl. Really? Asked Vanessa. Well, yes. It's called Byakugan. It's a technique that we Hyuga clan members inherited, began Hinata before pointing to her eyes. With it, we can see people's chakra circulatory system, as well as detect what can't be seen. No doubt a technique like that would be beneficial when it comes to fighting, because then you can know where to hit exactly, said Zora. Yes, that's right, said Hinata. In addition to hidden jutsus, there are other types. There are the genjutsus, which allow us to create illusions so realistic that they would fool the opponent. There are also the summoning jutsus that allow us to summon objects or living beings to which we are linked. And lastly, taijutsus, which are basically physical melee techniques, said Sakura. I bet Asta would love to learn those techniques, thought Yuno. You ninjas certainly have varied skills for every occasion. What jutsus do you specialize in the most? Asked Klaus. For my part, I manipulate chakra to concentrate it in my fists, but I mainly use it for medical purposes, said Sakura. You're a medic? Asked Mimosa in surprise. Well, yes. Ninja can also use chakra to heal people. Not to brag, but I'm so good that I even cured a poisoned person by literally pulling the poison out of his body, said Sakura. Awesome. Do you think you could teach me something about that? Asked Mimosa. I wouldn't mind, said Sakura with a smile. Naruto, teach me that taijutsu thing, exclaimed Asta with stars in his eyes. Well, I'm not sure I know how to do it properly, since I'm not an expert like Rock Lee and you don't have magic power or anything, but I can teach you some things that might help you, said Naruto. That's good enough for me, said Asta. Just then, a portal formed in the middle of the room and out through it came Yami and Finral, who closed the portal shortly after arriving. Captain Yami, you're back, said Magna. How did it go? Asked Vanessa. Yeah, what happened in the end about our business? Asked Naruto. Yami blew out a puff of smoke before speaking. For starters, about your missing friend. Began Yami, making the two ninjas nervous with suspense. She was found and she's fine. Really? Asked Hinata, happy about the news, as was Naruto. Yes. Apparently, she was found by William's guys, the captain of the squad of Golden Dawn, and is at their base right now, said Yami. Phew. Thank goodness, said Naruto. That's good, isn't it? That means you'll be able to join her very soon, said Asta. Yes, you're right, said Hinata. One other thing, began Yami, getting the attention of the two ninjas. During the meeting, Julius stated that we would help you two find a way to return you to your world, said Yami, to the delight of the two ninjas. But that doesn't mean you are going to stay in this base and do nothing. What do you mean? Asked Hinata in confusion. In response, Yami tossed them each something that they could easily catch, and upon looking at it, they saw that it was black robes with the symbol of a black bull's skull on it. What are these? Asked Naruto. Your official robes. From now until you return to your world, you will be part of the Black Bull, said Yami with a smile. Naruto and Hinata were completely shocked to learn that they were now part of a squad of Magic Knight. Awesome, exclaimed Asta before placing his arm around Naruto's shoulders. That means we'll be squad mates now. Are you serious? Asked Hinata. If the Wizard King decided so, then, it is. Don't worry, Hinata. Your big sister Vanessa is here to help you with whatever you need, said Vanessa with a wink. If we are members, we can fight as much as we want, said Luck with a big crazy smile. And I can cook you all kinds of delicious meals, said Charmy. As long as you still think Marnie is an angel and don't touch her, I don't care who joins, said Gauche. I for one have no problem with a couple of ninjas from another world joining our squad, said Zora. I don't have a problem either, said Nero, staying above Naruto's head in her bird form. Incompletely happy to have a couple more friends. I hope who can strengthen your friendship until we have a the same level that have with the others, said Gordon, speaking quietly and quickly. I am happy to have you in our squad, said Gray nervously. I'm happy to have you join, too, said Henry, speaking slowly. Whatever you need, your senpai will be there to help you, said Magna, pointing to himself with his thumb. Well, I guess, as someone of royalty, it's my duty to welcome the new members, began Noelle, throwing her ponytail behind her shoulder. As long as he doesn't use that depraved technique again, said Noelle, pointing her finger at Naruto. But wait, doesn't it take a grimoire to be a mage? Asked Naruto. Don't worry. The Wizard King stated that you would use a random book as a cover so as not to arouse suspicion, said Finral. Meanwhile, at the Golden Dawn base, they were about at the main entrance of the base when suddenly a portal opened in the middle of the room, and out of it stepped William and Langris, vice captain of Golden Dawn, who closed the portal with his space magic. Captain Vengeance, said Klaus, saluting his captain. I hope your stay was pleasant, Sakura, said William. It was. Thank you again for helping me, Captain Vengeance, began Sakura, bowing slightly in thanks. I assume you have discussed my situation with the Wizard King, right? That's right, and let me inform you that we have found your missing friends, said William. Really? Asked Sakura with surprise. Yes, apparently, the members of the squad of Black Bull found them and they are now safe and sound at their base, said William. That's good, Sakura. That means they aren't far away, said Mimosa. Yeah, thank goodness, said Sakura. Another thing that has happened is that both we and the rest of the squads have been tasked with investigating and finding a way to return you and the others back to their world. Though I warn you, it won't be a quick process, said William. I don't care. It's enough for me to know that and that my friends are safe. I'll be sure to return the favor however I can, said Sakura. And you will, Sakura, said William before handing something to the pink-haired ninja, and was confused when she saw that it was a fancy robe with a symbol of a rising sun with eyes. I don't get it, said Sakura. Sakura Haruno, until the time comes when you can return to your world, you will be part of the squad of Golden Dawn as one of its official members, said William. Much to the surprise of the others. See Captain Vengeance, are you sure? Asked Sakura. Trust me, I am, said William with a smile. What do you think? After all, I'm a ninja from another world. I don't even have or need a grimoire like you, said Sakura looking at the others. It doesn't matter to me, said Yuno. That way, we can spend more time together, said Mimosa. If it's the captain's decision, then, I'll accept it, said Klaus, adjusting his glasses. As for the grimoire thing, the Wizard King already thought of a solution. You take a random book and carry it in such a way that people think it's a grimoire, said William. The three ninjas stopped to think about it carefully. It was only recently that these people had just met them, had just learned that they were from another world, and now they were offering, not only to help them find a way for them to return to their world, but also to become part of a squad of magic knights. It was as if another ninja village was recruiting them. However, it was true that they couldn't stand by while they waited for the time when they would return. They had to repay them for the help they were giving them, and, in their opinion, the best way was to join them and fulfill their respective duties. Besides, it wouldn't be that different from being a ninja. All three had come to the same conclusion, and with a smile, they put on their robes. Thank you all very much. We'll be sure not to disappoint you, said Hinata, bowing slightly by way of thanks. Of course, don't forget that even though we are magic knights, we are also leaf ninjas, said Naruto with a smile. Understood. You'll be the first magic knight ninja of our squad, said Asta excitedly. Well, you crazy bunch, you heard the man, let's celebrate the induction of our new members, exclaimed Yami, receiving cheers from the other magic knights. Ha ha ha. I think we're going to have a great time here, don't you think so, Hinata? Asked Naruto. Why yes, although I'm feeling a little nervous. It's all happening so fast, said Hinata. Take it easy, Hinata. You're not alone. I'm with you, remember? As long as I stay by your side, you have nothing to worry about, said Naruto with a smile. Hinata smiled at the Jinchuriki's support. Naruto, thank you. If I had to get lost or stuck in another world, I'm glad it's with you, thought Hinata. From the side, Vanessa smiled knowingly at the interaction between the two ninja. It's clear that Hinata is in love with Naruto. Now the question is whether he feels the same or is completely unaware of it. I'll have to find out somehow, thought Vanessa. Hold it right there, began Magna, drawing the attention of the others before pointing at the two ninjas with a toothy grin. Before I can declare you true members of the Black Bull, you must pass an initiation test. Initiation test? Asked Naruto and Hinata at the same time. Captain Vengeance, I will be honored to be a part of your squad during my presence in this world. I will do my best to reciprocate all that you have done for me, said Sakura, bowing. That's the way I like it, said William. Wait a moment. I know I said I would accept his decision, but I don't think it would be the right thing to let her join our squad just like that. It wouldn't be fair to the new recruits, said Klaus. I guess you're right, what should we do then? Asked William. If I may, Captain, I think I have the right solution, said Langris raising his hand. Later, as night was closing in, everyone was outside the Black Bull base. So, we just have to take a test and we'll be members? Asked Naruto. It's okay, Naruto. Magna did the same thing to me when I joined the squad, said Asta, remembering when he joined the Black Bull. That's right, but considering that these are ninjas from another world, the test will be different. The test will consist of single combats, said Magna. Single combats? Asked Hinata. That's not a bad idea. That way, we can see firsthand what you can do with that chakra. As captain of this squad, I approve of these combats, said Yami. Well, if that's all. Began Naruto before slamming his fist into his palm with a toothy grin. I'll give it my all, Databayo. Who will I fight? Me, said Lux, suddenly appearing in front of the Jinchuriki, startling him a little. I've been wanting to fight you since the moment I felt your enormous amount of chakra. It's okay, said Naruto, a bit flustered by the permanent smile on the lightning mage's face before the two of them stood halfway across the base with some distance between them. Kurama, what do you think? For starters, I'm getting on my nerves about that smile of his, but I feel like he's pretty strong, and even if we know what kind of magic he has, we don't know in what way he uses it, so keep your guard up, said Kurama. Roger, thought Naruto, getting into position. Very well. The fight will end when one of the opponents gets hit, said Magna, acting as referee. Oh, but that wouldn't be fun, commented Luck. Ready? Asked Magna, raising his arm as the two opponents took position. Go! Lightning creation magic, thunder god's boots and gloves, shouted Luck, creating himself some lightning gauntlets and boots before shooting off like a bullet. Naruto was so surprised by both the technique he was using and the speed he was going that he couldn't react quickly and ended up taking a direct kick to the stomach that made him double over. Looks like I win, said Luck. Suddenly, Naruto was engulfed in an explosion of smoke, and in his place was a piece of log that was snapped off by Luck's kick. Needless to say, the rest were shocked by that. What happened? Asked Magna. It's one of the most basic ninja techniques. The switch technique, which allows the ninja using it to replace his place with something at the moment he gets hit so as to avoid damage, said Hinata. What a mind-blowing technique, exclaimed Asta with stars in his eyes. Luck landed on the ground and looked around for the Jinchuriki. Wow! You're fast and strong. Luck turned around to see Naruto on the opposite side of the dueling field. But I'm as sly as a fox, said Naruto. That's supposed to be a hint, said Kurama with a bead of sweat. Now that you've taught me yours, I'll teach you mine, began Naruto before gesturing with his hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu, shouted Naruto as several smoke explosions happened around him, and when it dissipated, to the surprise of the others, a bunch of Naruto clones were seen. What did he do? Asked Charmy. There's a whole bunch of them now, said Vanessa. It's Naruto's most special technique. It involves creating multiple copies of yourself, but even though they're copies, they're just as real as the real thing, so they can cause damage, said Hinata. It's like my mirror magic, said Ghosh in surprise. In other words, he can create an army of himself in an instant, said Yami, feeling impressed even though he didn't show it. That's amazing, exclaimed Asta with stars in his eyes. At least he used that and not his depraved technique, said Noel. Depraved technique? Asked Finral. Oh, right. You weren't present. It turns out that ninja can use chakra to transform. The technique Noel is talking about is one where Naruto turns into a naked girl, said Nero, finding herself in her human form, making the space mage blush as he imagined it for a moment. Honestly, I still can't believe I could have fallen for something as primitive as that, said Zora. TSK. You'll see. I don't plan on falling next time, said Magna, annoyed at what happened earlier. I can't believe I used a technique similar to my magic to do that. I've never felt so embarrassed, said Gray, covering her eyes. Actually, by combining his sexy jutsu with that technique, he activates one he calls harem jutsu, said Hinata. Ugh. He can't get more perverted and depraved, said Noelle. Harem jutsu? Asked Finral before imagining himself surrounded by multiple naked girls as they fondled him and talked to him in a flirtatious manner. No, Finral. You can't have those thoughts. The only one who should be on your mind is finesse, exclaimed Finral, banging his head against the wall of the base non-stop. He. Now it's many against one. That's more like it, said Luck. Let's see if you can keep up that smile. Let's get him, exclaimed Naruto before he and his clones went on the attack. As soon as the first clone got close to him, he tried to punch him, but Luck dodged it with a leap before giving him a kick that sent him disappearing in a burst of smoke. All the clones tried to attack him with fists and kicks, but Luck quickly dodged all the attacks as he was striking with his lightning-wrapped fists and kicks, which made his blows more powerful, eliminating the clones in the process. However, that caused the area to fill with smoke due to the fallen clones. Go ahead. Throw as many clones at me as you want. I'll beat them all and then you, said Luck. Are you sure about that? Asked Naruto before charging towards Luck quickly, as did Luck, who lunged towards him like a bullet. Naruto tried to punch him, but Luck was faster than him and dodged the punch before throwing his own at Naruto. It looked like he had won, but then, Naruto disappeared in a burst of smoke, revealing himself to be a clone. Oh, that was another clone? Where's the real one? Asked Luck. Right here, exclaimed Naruto, emerging from the ground right in front of Luck. Because of how fresh and unexpected that was, Naruto managed to catch Luck by surprise and hit him with an uppercut that sent him flying. Luck has taken a hit. The winner is Naruto, announced Magna. Way to go, Naruto, said Asta. Interesting. Looks like he used the clones as a distraction while he created a path under the ground, said Nero. That way, he was able to circumvent Luck's detection ability and catch him off guard. Looks like he's not as much of an idiot as I thought, said Noelle. Yeah, so is Naruto, said Hinata with a smile. What do you think, Luck? Asked Naruto to the lightning mage who was lying on the ground. That's when Luck started laughing maniacally and stood up to show his usual smile, something that made the Jinchuriki a little nervous. Before Naruto could react, Luck lunged towards him at full speed, intending to give him a very hard and possibly fatal blow. Fortunately, Yami stepped in the way, causing Luck to stop. Slow down, Luck. You've lost. If you want to keep fighting, do it another time, said Yami. Okay, began Luck, undoing his lightning gauntlets and boots. We'll fight another time, Naruto. And there won't be anyone to stop us. That's fine with me. I haven't even shown you my best techniques, said Naruto with a grin. He. Me neither, said Luck. Okay, now that Naruto has already had his test, I guess it's your turn now, Hinata, said Vanessa. Why yes, but, who will I fight? Asked Hinata. Me, exclaimed Magna, raising his hand. After seeing those two fighting, I've been itching to fight too. I hope you won't have any trouble with this. And no, Magna. It's fine with me, said Hinata. With nothing more to say, Hinata and Magna took their positions while Naruto and Luck returned to the others. Just know that I won't hold back just because you're a girl, said Magna with a toothy grin. Hinata took a deep breath before looking at the fire mage with a serious look. Good, because I won't hold back either, said Hinata. Now you're talking, said Magna. Well, I guess I'll referee. Ready? Asked Yami, raising his hand. Go, said Yami, putting his hand down quickly. Fire creation magic, Grand Slam, shouted Magna, creating a fire bat. Hinata got into a fighting stance before. Byakugan, shouted Hinata, making the veins around her eyes too marked. Needless to say, everyone was a bit surprised by that. What did that girl activate? Asked Yami, since he wasn't present during the explanations. It's the Byakugan. According to Naruto, it's an eye technique from Hinata's family that allows her to see things that aren't seen through the human eye, like a person's energy circulatory system, said Zora. So that's your famous hidden jutsu, huh? Asked Magna before creating a fireball in his other hand. Let's see if those eyes can see this. Fire magic, exploding fireball, shouted Magna before throwing the fireball upwards and then hitting it with his bat like a baseball batter, launching the fireball towards Hinata at high speed. Hinata stood in place and moved out of the way just before the fireball hit the spot where she was standing before. Magna was surprised by that for a second before he started throwing fireballs non-stop. Hinata knew how to react quickly, being able to dodge all the incoming attacks as she was advancing towards the fire mage. When she got close enough, Magna tried to hit her with his bat, but Hinata ducked to dodge the attack while covering her hand with chakra. Gentle fist, shouted Hinata before slapping Magna's chest. That made Magna gasp in pain as he recoiled a little before kneeling down while holding his chest. Magna took a hit. Hinata is the winner, said Yami. Oh, I was hoping this would last a little longer, said Luck. What happened? It was just a punch and it hurt him a lot, said Finral. It's the Hyuga fighting style. It consists of injecting some of their chakra inside the body at the points of the circulation system, even damaging internal organs that are intertwined with the circulation system, said Naruto, remembering when he fought Neji. In other words, one hit from it can damage you internally, said Nero. Wow, that's impressive, said Asta with stars in his eyes. Oh my god. Magna, began Hinata before walking over and kneeling next to the fire mage. I didn't mean to hurt you too much. Are you okay? Huh. You definitely know how to pack a good punch. Don't worry. What doesn't kill me will make me stronger. So I won't fall for the same trick next time, said Magna with a toothy grin and a thumbs up. Hinata was taken aback by the fire mage's comment before smiling at her. It's okay, said Hinata before the two got up and went back to the others. You did fabled, Hinata. Well done, said Naruto with a smile. Thank you, said Hinata with a smile and a slight blush. Well, with all the tests completed, you are now officially members of the Black Bull. I hope you won't cause much more trouble than we already have, said Yami. Yes, Captain Yami, said Naruto with a military salute. We'll give our best effort, said Hinata. You better, said Yami with a small smile. Meanwhile, at the Golden Dawn base, everyone was in a courtyard where the solution proposed by Langris was going to be carried out. Which consisted of a fight between Sakura and Klaus. Hey, are you sure about this, Captain? Asked Mimosa. They have both agreed to do it, and as captain, I can't refuse their decision, said William. Besides, think about it, Mimosa. If Sakura defeats a high-ranking magic knight, there will be more reason for people not to be suspicious about her joining our squad, said Yuno. Exactly. Not to mention I'd like to behold the ninja's abilities in person, said Langris. Honestly, I feel the same way, said William. I hope you can take this seriously, said Klaus adjusting his glasses. Oh, believe me. You don't want to see me when I'm serious, said Sakura adjusting her gloves with a smile. Very well. The match will end when one of the opponents takes a hit. Are you ready? Asked William, raising his hand as the two opponents took position. Begin. Steel creation magic, violent rotating lance, shouted Klaus, creating several steel spears which he launched towards the pink-haired ninja. Sakura set about dodging the spears before quickly charging towards the steel mage, who kept throwing steel spears, only for Sakura to easily dodge them. In no time, Sakura caught up to Klaus, and before he could react, Sakura threw a punch that sent him flying backwards to the point where he impacted hard against the wall, leaving a crater in the process before falling to the ground unconscious. Needless to say, everyone gasped at that. It took a few seconds before Sakura realized what she did. Oh, I'm so sorry. I tried to hit him with little force, but I see it was still too much, said Sakura, feeling a little guilty about the steel mage. A little force? Asked Yuno, sweating a little, starting to fear what would happen if Sakura used all her strength. Hang in there, Klaus. I'm coming, said Mimosa. It won't be necessary. I provoked him and I'll be the one to help him, began Sakura before walking over to where the steel mage was. Being followed by the others, and when she approached him, she knelt down. He doesn't seem to have anything broken. That's good, said Sakura before clasping her hands together over him, and then, they were surrounded by a green aura. Sakura, is that? Asked William. Yes, it's a medical jutsu. One that should give him back enough strength to stand up, said Sakura. And so it was. For a few seconds later, Klaus let out a slight groan before opening his eyes. Seeing that, Sakura stopped applying her medical jutsu and allowed Klaus to sit up. What happened? Asked Klaus. That you lost completely, said Langris. And then Sakura healed you, said Yuno. I see. Thank you for that, Sakura, said Klaus. You're welcome. I hope we'll get along well as squad mates despite this, said Sakura with a smile. Of course, said Klaus before standing up along with Sakura. You're really skilled, Sakura. In fact, I've been thinking that you could teach me some things that can help me become stronger, said Yuno. Sure, no problem, said Sakura. As long as you don't get in his way or try anything with him, understood? Asked Belle, suddenly appearing in front of Sakura, startling her a little. Who are you? Asked Sakura. She's Belle, the wind spirit I have a bond with, said Yuno. So it's like a summoning contract, thought Sakura before noticing that Belle was staring at her. What's wrong? Your forehead, said Belle. What's wrong with my forehead? Asked Sakura with an anime streak running through her head, as she didn't like being picked on because of her forehead. It just reminds me of someone I can't stand, that's all, said Belle. That made a certain woolly mage let out a little sneeze. Belle, don't insult our new squad mate, said Yuno. I'm sorry, Yuno. You know I'm just looking out for you, said Belle. Despite the comment from before, Sakura couldn't help but chuckle. I hope you will use those skills to protect the kingdom during your stay in this world, said William. I will, Captain Vengeance, said Sakura. The three of them may not have been in precisely the same squad and they may not have known how long they would remain in that world, but those people were helping them as much as possible and they would be sure to return the favor by collaborating with the Magic Knights to protect the kingdom. Of course, even if they were Magic Knights of the Clover Kingdom right now, they would still be ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village. Besides, they couldn't help but think the same thing even if they didn't know it. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun being here, thought the three ninjas in unison. It was a new day in the Clover Kingdom, and that was how long it had been since the three leaf ninjas accidentally ended up in that world. Fortunately, they were found by the Magic Knights, and after informing the Wizard King, it was decided that they would help them find a way to return them to their world, and in the meantime, they would help the Magic Knights with their duties by joining their ranks, with Naruto and Hinata joining the squad of Black Bull and Sakura joining the squad of Golden Dawn. To get the trouble out of the way, they went through the books lying around and picked up a few which they placed in their respective cases that they would carry with them for people to take as grimoires. When it was time to sleep, they were given their own rooms to stay in during their time in that squad. The next morning, as they were eating breakfast, they were informed of something shocking to them. The Wizard King wanted to meet them in person. This was a big deal to them, for to them, the Wizard King was the equivalent of the Hokage, so they couldn't refuse the request in any way. Are you ready? We're not going back just because you have to go to the bathroom, said Yami. I think that would be more you than them, said Finral with a bead of sweat. Out of curiosity, what does the Wizard King look like? Asked Naruto curiously. He's unique in the kingdom, said Noel, not wanting to tell them, at the moment, that the Wizard King was an adult in a child's body. He's also the most powerful and respected mage in the kingdom. And someday I will be the next Wizard King, said Asta with stars in his eyes. Didn't you say he ruled the kingdom together with the king? Asked Hinata. Yes, but everyone respects Julius more than that king who only knows how to talk without doing anything, said Yami. Ha! You know? This reminds me of some events that happened a while ago in our village, said Naruto with a smile. Oh yeah? Tell, said Asta, wanting to know. You see, even though old Tsunade is the Hokage, she collaborates with the shogun of the Land of Fire. It's like there are two kings, in the same way as with you. There was a group that didn't like that and they wanted to eliminate the Hokage because they considered him a false king. We managed to stop them, and in the process, we learned something important, began Naruto, drawing the attention of the magic knights. If the situation was very serious, which of the two kings would you save first? Good question, said Noel. Obviously I would save the Wizard King, said Asta. Yes, I think that's the right solution. Although it wouldn't hurt to save the king either, since he's the one who runs the kingdom, said Noel. Wrong. None of those answers is the right one because they aren't the real kings, said Naruto. And who, according to you, are the real kings that should be saved first? Asked Yami, being curious about the answer. Well, the children, of course, began Naruto, to the surprise of the magic knights. The children are the future of any kingdom, because someday, one of those children could end up becoming the new Wizard King or king. That's why you have to save them first and foremost, said Naruto. The magic knights were impressed by the Jinchuriki's wise words. Truth be told, if something serious were to happen in the Clover Kingdom as happened with the elves, their main course of action would be to protect both civilians and the most important figures, but they had never seen it that way. No doubt that's something Julius would do. Thinking of others before himself. Like it happened that time, thought Yami, remembering when Julius sacrificed himself to protect the people of the kingdom. Asta was so amazed by those words that he began to feel admiration for the Jinchuriki, taking that as an important lesson for when he became the Wizard King. Naruto, I will never forget that thing you said. I'll be sure to remember it always, thought Asta with determination. Yami blew out a puff of smoke. Well, we've wasted too much time on this already. Finral, said Yami. Yes, said Finral before creating a portal. Is it safe? Asked Hinata. It is. It will be just like going through a normal gate, said Noel. If you want, we can go through together, said Naruto with a smile. Together? Asked Hinata mentally, blushing slightly in the process. I wouldn't mind. Cut the crap and come on through already, said Yami before walking through the portal. See you on the other side, said Asta as he and Noel passed the portal. The two ninjas stared at the portal for a moment, as they had never crossed a portal like that before and were feeling a bit nervous, but after taking a deep breath, the two passed through the portal together before Finral followed them, closing the portal shortly after. Soon after, Naruto and Hinata came out the other side of the portal and looked around to see that they were in a city. Wow! Where are we now? Asked Naruto. In the capital of the Clover Kingdom. Right across from the headquarters, explained Noel. So that's where the Wizard King is? Asked Hinata. Yes, and right now, he's waiting for us, so let's get going, said Yami before entering the building, followed by the others. That's when, upon entering, they came across something surprising. In the main room, there were William, Yuno, and Langris, but most notably, with them was a pink-haired girl with a certain metal band. The moment the girl and the two ninjas looked at each other, they gasped in surprise before they smiled at each other. Sakura, said Naruto and Hinata. Naruto. Hinata, said Sakura as the three of them walked over and gave each other a short hug. It's good to see you again. Same here. I was a little worried about you, said Hinata. I wasn't. You're not a girl to underestimate, said Naruto with a toothy grin. And don't you forget it, said Sakura. From what I see, you're a magic knight too, said Naruto pointing to the pink-haired ninja's robe. Yes, Captain Vengeance offered me to join his squad for as long as I remain in this world, and I see that you have done the same with your respective squad, said Sakura, noticing the robes of the two ninja. Well, yes. We couldn't turn down an offer like this, said Naruto. So how are you doing? Asked Sakura. Very well. You're all so nice. I hope it's the same with you, said Hinata. Don't worry. Everyone welcomed me despite my circumstances, said Sakura. Oh, so you're Naruto and Hinata's friend. It's nice to meet you. I'm Asta, said Asta approaching them. That's weird. I don't sense any magic or anything like that on him. Why would that be? Asked Sakura mentally before smiling at the magic-less boy. Likewise, Asta. Thank you for helping my friends. No need to give them. After all, they are now members of our squad, said Asta placing his hands on the two ninjas' shoulders. In the next instant, Finral stood in front of Sakura and grabbed her shoulders. So you're Sakura, huh? You're quite beautiful. Maybe we can go around and... began Finral acting flirtatiously before bending down and grabbing his head as he shivered. No, Finral. Your heart already belongs to Finesse. Despite his efforts, he hasn't changed much, thought Langris with a bead of sweat at his older half-brother's behavior. Is he all right? Asked Sakura a bit confused by that. Don't listen to him. In case you don't know, I'm Yami, the captain of this squad of stooges, said Yami. I see. I apologize in advance if Naruto has caused you any trouble, said Sakura. Hey, that I haven't done anything wrong, said Naruto offended by the comment. Except show us that depraved technique of yours, said Noel. So. Started Yuno approaching the Jinchuriki. You must be Naruto, right? Sakura told us about you. Well, I hope she said nice things about me, and that's right. Naruto Uzumaki here, said Naruto pointing his thumb at himself with a toothy grin. He really looks like Asta, thought Yuno comparing the Jinchuriki to her rival/adopted brother. Hey, Yuno, how's it going? You've been training, haven't you? Asked Asta. Of course. I must if I want to be the Wizard King, said Yuno. That's not going to happen, because I'm going to be the next Wizard King, said Asta with a smile. Wait, does that boy aspire to be the Wizard King too? Asked Hinata to her pink-haired friend. Yeah, it looks like it, said Sakura with a smile. Heh. Well, just know that I totally support Asta, said Naruto. You see? Even a ninja from another world thinks I'll be the Wizard King, and he aspires to be the leader of his ninja village, said Asta pointing at the Jinchuriki. In that case, I'll have to prove to him that I'm better than you and more deserving of being the Wizard King, said Yuno. In your dreams, said Asta. Don't those two remind you of someone? Asked Sakura to the Jinchuriki. Yes, they remind me and Sasuke a little bit. Though their rivalry seems more healthy and a normal competition, said Naruto thinking of his best friend/rival who he considered like a brother despite all the bad things he did. You're the captain of the squad Sakura is in, right? Asked Hinata to William. Thank you very much for helping her. No problem. I did what was right, said William with a smile. Well, if we're done with the nice reunion, let's be on our way. Julius will have been waiting for us all along, said Yami. Then, let's not keep him waiting any longer, said William. With all said and done, they all set off to go see the most powerful mage in the kingdom. After a while of walking, they arrived at the Wizard King's office, and once they entered, the ninjas saw two people. One was a man with short blue hair, but more noticeably there was a boy younger than them sitting behind a desk. Huh? What about this kid? Is he lost or something? Asked Naruto pointing at the boy. The boy had to cover his mouth to keep the slightest giggle from escaping him. Naruto, that kid is the Wizard King, said Asta. The three ninja were taken aback at the revelation as the magicless boy's words stuck in their minds. What? Asked the three ninja looking wide-eyed at the boy. You're the Wizard King? No offense, but you're a kid, said Sakura. The blue-haired man, that is, Mark's, Julius' chief assistant, was about to say something, but Julius raised his hand to stop him. I admit that my appearance may fool people, but I'm actually over 40 years old, said Julius. Really? We're really sorry for the confusion, said Hinata, bowing slightly by way of apology. It's okay. It's normal for people to think that when they see me, said Julius. Forgive us if we were a little late, said William. Yeah, since those guys had things to talk about after they met, said Yami. That's understandable, so don't worry about it, said Julius. So, Julius, what exactly did you want to see us for? Asked Naruto. Well, Yami and William told me about you and I was curious to see you in person, especially now that you're part of the Magic Knights, said Julius. I assure you that we will do our best to protect this kingdom that has welcomed us without problems, said Sakura. I believe so, said Julius. We also want to thank you for helping us find a way back to our world, said Hinata. It's nothing. As a wizard king, it is my duty to help those who need help no matter if they aren't mages or if they aren't from this world, said Julius. Well said, said Naruto with a thumbs up. Oh, I almost forgot. One last thing. Began Julius with a very serious look, causing the three ninjas to be filled with curiosity, and then, the Wizard King's serious look changed to a starry-eyed smile. What kind of skills do you have with chakra? I've been told it's similar to magic and I want to see it firsthand. The three ninjas couldn't help but be very confused as they watched the most important person in the kingdom act like a child who wanted his parents to buy him a new toy. Impressive abilities, sir. Naruto can transform and create clones of himself. And Hinata have special eyes that allow her to see the energy circuitry of others, said Asta, mentioning what he saw during their initiation fights. And Sakura can channel chakra into her body to become much stronger, said Yuno, mentioning what he saw during her initiation bout. Really? Can you show me? Asked Julius excitedly. Sakura and Hinata looked at each other before nodding. Byakugan, shouted Hinata, making the veins around her eyes stand out too much as Sakura simply jumped up to stand upright on the ceiling face down. Unbelievable, exclaimed Julius before approaching the white-eyed girl, making her a little nervous. Can you really see things with that technique? Asked Julius before standing near the pink-haired ninja. Can you do it with just the ceiling or something else? Is he really an adult? Asked the three ninjas mentally, confused by the Wizard King's childish behavior. Ahem. I ask you to behave yourself, Mr. Julius, said Marx. Oh, sorry. I guess I got carried away, began Julius with closed eyes and a nervous smile as he scratched his cheek before returning to his seat and turning his gaze to the Jinchuriki. As for you, can you show me that transformation? Asked Julius to the Jinchuriki. If you ask, with much pleasure. Began Naruto, preparing to execute his personal technique, but before he could continue. Don't even think of it, exclaimed Sakura and Noel, making the Jinchuriki stop, as they didn't want Naruto to use that technique in front of the Wizard King. Your Majesty, forgive my recent behavior, but believe me when I tell you that you shouldn't see that technique, said Noel, trying to convince him. Oh, but I want to. Show it, said Julius with a pout of frustration. Even if I don't agree with his behavior, I suggest you honor his request, said Marx. You heard him. I can't refuse a request from the Wizard King, can I? Asked Naruto with a winning smile. Sigh. I guess not, said Sakura. But don't say I didn't warn you, said Noel. With nothing else to object to, Naruto waved his hands, causing her to be enveloped in an explosion of smoke, and when the smoke cleared. Sexy jutsu, shouted Naruto, revealing himself to have turned into a girl with two pigtails and completely naked as he blew a kiss into the air. Julius shot blood out of his nose like a fountain before he fell to the ground, chair included. Finral suddenly fainted as he shot blood out of his nose, as did Marx. Langris had to quickly hold her nose to avoid bleeding, as did Yuno, though they couldn't help blushing. Yami and William were simply taken aback by that. What's wrong? Why are you covering my eyes, Noel? Asked Asta as Noel, who was completely red with embarrassment, covered his eyes with her hands. Because I don't want you to see things like this, do you understand? Asked Noel. Why am I really doing this? It's not like I care if Asta sees another girl naked. Once finished, Naruto returned to his normal form. Ha! This reminds me of when I was showing it to the old Hokage, said Naruto, remembering the third Hokage. Ha ha ha. It really is a unique and powerful technique, said Yami, laughing at the scene. No doubt. It's brought the Wizard King down in one hit and effectively, said William. Kiddo, began Marks as he stood up with lines of blood under his nose. How dare you do that to His Majesty, the Wizard King? Hey, don't blame me. Both you and he asked me to, said Naruto. I already warned you, but you followed, said Noel, releasing the eyes of the boy without magic. Why, you're right, began Julius, putting the chair back in place before sitting down as he wiped his mouth with a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. I asked him myself regardless, so it's my fault for not listening. That's not in anyone's doubt, said Yami. They also said you could clone yourself, said Julius. That's right, began Naruto before gesturing with his hands to make a clone appear next to him through a burst of smoke. I can create as many clones as I want. And each and every one of us is as real as the real thing. When we fall apart, what we learned is passed on to the original, said Naruto's clone. That's awesome. I wish I could do that. Then I could go around seeing different kinds of magic while my clone does my job, said Julius. Don't say things like that, Mr. Julius, said Marks. I'd like to do that too, thought Asta and Yuno at the same time, but their reasons were different from Julius, since, if a clone learned something new while the original learned something else, it would be like learning two things at the same time, which would be very useful, and they would use that to try to become stronger. So, does that cover everything? Asked Sakura. Well, yes. At the moment, there are no missions for you, so take advantage of being reunited to hang out and get some rest, said Julius. That's fine. You're the boss even though you're a young old man, said Yami. See you around, said Naruto, waving as they all left the room. Well, what did you think of the Wizard King? Asked Asta as they walked through the halls of the headquarters. It's true that his looks are deceiving, but you can tell he's a good person, said Hinata. Yeah, he reminds me a bit of Gaara, said Naruto. Gaara? Asked Noel. He's a friend of ours our age who is the Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village, said Sakura. Wow. He's our age and he's already the leader of his own ninja village? That's great. It gives me more encouragement to become the Wizard King, declared Asta. Not unless I am first, said Yuno. So what do we do now? Asked Hinata. Julia said let's hang out, right? In that case, let's do it, said Naruto with a toothy grin. Yeah, and since we're in the capital, we could show you around, said Asta. That's a good idea, said Yuno. It sounds like it to me too. I was actually curious about this kingdom, said Sakura. As someone of royalty, I can show you the best sights in the capital and beyond if you want, said Noel, tossing her ponytail behind her shoulder. You won't mind if we go around for a while, will you, Captain Yami? Asked Naruto. Not at all. As far as I'm concerned, you can do whatever you want, said Yami. As long as you don't get into too much trouble, since you are now Magic Knights of the Clover Kingdom, said William. Of course, Captain Vengeance, said Sakura with a smile. Thank you for your understanding, said Hinata with a smile. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go there, exclaimed Asta, pointing to the front. Yes, to explore a new kingdom, exclaimed Naruto, pointing to the front along with the anti-magic user. After meeting the Wizard King in person, the three ninjas, along with their new friends, the Magic Knights, went to hang out in the streets of the capital. As they walked through the streets, the three ninjas kept looking around, as the capital looked like a quiet and peaceful place, much like their home. That made them feel a little homesick, but considering that many people were helping them, they stopped feeling it, plus they felt some excitement at the idea of experiencing things in a new world. Well, how do you like the capital so far? Asked Noel. It looks very nice. It reminds me of our home, said Hinata. With the only difference being that people don't use magic, said Naruto as he watched some people use their magic for normal tasks like sweeping or watering plants. Maybe so, but it really is a nice place to live in, said Sakura. Yeah. I wish everyone in the Forsaken Realm would experience this, said Asta. The Forsaken Realm? Asked Naruto confused. You see, the kingdom is divided into 3 realms. We are in the noble realm, which is where almost all the nobility is located along with those with great magical power. Beyond that is the common realm, where middle-class people with normal magical power live. And very close to the borders is the Forsaken Realm, which is where the poorer people with less magical power live, said Noel. In fact, Asta and I come from a village located in that realm, said Yuno. Well, I don't like it. They practically look down on people who don't have much magical power, said Naruto. Well, Naruto, that's just the way it is. Besides, it's not that different from our world. For example, there are ninja villages that aren't as powerful as ours and the other 4. As well as there are towns and villages with people in similar situations to the Forsaken Realm. It's all a matter of balance, said Sakura. Seen from that point. It makes sense, said Hinata. Well, I'll change that. When I am Wizard King, I will make the people of the Forsaken Realm live better so that they can always be happy. Not only that, but I will prove that anyone, whether commoner, noble, someone who has magical power or who has none at all, can achieve great things like becoming the Wizard King, said Asta. That's the way I like it, Asta. Make sure you do that when you become one, said Naruto with a thumbs up. And if you don't make it, I'll be the one to take care of it, said Yuno. I won't let you. I'll get stronger to surpass you and be the Wizard King before you, said Asta. Impossible, said Yuno. The 3 ninjas laughed lightly at the scene. Ugh. What am I going to do with him? Asked Noelle, rolling her eyes at her squad mate's behavior. It was then that they heard a slight grunt and turned their gaze towards the Jinchuriki. Hee hee. I guess all that talking has given me an appetite, said Naruto, rubbing the back of his head. Me too. Hey, look. We can have some of those, said Asta, pointing to a stall where an old woman was selling snakes hooked on sticks. What's that? Asked Hinata, feeling a little disgusted. Grilled purple snake. They're very cheap and they're very tasty, said Asta. But what nonsense are you talking? How can you even think of offering them something as vulgar as that? We should offer them only the best of the best, said Noelle. I agree with Miss Royalty, said Naruto. Thank you. Hey, exclaimed Noelle, offended by the last thing he said. You wouldn't happen to have ramen around here, would you? Asked Naruto. I don't even know what that is, said Yuno. That made Naruto depressed to the point where black horizontal lines formed above his head. I guessed as much. Poor me, said Naruto. Eea, said Hinata, patting him on the back to try to cheer him up. What's with the ramen? Asked Asta. A food from our village that Naruto loves more than anything else. It's basically noodles and soup, said Sakura. Wait, noodles? Is that all? I happened to hear about a restaurant that recently opened up nearby here that serves a meal like that, said Noelle. The next instant, Naruto appears before her, startling her a little. Are you serious? Asked Naruto. Why yes, said Noelle. Thank you. You saved my life, said Naruto with anime tears running down his face. Don't overreact either, exclaimed Noelle with a frown. I'm beginning to wonder if he's any relation to Asta, thought Yuno with a bead of sweat. Soon after, the 6 of them stood in front of the restaurant Noelle mentioned. Here we are, said Noelle. Good. I can't wait to try the ramen, said Naruto, rubbing his hands together in desire. You shouldn't get too excited. After all, it won't be the same ramen as Ichiraku, said Sakura. Maybe, but for me, ramen is ramen and that's good enough for me, said Naruto. They entered the restaurant and then, Asta noticed something out of the corner of her eye and turned her head to see someone familiar at a table. Hey, isn't that Charmy? asked Asta pointing to the side. The others looked in that direction to see the cotton mage with her back to them as she ate a pile of dishes. Well yes, that's her, said Hinata. Do you know her? Asked Sakura. Yes, she's a member of our squad, said Noelle. Come on, let's go say hello to her, began Naruto before they approached the table where the cotton mage was sitting. Hey, Charmy, said Naruto catching her attention. Ah, hello there, Naruto. I see you've come and brought the others n. Began Charmy before becoming very nervous as soon as she saw a certain wind mage. Emil saving Prince, thought Charmy very nervously. It was then that she noticed the table cluttered with dishes and blushed with embarrassment about it before stuttering a bit as she quickly cleared the table, leaving it almost clean, with the dishes on the side. Don't just stand there. Come on, sit down, said Charmy. We won't disturb, asked Yuno. Not at all. Why you'd never be a bother, said Charmy. That's good. Besides, the more the merrier the food tastes, said Naruto. I agree, said Asta. With no problem, they all sat down at the table, with Yuno sitting next to Charmy, much to her embarrassment. He sat next to me, thought Charmy blushing in embarrassment. By the way, began Sakura, snapping the cotton mage out of her state. I don't think we were introduced. I'm Sakura, friend of Naruto and Hinata and member of Golden Dawn. It's a pleasure to meet you, said Sakura extending her hand towards her. Likewise, said Charmy shaking hands with the pink-haired ninja's hand. Now that I look at her, thought Sakura noticing the cotton mage's shiny forehead, and then, she remembered what Belle told her about her when they first met. It just reminds me of someone I can't stand, that's all, said Belle in the pink-haired ninja's mind. So she was referring to her, but what exactly does she have against her, asked Sakura mentally. What are you doing here, Charmy, asked Noelle. Isn't it obvious? Wherever there's a new restaurant, I'll be there to eat their food, said Charmy proudly. Well, by the looks of it, you've been there long enough, said Yuno looking at the piles of plates nearby. Well, it's just that the food was so good I couldn't resist, said Charmy rubbing the back of her head. Really? Even the noodles those? Asked Naruto. Especially the noodles, said Charmy. Then I must try them without fail. And if I like them, I'm going to eat so much that I'll surpass your current amount, said Naruto pointing to the piles of dishes. Is that a food challenge? I warn you, I've never lost one, said Charmy with a challenging smile. Me neither, said Naruto. I'm up for the challenge. I'll beat my food limit and beat you both, said Asta. No more talk, said Naruto. Waiter, exclaimed the three of them, starting their food challenge. Your friend is a bit of a jerk, said Noelle to the ninja girls. That's Naruto for you, said Sakura with a smile. Although Asta is just like him in that too, don't you think? Asked Hinata. Fair point, said Noelle. For the next few minutes, plate after plate came to the table and the three of them set about eating them non-stop, trying to outdo each other. Of course, while they were with their duel, the others just ate their plates normally, completely ignoring the dueling food right next to them, though that didn't go unnoticed by the rest of the people in the restaurant who watched the duel in awe and a bit of fear. I can't take it anymore, groaned Asta with a full stomach before collapsing right onto Noelle's lap, making her blush brightly. Bacasta! Get out of there at once, demanded Noelle. But I can't move, and besides, it's very comfortable here, said Asta, making Noelle's blush increase. Well, for this time I'll leave you, but just for a little while, do you hear me? Asked Noelle. I can't take it anymore either, began Naruto, groaning with a full stomach before watching Charmy continue to eat. How can she keep eating? Asked Naruto in surprise. That's one of the mysteries of our squad, said Noelle, not realizing she was petting Asta's head like a cat. Well, at least I came in second place, said Naruto. More like third, said Sakura. What, third? But Asta couldn't have eaten more than me and there were only 3 of us competing, said Naruto. True, but there's someone who wasn't competing and still beat you, said Sakura pointing to the side. Naruto looked in that direction and was surprised to see a stack of dishes much smaller than Charmy's, but larger than Naruto's, next to Hinata, who was wiping her mouth with a napkin before she noticed Naruto staring at her. What's wrong? Asked Hinata a little nervously. Wow, Hinata. I had no idea you had such an appetite, said Naruto, making Hinata blush a little. I am sorry if that seems weird to you, said Hinata with her head down as she pressed her index fingers together. Weird? I find it unbelievable. We should meet up sometime at the Ichiraku to duel by ourselves, said Naruto. Meet up? The two of us, alone? Like on a date? Asked Hinata, blushing a hell of a lot more than before. In the end, she couldn't take it and fainted, falling right into Naruto's lap. Huh? Hinata, what's wrong? Did she give you a digestion hit? Asked Naruto very nervously. You really haven't noticed? Asked Noelle with a bead of sweat. I'm asking myself the same question too, commented Sakura with a drop of sweat. While all that was going on, Charmy was eating the last plate of food. Ah, I feel better already, said Charmy, sighing in relief as she patted her full stomach. You really like to eat, said Yuno. Charmy blushed a little as she remembered who was next to her. I just everything was so good and I like food so much that, said Charmy, a little embarrassed. You shouldn't be embarrassed. I like people who can do with a lot of enthusiasm what they like, said Yuno with a small smile. Does that mean he like people like me? Asked Charmy mentally as she blushed a little more before shaking her head to focus on the situation. Oh, why you shouldn't say things like that to a girl, said Charmy, patting Yuno's arm. You, exclaimed Belle as she tugged on Charmy's bow tie. La? Asked Charmy, startled by the recent act. I told you Yuno belonged to me. So stop using that seductive spell of yours on him, brat, exclaimed Belle. You again? I told you, with this sexy body of mine I don't need to use any seductive spells, said Charmy, proud of her body. But you're still a big-fronted midget, said Belle. La? What did you call me? Asked Charmy before she and the wind spirit collided foreheads, trying to push each other away. You're one to talk, you little insect. You'd better stay away from my Yuno or you'll know what's good, you little raccoon, said Belle. La. That's it, began Charmy before creating a cotton butterfly catcher. This time I'm going to fry you and eat you. After that, Charmy went running around the restaurant trying to catch Belle, who was flying back and forth while throwing small specks of dust at the cotton mage to knock her down. Belle, knock it off. You're making fools of yourselves, said Yuno. So that was why they hate each other, huh? They remind me a bit of me and Ino when we were kids, thought Sakura before looking at her other companions, with Asta lying on Noelle's lap, who was petting him obliviously, and Hinata lying on Naruto's lap, who was still acting nervously, wondering what to do. I wonder where he is now. Dreamy sigh. I hope I can see him when we get back to our world, thought Sakura with her head resting on her hand as she thought of a certain someone who held a place in her heart despite everything he put her through. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion was heard from outside the restaurant, causing Charmy and Belle to stop their fight as Asta and Hinata stood up from their respective places. What was that? Asked Hinata. I don't know, but let's find out, said Asta. Yeah, said Naruto before he and everyone else left. Wait. Who will pay the bill? Asked the manager. Pass it to Captain Yami of the Black Bull, said Naruto before they left the restaurant. Once they got outside, they saw smoke coming out of a store and then, several hooded people came out of that store through the smoke before quickly fleeing. Shortly after, an elderly woman came out coughing from the smoke. Help. Thieves. I've been robbed, said the old woman, hoping someone would help her. Those guys from before must have been the robbers, said Hinata. We can't let them escape. After them, said Naruto. I'll stay to make sure no one gets hurt, said Charmy. Right. Let's not waste any more time, said Yuno before grabbing a nearby broom and using his magic to levitate it. You can do that too? Asked Sakura. It's the most basic thing for mages, said Noelle, getting on Yuno's broom. I can't do that, but I don't care. I'll catch them with my own feet, said Asta. We'll do it too. Let's go, said Naruto before he, Asta, Sakura and Hinata took off running in the direction of the thieves, with Yuno and Noelle following them through the air with the flying broom. We have everything we need, said one of the robbers. Yes, the boss will be pleased, said another of the thieves. I just hope we have what he really wants, said a third thief. We'll have to ask him to find out, said a fourth thief. Less talking and more running away. If we get caught by the magic knights, we'll be lost, said a fifth thief. Don't worry. As it is, I doubt that. Began a sixth thief with slight arrogance, when suddenly. Freeze! The six thieves turned their heads to see the ninjas and magic knights chasing them. Why did you have to talk? Asked the third thief to the sixth thief. Never mind. There aren't many of them. Let's split up and try to meet up later. You. Began the first thief, looking at the second thief who had the bag with the stolen material. Whatever happens, don't lose the goods. Make sure it is delivered to the boss, whatever it takes. Understood, said the second thief. Good. Let's split up, said the first thief before he and the other thieves went their separate ways. They're trying to throw us off by splitting up, said Sakura. We'll do the same. Let each of us chase one thief and catch him, said Yuno. Right, said Noelle before jumping off the broom to land on the ground and run with the others. With a joint nod, the six of them split into the same paths that the six thieves took. Ha! Stupid magic knights. They won't be able to catch me that easily, said the sixth thief with a smirk of arrogance. Who are you saying they won't be able to catch me that easily? Me, of course, said the sixth thief looking to his side, and his smile was immediately wiped off when he saw that Yuno was flying with his broom right next to him. Asked the sixth thief, so surprised that he quickly stopped as he backed up a bit. Seeing that his target had stopped, Yuno got off the broom. I advise you to make this simpler for both of us and give up, said Yuno. Grr. You think I'll give up just because you ask me to? Don't underestimate me, exclaimed the sixth thief as his grimoire floated to his side. Wood magic, stakes from the fallen tree, shouted the sixth thief, creating stakes which he shot towards the wind mage. Wind magic, tornado fang, shouted Yuno, shooting a tornado that shattered the stakes before hitting the sixth thief, pushing him into impacting him against a wall, knocking him down in the process. I think it was you who underestimated me. The fifth thief was running through the streets of the capital before turning his head and seeing Sakura quickly chasing him to the point where it wouldn't be long before he caught up to her. I have to get rid of her any way I can. Sand magic, impalement field, shouted the fifth thief, shooting a pile of sand that covered the ground. The moment Sakura stepped on the sandy ground, she had a bad feeling and jumped backwards immediately, managing to avoid a bunch of sharp stalagmites that emerged from the ground. Seeing that she could no longer continue along the ground, Sakura jumped onto a wall and used chakra to run across them as if it were normal ground, much to the surprise of the fifth thief. Asked the fifth thief. Due to his state of surprise, Sakura was able to catch up to him right away and jumped towards him with her fist pulled back. Fortunately, the fifth thief noticed that and quickly moved out of the way to avoid a punch that left cracks in the floor. You have no escape, said Sakura, getting up. I won't go down without a fight. Sand magic, colossal armor, shouted the fifth thief, causing sand to swirl around him to form an armor that made him look like a large, muscular warrior. This armor is harder than steel. You won't be able to damage it at all. Are you sure about that? Asked Sakura. The fifth thief let out a battle cry before charging towards Sakura with the intention of hitting her with his fist wrapped in the sand armor. However, when the punch was thrown, Sakura dodged it before punching him in the chest, completely shattering the sand armor, causing the fifth thief to go into shock. Before he could react, the punch continued to advance and hit him hard in the stomach, sending him flying into a wall, leaving a crater in the process, and then, the fifth thief fell to the ground defeated. "Your sand defense is nothing compared to Gaara's supreme defense," said Sakura, remembering how strong in defense the Kazekage was with the help of his sand. Hinata was jumping from rooftop to catch up with the fourth thief who was fleeing through the streets. Then, with one more leap, she landed right in front of him, stopping him in the process. "The run is over." "Surrender," said Hinata. The fourth thief was going to refuse until he saw Hinata's body and face. "Hey, you know, you're not so bad. How about we make a deal? You let me go and in return I'll put you through a good experience," said the fourth thief with a perverted grin. "No way. There's only one person I'll give myself to and it's not you," said Hinata. "Ugh. It really is a shame to waste something like that. If you won't accept the easy way, you'll accept the hard way." "Dust magic, closing curtain," shouted the fourth thief before expelling a pile of dust that covered the entire area. Hinata coughed a little before looking around, only to see dust in the air. "Byakugan," shouted Hinata, causing the veins around her eyes to mark a little more before taking a fighting stance. "Ha ha ha. You can defend yourself all you want, but thanks to my dust cloud, you won't be able to find me. I'll beat you up, knock you down, and then take you with me. Then we can spend a lot of time together," said the fourth thief hiding in the dust cloud. "I'm sorry, but I already have plans with someone," said Hinata, keeping her guard up. "Then suffer," said the fourth thief, lunging at her from the side with a dagger. Hinata stood still, as if she didn't see what the fourth thief was doing, and as he was about to stab her, Hinata quickly turned and swung the dagger away from her hand with a swipe, to the fourth thief's surprise and before he could react. "Gentle fist," shouted Hinata, covering her palms with chakra before giving the fourth thief several body blows, and when she double slapped him in the chest, she knocked him down, causing the cloud of dust to dissipate. Hinata let out a sigh as she undid her Byakugan. "He's a much better person than you'll ever be," said Hinata with a slight blush at the thought of that person. The third thief was running through the streets trying to escape from Noelle, who was chasing him relentlessly. "She's persistent," said the third thief when suddenly a ball of water hit the ground very close to him, forcing him to stop before turning around to see Noelle standing there with her wand pointed at him. "One more step and I assure you I won't miss," said Noelle. "Wait a minute. That hair. Those eyes. Don't tell me you're from the Silva family," said the third thief in horror. "I'm glad you know who I am," said Noelle, tossing her ponytail behind her shoulder. "Grr. Yes, and I want you to know too that I hate royalty. That's why I'll see to it that you suffer." "Storm magic, roaring thunder beast," shouted the third thief as his raised hands shot out lightnings that gathered together and took the shape of a panther's head made of smoke with lines of lightning as well as sparks emitting around it. "Humph. Please. Let me show you a better spell than that." "Water creation magic, sea dragon's roar," shouted Noelle as a water dragon head formed on her wand. Both heads roared as they shot out towards their target and collided with each other. The two attacks remained neutral before the dragon undid the panther and continued its journey towards the third thief, hitting it in the process and causing a smokescreen. When it dissipated, Noelle walked over to see the unconscious third thief. "Despite being a thief, would have liked to understand your hatred of royalty," said Noelle. The first thief, the squad leader, turned his head to see Asta running at high speed to the point where he would catch up with him in a few seconds. "How come that kid is running so fast?" "I'll try to throw him off," said the first thief before entering through an alleyway. The first thief went from one street to another, passing through the alleyways in order to completely throw the magicless boy off the scent. Just as he came out of another alley, Asta slid across the ground to stand in front of him, startling him a little. "What the? How could you catch me?" asked the first thief. "I just took a shortcut." "Game over for you," said Asta with a serious look. "No talking. This is far from over. Corrosion magic, orb of death," shouted the first thief, creating a sphere of dark brown energy and hurled it towards Asta. Reacting quickly, Asta pulled his Demon Slayer sword from his grimoire, with which he hit the sphere like a baseball and sent it slamming into a wall, causing the sphere to create a hole in the process. Impossible. My corrosion magic undoes anything, including metal. How come your sword wasn't affected? Asked the first thief. If you want, I'll explain it to you in person, said Asta before charging towards him at full speed. The first thief set about throwing more corrosion spheres, but Asta was able to nimbly dodge them while still charging towards him. Corrosion creation magic, corrosive wall, shouted the first thief, creating a dome of dark brown energy around him. If that sword touches the barrier, it should be undone immediately. It won't work, exclaimed Asta, having reached it and swung his Demon Slayer sword, being able to cut through the barrier as if it were air, undoing it in the process, much to the horror of the first thief. It can't be, exclaimed the first thief in horror. With another battle cry, Asta raised his sword and brought it down hard and fast, striking the first thief in the shoulder and pushing him until he impacted him against the ground, creating a small crater in the process. I hope, at least, he escaped, thought the first thief before slipping into unconsciousness. I won't allow the likes of you to ruin the peace of the kingdom, said Asta, placing his sword over his shoulder. The second thief, who was carrying the bag with the material, ran relentlessly through the streets with the intention of getting as far away as possible from his pursuers. Turning his head back, he discovered that there was no one chasing him. Just as well. I seem to have thrown them off. I'd better get going as soon as possible, said the second thief. What he didn't know was that Naruto was jumping from rooftop to rooftop as he chased the second thief from points where he couldn't see him. While chasing him, Naruto decided to end it as soon as possible, so he waved his hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu, shouted Naruto, creating a clone with a burst of smoke, and then, that clone grabbed him before spinning around a couple of times. Uzumaki Throw, shouted Naruto as the clone threw him at high speed just before disappearing in another smoke explosion. Thanks to that, Naruto caught up to the thief in no time and kicked him in the back of the head that made him fall face first to the ground as Naruto landed in front of him. Very well, friend. Give back what you stole and I might let you keep all your teeth, said Naruto. Ugh. I was so close, began the second thief as he stood up. But I can't do it. I'm not going to give up that easily. Determined to do it, huh? I like that, but it won't save you from me, began Naruto before gesturing with his hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu, shouted Naruto, causing several clones to appear, via smoke explosions, around the second thief, completely surrounding him. What is this? Asked the second thief in shock, as he wasn't expecting that at all. This is what you'll get if you don't surrender. What do you say to that? Asked Naruto. The second thief gritted his teeth from sheer frustration due to how things had ended for him, but he couldn't back down. He had a task to accomplish, and as he had been taught, they were to accomplish their mission no matter what happened or how many fell in the process. I say. I don't care, exclaimed the second thief as his grimoire floated open beside him. Steam creation magic, fiery cannons, shouted the second thief as 4 steam cannons formed around him, shooting bullets towards the clones. Some clones were hit by the cannonballs, disappearing in the process, but the rest of the clones charged towards him, who continued to shoot steam cannonballs. Then, 3 clones slid down to be right under him and kicked him, sending him flying. That's when one of the clones knelt down and Naruto used it as a springboard to be above the second thief. Naruto Uzumaki Barrage, shouted Naruto before giving the second thief an axe kick that sent him to the ground with a thud. The second thief groaned from the great pain he was in before seeing Naruto fall towards him with his fist pulled back to deliver the final blow. I have to escape no matter what. Steam magic, big sauna, the second thief shouted before shooting out a bunch of steam. That caused Naruto to have to shield his face with his arms as he deflected his fall slightly, landing away from where the second thief was. When the steam dissipated, Naruto lowered his arms to see that the second thief was gone. Where is he? asked Naruto. He escaped, said a Naruto clone. He must have used that attack to distract us and escape, said another Naruto clone. He can't be far away. Split up and search for him, said Naruto, receiving a nod from his clones before they all split up to search for their target. Later, Hinata, Sakura, Asta, Noel and Yuno were in an area with 5 of the 6 thieves unconscious and tied up. This should hold them in place until they are taken away, said Sakura. What worries me is that none of them were carrying the stolen merchandise, said Noel. It's very likely that what's left of them has it, said Yuno. And Naruto isn't here either. Did something happen to him? Asked Hinata. Nothing at all. I'm sure he'll show up with that thief and what he stole, said Asta, trusting his new friend. Soon after, everyone saw Naruto arrive, but with his head down, which confused the others, especially seeing him coming back empty-handed. Naruto, what happened? Where is the thief you were chasing? Asked Sakura. He escaped, said Naruto. What do you mean he escaped? Asked Noel. During our fight, he unleashed an attack that distracted me enough for him to escape, said Naruto. Did you try to track him down? Asked Yuno. I was for a while looking for him. But even when I had the help of my clones, I couldn't find him anywhere, began Naruto before patting her face. Ugh. How could I let that happen? That's when he noticed a hand on his shoulder and pulled his hand away from his face to see Hinata looking at him sympathetically. It's not your fault, Naruto. You did what you could, said Hinata with a smile. Besides, it's okay. We got the rest of the gang captured, said Asta, pointing to the bound thieves. He's right. It would be enough to interrogate them until they reveal where their partner will take what he stole, said Sakura. By the way, does anyone know what exactly they stole? Asked Naruto curiously. Charmy questioned the old woman who gave the tip, and she said they took a bunch of old books, said Yuno. Just that? They didn't steal money or anything? What would they want something like that for? Asked Noel, very confused. Who knows, began Naruto with a shrug. But next time I see that guy, I'll make sure he doesn't escape from me again, said Naruto with a determined smile as he pounded his fist with his palm. That's right. Let's not give up yet, said Asta, supporting his new friend as he patted his back. What should we do now? Asked Hinata. The first thing would be to make sure those guys are in good hands, said Yuno, pointing his thumb at the bound thieves. And after that, we could use the time left in the day to continue hanging out, said Sakura. Yeah, there are still things left to show you in this kingdom, said Asta. Huh. I'm looking forward to seeing all of that, said Naruto with a smile. After they checked that the captured thieves were taken care of by the authorities and informed them of what happened, the 6 went off to continue enjoying the day, confident that the matter of the escaped thief would be resolved in no time. Speaking of that thief, he was on the outskirts of the capital, sitting by a tree while breathing heavily. It's been a close call. If it hadn't been for that, he would have been captured and the mission would have been considered a failure, began the thief before getting up. I can't just stand around. Surely they will be searching in greater quantity than before, said the thief before checking the bag to see its contents, which consisted of a pile of books. All this for a bunch of absurd books. If it were up to me, I would have refused his commission, but work is work, and as we usually say, no matter what happens or how many we drop, we do our duty for the right price, said the thief before setting off. As he ran, a sudden wind blew his cloak, allowing him to see that on his arm was a symbol of 2 snakes intertwined in a V shape, with a small skull next to a coin in the hole in the middle. For the rest of the day, the 3 ninjas and the 3 magic knights walked leisurely through the capital without further incident. In the process, Naruto suggested buying souvenirs for the people of their world as soon as they returned. Of course, if they bought things that worked with magic, it wouldn't work the same way with chakra, as they had tested it to prove. Despite that, they were able to buy many things following the advice of the magic knights, including souvenirs, clothes, and the odd thing or two. As the ninjas had no money, the magic knights offered to pay them, which at first they wanted to refuse, but in the end, they were convinced, although they promised that they would return the money with the payment they would receive as magic knights. By the time it was getting dark, they decided to finalize everything and said their goodbyes before leaving for their respective squads. It was already dark, and at that time, Naruto, Hinata, Asta and Noel were returning to their base. "Honestly, aside from the thief thing, it's been a fun day," said Naruto. "Yeah, I wouldn't mind repeating it," said Hinata. "Good idea. In fact, we should invite everyone else." "A get-together with everyone in the squad," said Asta with stars in his eyes. "Humph. I guess it wouldn't hurt to hang out with all of them even if most of them are lunatics," said Noel. "But that's what makes this squad fun." "Right?" asked Asta. "That's true," said Hinata with a smile. "Well, at least we can be glad that this day is over without any more trouble," said Naruto just as they entered the base. However, the moment they did, they were petrified to see Yami standing in front of them with a sinister aura surrounding him. "Let's see, you bunch of brats," began Yami before showing the bill from a certain restaurant. "Why did I get a bill from a restaurant I've never been to in my life for food I didn't eat myself?" Naruto became very nervous as he remembered that as he left the restaurant, he told the manager to send the bill to his captain, i.e. Yami. He wouldn't have done that had he thought correctly about what would happen later. I can explain," said Naruto. "You do that," said Yami. "Well, I began Naruto before making a gesture with his hands, causing him to be enveloped in a burst of smoke, and when it dissipated, it was revealed that he had turned into a girl with pigtails and naked. "I'm so sorry," said Naruto making puppy dog eyes. The next instant, Yami grabbed him by the head and lifted him to his full height. "Hey, brat. If you think you can cajole me with that form like any other, you're totally wrong," said Yami, tightening his grip, causing Naruto, who returned to his normal form, to start screaming in pain. Hinata and Asta stared in concern and slight fear as Noel just sighed in defeat. "It was too much to ask, wasn't it?" asked Noel, referring to what Naruto said about ending the day without any trouble. The sun was shining on a new day in the Clover Kingdom, specifically, in the forest where the Black Bull base was located. Outside that base stood Naruto and Asta, who were half a distance away from each other. "Are you sure you want to train this way?" "I'm warning you, I'm strong," said Naruto. "I know, and that's why I think I'll get stronger this way," said Asta. "Heh. He really reminds me of me when I was young," thought Naruto. "How long did it take for you to notice?" asked Kurama sarcastically. "You sure are interested in this fight, aren't you?" asked Naruto. "Well, yes. I advise you to be careful, as we don't know what exactly those swords that nullify magic consist of or if it affects chakra the same way," said Kurama. "Noted," thought Naruto before cracking his knuckles. "It doesn't count to give up or back down, understood?" "I never give up," said Asta as his grimoire floated open at his side and from it he pulled out his Demon Slayer sword, much to the Jinchuriki's surprise. "Wow. That's bigger than I imagined," thought Naruto. Unbeknownst to him, Kurama growled slightly. "I don't know why, but I feel in that grimoire and that sword an energy, something familiar," thought Kurama. "Here we go," said Asta before charging forward with his sword ready to strike. "Same here." "Shadow Clone Jutsu," shouted Naruto before being engulfed in a large explosion of smoke, and out came Naruto and several clones. With a cry of exertion, Asta swung the sword, managing to slash several clones that disappeared in the process. Asta proceeded to swing his sword with great speed and efficiency, managing to hit or cut some clones. Suddenly, one clone managed to get close to him and kicked him in the chest, which made him drop the sword. With the sword out of the way, several clones lunged at him and landed several punches and kicks. Asta was able to dodge or block with his arms most of the attacks, but some were able to hit him directly. It was then that the clones swarmed at him to hold him back, but "I still won't give up," exclaimed Asta, forcefully breaking free from the clones and threw his fist towards one of the Naruto, who raised his arms in defense to block the attack. That made Asta realize that this was the real one, and he started throwing several punches and kicks that Naruto blocked, although that didn't stop him from feeling pain. A few seconds later, Asta headbutted him, which caused Naruto to back up a bit as he rubbed his forehead. "I admit it. You're really strong," said Naruto. "Of course. Since I have no magic, I must strengthen my body so I can fight on par against the mages," said Asta, flexing his arm as he retrieved his sword with the other. "Then let's see if they help you fight a ninja," said Naruto before charging into battle with the remaining clones. Asta whipped around to avoid the clones' attacks before swinging his sword, managing to hit and undo two of them while the rest dodged it. The two remaining clones tried to hit him from both sides, but Asta saw him coming, and at the right moment, he took a big leap and then fell down with his sword raised. Before the clones could react, Asta smashed them with his sword, undoing them in the process. Suddenly, he felt with ki something incoming and raised his sword quickly, managing to block some shurikens thrown by Naruto. Asta quickly charged towards him, and when he reached him, he made a horizontal slash, which Naruto couldn't dodge and received it. However, Naruto was engulfed in a cloud of smoke, and as it dissipated it revealed a piece of trunk that was split in two by the slash. Just as Asta was about to wonder where he was, he sensed something else incoming and immediately ducked to dodge a kunai, but then, as the kunai passed over him, he saw that he had a sheet of paper tied to the ring with a wire. Thanks to the ki, he could feel what it was and his eyes widened in horror, but it was too late to react, for the sheet exploded. Off to the side, Naruto stood waiting for the result of his surprise attack, which came as Asta shot out of the smoke with a battle cry. "I still don't give up," exclaimed Asta as he charged at full speed towards the Jinchuriki, who was so surprised by that he couldn't stop Asta from hitting him with his sword like a bat, sending him crashing into a tree. Soon after, Naruto stood up. "You're proving to be a good opponent. You can tell your determination," said Naruto. "That's right. I plan to push my limits and become strong enough to overcome the others and become the Wizard King," said Asta. "In that case, I'm going to reciprocate that by throwing my best attack at you," said Naruto before gesturing with his hands for a clone to appear beside him. To Asta's surprise, the clone began to rip the air over the true one's open palm, and then, in it, a sphere of blue energy formed. "You'd better get ready, Asta," said Naruto with a smile. "Bring it on, Naruto," said Asta with a smile. Both opponents let out battle cries as they charged towards each other, and as they were starting to get closer. "Rasengan!" shouted Naruto, thrusting the sphere forward, with Asta swinging his sword to block the attack. At the same moment the sphere impacted the Demon Slayer sword, there was a clash of energies followed by an explosion. The moment Asta opened his eyes, he saw that they were no longer outside the Black Bull base or in the forest, but in a bottomless space and on ground that looked waterlogged. Fortunately for him, Naruto was in front of him, with the Jinchuriki totally surprised by the current situation. "Huh? Naruto, where are?" asked Asta before noticing something that left him completely horrified, as he saw that Naruto wasn't the only one in that place. Behind the Jinchuriki was the largest being Asta had ever seen in his life, a huge nine-tailed fox, and not only that, but through ki, he could sense that this creature was very powerful. "Www, what is that?" asked Asta in shock. Well. "I wasn't expecting another visitor," said Kurama. "And Naruto, watch out. There's a huge monster behind you," said Asta pointing at Kurama. "Take it easy, buddy. Kurama is harmless." "Well, only when he's in a good mood," said Naruto pointing at the bijou with his thumb. "And don't forget that," said Kurama. Wait, you know him?" asked Asta, surprised by the revelation. "Well, yes. Asta, let me introduce you to Kurama," said Naruto. "It's a pleasure," said Kurama. Likewise," began Asta, still nervous about the bijou's presence. "But where exactly are we? Weren't we outside the base?" "We're inside me," said Naruto. "What? You mean we're in your stomach?" asked Asta, surprised by that. "No, that's not what I mean. I happen to be a Jinchuriki, said Naruto. A Jin, what? Asked Asta, confused by the term. Jinchuriki. A human who has sealed inside him a bijou. Which is what I am, said Kurama. A bijou? Asked Asta. A being with a monstrous amount of chakra. In my world there are 9 in total, but currently there are only 2 Jinchurikis including me, said Naruto. So, you have a being inside you that you share power with? Asked Asta in utter amazement, as that would mean that. And I see I'm not the only one, began Kurama, catching the attention of the 2 humans before turning his gaze forward. Why don't you stop hiding and show yourself at once? It was then that, to Naruto's surprise, behind Asta, rose a large shadow with hair waving like fire, horns, wings and holes for eyes and mouth that glowed red. I didn't expect you could sense me, said the devil. Hard not to, said Kurama. But. Is that? Asked Naruto, pointing at the devil. This is. Began Asta before realizing there was no point in hiding it. A devil. You have a devil inside you? Asked Naruto in surprise. Oh, please. I'd rather be sealed inside a rat than be sealed inside him, said the devil. He's right. It's not sealed in me, but in my grimoire, said Asta. Wait, did the anti-magic come from him? Asked Naruto. Yes, I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, said Asta. That's alright. After all, I didn't tell you about Kurama either. So we're even, began Naruto with a smile that Asta returned. So, since when do you have that devil? Since I got my grimoire a year ago. And you, since when do you have Kurama? Asked Asta. Practically since I was born, said Naruto. Really? Then you must have been very strong and popular since you were little, said Asta with stars in his eyes. Huh. Strong and popular he? What a joke, said Kurama. Yeah, when he was little, he wasn't exactly the most skilled in the academy, but the clumsiest, and more than popular. He was quite the opposite, said Naruto. Why? Asked Asta, confused. Because while some saw Jinchurikis as weapons for war, others saw them as hideous and non-human beings, so they were despised even when they hadn't done anything, said Naruto, remembering his own sad childhood. That left Asta speechless. In fact, he remembered how he acted a moment ago when he first saw Kurama and was frightened, and if he had learned anything it was that fear could lead to hatred. He began to imagine how horrible Naruto's life must have been as a child, with people detesting him for being what he was, with children teasing him for not being strong, and with times when he thought about giving up. It all made him remember himself. You know something, Naruto? I know exactly what you've been through, said Asta. Really? Asked Naruto, surprised by that. When I found out that I didn't have magical power like everyone else, I was considered a mockery to everyone. People looked down on me and told me that I wouldn't amount to anything in life, but I didn't let that affect me too much, so I trained day after day to prove everyone wrong, and I did that by getting my grimoire, said Asta. Yeah, but it's a grimoire with a devil inside, said Naruto, pointing to the devil behind Asta. I know. At first, I didn't know, and when everyone found out, some people, including nobles, judged me for it despite everything I did. It was thanks to the support of many people I met that I was able to get out of that situation. Since then, I decided that I would show everyone that, despite having the power of a devil, I would use it for the good of the people of the kingdom, said Asta. Naruto smiled as he saw that Asta truly understood their pain, the pain of being rejected by others, the pain of everyone being against them, but despite all that pain, they rose to reach the light, though they had quite a bit of help in the process. Huh. We really are more alike than I thought, aren't we? Asked Naruto. Certainly, said Asta before they both burst out laughing. I'm surprised that a creature of great power like you would be under the orders of that brat, said the devil. Don't get confused. Technically we're partners, he's far from bossing me around, said Kurama. Humph. Well, unlike you, I would never partner with my brat, said the devil, crossing his arms. That's what I said myself back in the day, and if it happened to me. It will happen to you, said Kurama with a smile. Don't compare me to a softy like you, said the devil pointing his finger at the bijou. Softy me? Come here and tell me to my face if you dare, you giant goat, said Kurama. What did you call me? Asked the devil with an anime streak running through his head. Wow. They seem to get along well, said Naruto with a smile. Yeah, they sure would make great friends, said Asta with a smile. Friends? Us? My ass, exclaimed Kurama and the devil, startling the two humans a bit. By the way, what exactly is your devil's name? Asked Naruto. Well, actually, I never got to know, began Asta before turning to look at the devil. Hey, what's your real name? You want to know my name? Asked the devil receiving a nod from the magic-less boy. Okay. My name is... You don't care. Geez. It was enough to say, no, said Asta rubbing his ear due to the devil's shout. Don't worry, I used to call Kurama Kyubi at first because that was the name others called him and in the end, I was able to learn it. I'm sure one day, your devil will trust you enough to tell you his name, said Naruto. Just know that it will be a long time before I can trust you enough, said the devil. Bah. It's alright. If I could wait years to get my grimoire and become a magic knight, I can wait a little longer, said Asta confidently. Who's the softy now? Asked Kurama with a cheeky grin. You shut up, you flea-bitten mutt, said the devil. You want me to plow you? Asked Kurama ready to fight. Naruto and Asta couldn't help but laugh at the scene as the whole place faded to white. Soon after, both the ninja and the magic knight opened their eyes and sat up to see that they were back to where they were before, that is, outside the base. Wow. That was weird, said Asta. Yeah, but interesting at the same time, said Naruto before he and Asta got up. After this, I deserve some rest and breakfast, said Asta. Same for me and don't worry, Asta. I won't tell Hinata or Sakura about you. It's up to you to tell them, said Naruto with a smile. I won't tell the others about yours either. It's also up to you if you want to tell the others, said Asta with a smile. With nothing more to say, the two went to the base for breakfast. After that experience, the bond between the two had grown much, much stronger than before, for they were both like two sides of a coin. Two children who had undergone almost the same experience, with one possessing a terrifying power until he mastered it and the other with nothing until he got something. Two children who managed to find the light in the darkness that surrounded them thanks to their determination and the people who supported them in spite of everything. Two children who would move forward without giving up despite any obstacle to achieve their own goal. Shortly after Naruto and Asta had their special chat, the two returned to base to enjoy a quiet breakfast. Or at least that was the idea, but they had forgotten that they were at the Black Bull base, considered the craziest squad of magic knights of all. This time I'm going to kill you, Luck. I've told you 1,000 times not to eat my pudding, said Magna as he threw fireballs at the lightning mage, who quickly dodged the attacks. If you want me to leave your pudding alone, you'll have to catch me, said Luck with his usual smile. You bet, said Magna as he continued to throw fireballs, with Luck dodging them and causing explosions everywhere. Stop doing that. You're not letting me concentrate on my angel, exclaimed Ghosh angrily before looking at the photo of his little sister with a smile. Marnie, my angel. I wish I could leave these guys and go somewhere with you. But wouldn't that be kidnapping? Asked Gray nervously. Illikethis atmosphere. It shows what good friends swear. Especially if they start off today, said Gordon quietly and quickly. Hey, Hinata, don't you fancy a little? Alcohol is good in the morning, said Vanessa, flushed with drunkenness, with one arm around Hinata's shoulders as she leaned closer to her and offered her a half-full bottle of wine. Sorry. Vanessa, but I don't want any, thank you, said Hinata trying to be polite. Oh, well, more for me, said Vanessa before drinking the contents of the bottle. You shouldn't be offering alcohol to a minor, said Noelle pulling the white-eyed ninja away from the thread mage. Oh, come on. I'm just trying to get her to have a little fun. You don't stay young forever, said Vanessa. I agree. One has to enjoy youth in the best way possible, like hanging out with pretty ladies and... No, Finral. The only pretty lady for you is Finesse, said Finral, shaking his head vigorously. Life can be short and you have to enjoy every day, said Nero. I know from experience, thought Nero, considering she was over 500 years old. For me, eating is enjoying. So don't just stand there and eat, said Charmy as she ate a bunch of dishes brought to him by a humanoid sheep wearing chef hats. Enjoying, with friends, is better, said Henry very slowly and inside his corner. Though the ones who seem to enjoy it the most are the two of them, said Zora, looking at a certain duo. Just know that I'm not going to give up, said Asta as he was having a pulse duel with Naruto. I know, and neither will I, said Naruto. Both used all their strength to try to overpower the other, but remained neutral regardless. That's when a fireball impacted where they were standing, knocking them down in the process with a bang. Hey, be careful, Magna. You interrupted us, said Asta. It's your fault for getting in the way, said Magna. How is it our fault if you won't stop? Asked Naruto when suddenly luck came in with a direct kick to his face, knocking him down again. Hey you! What was that for? Asked Naruto angrily. We have a match pending, remember? Let's do it now, said Luck. If it's a fight you want, you'll get it, said Naruto, rolling up his right arm sleeve before lunging towards the lightning mage. Hold it right there, if anyone's going to take him down, it's going to be me, said Magna before lunging towards them. I'm in too, said Asta before launching himself towards them. The next instant, a small curtain formed with the four of them inside and fighting each other. I can't believe they're doing something like this so early in the morning, said Noelle as Hinata chuckled. That's Naruto for you. Always so lively and energetic, said Hinata with a smile. And that's why he, asked Vanessa before Yami came into the room and saw the commotion that was going on. Hey, will you stop? You're going to wreck the base, began Yami, but they continued with their fight. I said. Stop before you wreck the base, exclaimed Yami, slamming the wall next to him, creating a hole in the process. That was enough to make the four of them stop. But you're the one wreck the base right now, said Naruto. Did you say something, brat? Asked Yami with red eyes and a dark aura surrounding him. And nothing, sir, said Naruto, very nervous and not wanting to taste the wrath of the order captain again. Captain, are you having breakfast with us? Asked Charmy. Yes, but I didn't come just for that, but for you four, said Yami, pointing to the two ninjas, Asta and Noelle. Huh? Why us? Asked Noelle, confused. It's about the robbery incident yesterday, said Yami, to the surprise of the four chosen ones. Did they even find the guy who escaped? Asked Naruto, still annoyed that he got away. No. However, Julius recently informed me that they were interrogating the ones you caught and discovered a couple of things, said Yami. What did they find out? Asked Asta. It turns out that they belong to a criminal organization called Avernus Snakes. They are in the business of taking orders for robberies of any kind. Over the past few weeks, there were incidents involving them, but they always managed to sneak out and get away with it, said Yami. So, did they steal those books on someone's order? Asked Hinata. Yes, but when asked about it, they said they didn't know who had requested the commission, since their boss is the only one who has contacts with the customers, said Yami. In that case, just keep questioning them until they reveal where their boss is, said Naruto. Maybe. However, they revealed that they have several bases scattered around the kingdom and communicate with each other through magical tools. None of the ones you caught knew where their leader's main base was, said Yami. They really know how to organize themselves to be thieves, said Noelle. What will happen then? Asked Hinata. Fortunately, they were able to figure out where they would carry out their next attack, and that's where you come in, said Yami. What do we have to do? Asked Asta. As Julius has informed me, they plan to raid the bookstore of a small village in the Forsaken Realm. Since you had contact with them before, your mission will be to go there and capture them all, said Yami. I assure you that this time I won't let any of them escape, said Naruto with conviction. Prove that with deeds, not words, began Yami before looking at the space mage. Will you be able to get them there? I kind of doubt it. I don't often visit the Forsaken Realm, so I can't open portals to there, said Finral. I've got it, began Asta before pointing to Magna. Let Magna take us on his broom. That way, Finral will have been there and can open a portal back and forth. Not a bad idea, said Magna with a toothy grin. Looks like you can be pretty smart when the situation calls for it, said Noelle. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Asked Asta. Cut the meaningless chatter and get going. The more time you waste, the more time those thieves will have to get away, said Yami. Isn't it exciting, Hinata? Our first mission as Magic Knights, said Naruto with a smile. Yes, it certainly is, said Hinata with a smile. Later, the four chosen ones along with Magna and Finral were outside the base. What is that? Asked Hinata looking at Magna's personalized broom. This, my friend, is my personal broom. Crazy Cyclone. Cool, isn't it? Asked Magna proud of his broom. I still don't find it acceptable, commented Noelle. It's certainly the best designed broom I've ever seen, said Naruto. Ha! Finally someone who appreciates my style, said Magna. Well, you heard the captain. Let's not waste any more time, said Finral. Yes, let's get going, said Asta pointing to the horizon. They all got on the broom, with Magna and Finral being first while Noelle was behind Asta and Hinata was behind Naruto, with the two ninjas being last. Needless to say, because there were so many of them, they were a bit cramped and the two girls blushed a bit because of how close they were to their respective boys. Get ready. It's going to be a bumpy ride, said Magna making the broom roar like a motorcycle before shooting fire out of the engines and rocketing upwards. Instantly, Noelle hugged Asta while Hinata hugged Naruto. Don't worry, said Asta turning his head to look at Noelle. I won't let you fall, said Naruto turning his head to look at Hinata. Both girls blushed a little more at that and looked away to try to hide it. Thank you, they both said at the same time. As they rode along on the broom, the four chosen ones, especially the two ninjas, spent the trip looking at the scenery they were passing by. Despite the fact that they would like to make the journey on foot as they usually do and thus take in the scenery up close, the views they had weren't bad either and it made them realize how vast the kingdom they were in was. Thanks to the speed of Magna's broom, they reached their destination in no time, namely the outskirts of town. Here should do it, said Magna. Thanks again for bringing us along, Magna, said Hinata. For the record, this doesn't mean we're even. We still have a fight pending, said Magna receiving a nod from the white-eyed girl in agreement. Well, I'll see you around, began Finral before creating a portal. I'll be back when the sun is setting. Take care everyone, said Finral before crossing the portal. Good luck and be sure to accomplish the mission as members of the Black Bull that you are, said Magna. Of course, said Asta before Magna stepped through the portal which closed shortly after. With all said and done, the four went to the village, where they saw that everything was quiet. I think the first thing we should do would be to go to the bookstore they plan to rob and see if it has already happened or something like that, said Naruto. Good idea, but we should proceed with caution. They don't know that we know what they are going to do and they would be alerted if they saw Magic Knights inspecting the area, said Noelle. In that case, it would be better if I went alone. That way we won't attract so much attention, said Hinata. Okay, but if anything happens, let us know right away, said Asta. Understood, began Hinata before going her way while the others went their own way. Naruto, I'll show you that even if it's another world, I can help a lot, thought Hinata with determination. Soon after, the other three were in an alleyway, out of sight of almost everyone to prevent the thieves from discovering them in case they were hidden among the people. It wasn't long before Hinata arrived. What did you find out? Asked Asta. I asked the manager if anything unusual had happened and he said nothing had happened for months. I even asked him if anything was missing and he said that he checked everything just this morning and didn't see anything missing, said Hinata. That means we got there before the robbery happened. That's good, said Noel. Just in case, I used the Byakugan to inspect the place to see if they were hiding or something, but luckily, I didn't see anyone, said Hinata. Great. Good job, Hinata, said Naruto. Thanks, said Hinata with a smile and a slight blush. So what do we do now? Asked Asta. I propose that we keep waiting. Every so often, one of us will go into the bookstore and pretend to be a customer. If those guys show up, she does something to alert the others, said Naruto. That's not a bad idea, said Noel. Well, it's something we ninjas usually do, said Naruto with Hinata nodding in confirmation. In that case, let's put the ninja plan into action, said Asta with a toothy grin. For a couple of hours, the four of them were taking turns entering the bookstore and staying inside for a while pretending to be looking for a book. They had to be careful when it came to the time between them, as if they went in again after a short time, it might raise suspicions, and that's when Naruto came up with an idea to avoid that problem. It was past noon and the bookstore was still as quiet as the rest of the day, with people coming in and out, some people buying books and others just looking around without buying anything. At that moment, the manager was behind the counter creating a tower of cards. He was trying to place the last two very carefully when he heard the bell at the entrance ring as a signal that someone was coming in. How may I? Asked the attendant, looking away for a moment to see who had entered and discovered that it was four hooded men, with one of them pointing a small sword at him. That startled the manager so much that he knocked over his tower of cards. Please don't hurt me. They can take the money, said the manager in fear for his life. Relax. We're not here for the money. We want books, said the first thief. Books? Asked the manager, confused by the thieves' objective. Yes, books. Specifically the older ones. We'll take them and you'll go on with your life, understood? Asked the first thief. Oh, of course. Take as many as you want, said the manager with a nervous smile. You heard him, boys. We've got a clear path. Grab all you can and make it snappy. I hear through the streets that there are magic knights in the area, said the first thief, receiving a nod from the other thieves before they went about their task. While the first thief watched the attendant so that he wouldn't do anything to harm them, the other thieves inspected the place, and when they saw the books they were looking for, they put them in bags. It was then that one of the thieves, the one with the dagger, saw something that quite surprised him, and that is that there was a girl with blonde hair tied in pigtails reading a book in a distracted manner. Hey, you! Don't move, demanded the second thief, receiving no response from the girl. Which annoyed him a bit, so he approached her. Hey, are you listening to me? Asked the second thief before grabbing the girl by the shoulder and forcing her to turn around, revealing that she had whisker marks on her face. Huh? Oh, I'm so sorry. I was so focused on this very old book that I wasn't paying attention, said the girl. An old book? Then give it to me if you want to keep your life, said the second thief, pointing the dagger at her. Are you stealing from me? Asked the girl with an arched eyebrow. What's the matter? Besides being deaf, you're dumb? Of course I'm stealing from you. And now give me the book at once, said the second thief, starting to lose his patience. Do you want this book? Asked the girl, showing the book she was reading. Yes, I want it, exclaimed the second thief with an anime streak in his head. In that case. Take it, exclaimed the girl, hitting the second thief in the face with the book. The blow was so great that it ended up sending him flying, causing him to smash through the glass display window, breaking it in the process as he fell to the ground on the street. The other thieves were shocked by it before looking in the direction it was thrown from to see the girl, who was then engulfed in an explosion of smoke to reveal to be Naruto. Sorry, folks, but this place is going to close, so I recommend you leave and never come back, ever, said Naruto with a smile. It's a magic night, exclaimed the third thief in horror. So, it's true that they were here, said the fourth thief in fear. Calm the hell down. Do we have what we came for? Asked the first thief, receiving shrugs from the other thieves. That should be enough. Let's get out of here, said the first thief before the three thieves left the premises. However, as soon as they stepped out into the street, they stood next to the second thief who had just gotten up, and the four of them were shocked to see the two magic knights and the white-eyed ninja surrounding them from the front and sides, with Naruto coming out of the bookstore to stand behind them, thus blocking any escape route. It's over. You're surrounded, said Asta. You'd better surrender, said Hinata. The first thief growled in rage as he saw how bad the situation was for them. I didn't imagine things would end up like this, but we won't surrender. Our orders are to deliver the goods at any cost, said the first thief. Then we'll be sure to cover that cost in full, said Noelle, drawing her wand. Attack, said the first thief before the four thieves went on the attack. The second thief stood before Naruto with a look of hatred. You'll pay for earlier, you bastard, said the second thief, readying his dagger. Just know that you won't be able to defeat me with that knife of yours alone, said Naruto. Oh, you think I only know how to fight with it? You're very wrong, began the second thief as his grimoire floated open beside him. Sound magic, shockwave, shouted the second thief, tapping the dagger blade with his fingers. That caused a sound wave to shoot out from the dagger, leaving Naruto wide-eyed with surprise before he quickly stepped aside to avoid the wave which shattered a wooden box it hit. I get it. He uses the dagger the same way Noelle uses the wand, thought Naruto. Which means we'll have to take that thing away from him first, said Kurama. I thought the same thing, thought Naruto before gesturing with his hands. Shadow clone jutsu, shouted Naruto, creating several clones around him. What? I thought your magic was transformation magic, said the second thief, surprised by that technique. I have many tricks up my sleeve, said Naruto before he and the clones went on the attack. Even if there are more of you, you won't beat me. Sound magic, underground echo, shouted the second thief, stabbing his dagger into the ground, causing a wave to be emitted from it just before a wave of earth hit the clones, creating a smokescreen that surrounded the thief. Where are you hiding? Asked the second thief, looking around. Right here, exclaimed Naruto, coming out of the smoke with a clone next to him who was ripping the air in his open palm, thus creating an energy sphere. Despite the clear direct, head-on attack, the second thief readied his dagger to strike. Sound magic, shock, shouted the second thief just as another clone kicked his hand, sending the dagger flying away, much to the second thief's horror. Rasengan, shouted Naruto, taking advantage of that moment to push the energy sphere towards him, hitting him in the chest before he shot out as he spun like a vertical spinning top and then impacted a wall before falling to the ground unconscious. Quickly, Naruto walked over to him and checked his condition. Yes, I knocked him down completely. Now he won't be able to escape, said Naruto. Probably because you broke a bone or two, said Kurama. What did you want me to do? I let my guard down before and I didn't want to do it again, thought Naruto. That's understandable, said Kurama. I'm not afraid to shoot, so be careful, said Noelle, pointing her wand at the third thief. Hee hee. Same here. I can shoot too, said the third thief, reaching into his pocket to pull out a couple of marbles. Really? You intend to fight with that? You think this is a game? Asked Noelle. Yes, a deadly one, began the third thief before throwing the marbles, and then. Modification magic, quadruple magnification, shouted the third thief, causing the marbles to get bigger until they were human-sized. Noelle was shocked by that before she reacted in time and pulled away from the oversized marbles that plunged hard into the ground where they hit. Are you crazy? You almost killed me, exclaimed Noelle. That's the idea, and I have more where those came from, said the third thief, pulling out a bag full of marbles, much to the horror and concern of the water mage. As before, the third thief threw several marbles which he made bigger, forcing Noelle to move quickly to dodge them before shooting water balls towards the third thief, who moved out of the way to dodge them, thus entering into a shooting duel. I can't stay like this all the time. I have to end this as soon as possible, thought Noelle, dodging another oversized marble before shooting another water ball which the third thief dodged. Time to end this, began the third thief before launching several marbles upwards, causing them to end up right on top of Noelle. Modification magic, heavy rain, shouted the third thief, causing the marbles to become larger before falling downward like meteors. Noelle's eyes widened in sheer horror at the sight, for if those things hit her, she would die and she wouldn't have much time to get out of the way. Water creation magic, sea dragon's nest, shouted Noelle, creating a dome of swirling water that managed to block the oversized marbles, causing them to fall around her. Ha! A barrier like that won't protect you forever, said the third thief with a cocky grin. Maybe not, but it will give me enough time to do this, said Noelle, shooting a large water ball that shot through the dome, and before the third thief could react, the water ball hit him, sending him backwards and knocking him down. Once she saw her enemy defeated, Noelle undid the dome. Humph, looks like I won the game, said Noelle, tossing her ponytail behind her shoulder. Byakugan, shouted Hinata, causing the veins around her eyes to mark as she took position. Iron magic, iron skin, shouted the fourth thief as his body was covered by metal plates. With this defense, any attack you throw at me will be useless to you, said the fourth thief before lunging towards her. The fourth thief threw several punches, but Hinata dodged them before slapping the thief's body a few times. However, due to her steel skin, not only did her punches miss the fourth thief, but her hands were damaged by the hardness of the metal, causing Hinata to groan a little from the pain. He really is very tough, thought Hinata. Huh. I told you. Your punches don't even tickle me. Iron magic, piercing fists, shouted the fourth thief, shooting his own iron fists like bullets, though his hands remained in place before being covered by metal plates again. Fortunately, Hinata quickly moved out of the way to avoid the fists that impacted a wall, leaving a large hole in the process. It has a lot of defense, but... began Hinata before focusing her Byakugan on him, being able to see all inside him, being able to find what she was looking for. Even the toughest of defenses has a weak spot. Quickly, Hinata lunged towards the fourth thief. Straight to the death, huh? Better for me, said the fourth thief, raising his arms for a big punch, but then, Hinata positioned herself in front of him. Gentle fist, shouted Hinata, covering her palm with chakra and hitting it on a spot on the right pectoral. That blow made the fourth thief gasp in pain as he backed up a couple of steps. How is that possible? My armor should be impenetrable, said the fourth thief in shock. Your armor can't fool my eyes. I know exactly where to hit, said Hinata, taking position. Grr. Then I'll gouge your eyes out, said the fourth thief, lunging towards her in animalistic rage, but Hinata lunged towards him, catching him in short order. Before the fourth thief could react, Hinata planted several slaps on different specific parts of his body, causing the thief to groan in pain at each blow, and in the end, as Hinata gave another slap, the fourth thief fell backwards as the metal plates peeled away from his skin. Now without the metal armor, the fourth thief fell to the ground unconscious. The best defense is a good offense. That's what my cousin taught me, said Hinata, remembering her cousin's teachings. Brat, you have no idea what you're getting yourselves into, said the first thief. Maybe not, but that doesn't mean we're going to stand by while you do yours, said Asta before drawing his demon dweller sword from his grimoire. Wait a minute. That dirty grimoire, that black sword, the fact that I don't feel any magical power in you. Don't tell me you're the famous devil-wielding magic knight, said the first thief. So what if I am? Asked Asta, preparing to fight. That they should have executed you as soon as they could. A disgusting creature like you doesn't even deserve to live, said the first thief. The only person who can decide if I live or die is myself, began Asta before thinking of his adopted family, his fellow squad members, his friends, and the two ninjas he met a short time ago. And as long as I have people who support me and need me, I won't give up on living. In that case, allow me to be your executioner. Light magic, sparkling flash, shouted the first thief as he emitted a light so powerful that Asta had to cover his eyes to avoid going blind. Now, thought the first thief, taking advantage of that moment to charge towards the magicless boy as he drew a sword. The first thief prepared to deliver a killing blow, but then, Asta blocked the sword with his own, just as the light went out. What? How could you see him even with your eyes closed? Asked the first thief in surprise. Even if I couldn't see you, began Asta before opening his eyes. I could feel your ki, said Asta before pushing the first thief away from him, then lunging towards him. The next instant, a sword duel ensued, with Asta and the first thief dodging and blocking any attacks from the opponent, and they stayed like that for a few seconds. It was then that the first thief found an opening and swung his sword towards Asta, but he saw it coming and swung the sword with his own hard, breaking the thieves in the process, much to his shock, though he was able to react quickly and back away to prevent Asta from slashing him with his sword. Let's see how you react to this, began the first thief before bringing his hands together, leaving a gap between them. Light magic, Gaia laser, shouted the first thief, forming a sphere of light in the gap between his hands before it shot out in the form of beam. Fortunately, Asta was able to react enough and dodged the beam, but the first thief began to shoot more beams, making dodging very difficult for the magicless boy due to the speed at which the beam was going and the short time that passed between each shot. Hey, brat! Why don't you use the other sword skill? Asked the devil in Asta's mind, much to his surprise. You? Are you helping me? Asked Asta. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm only doing it because if you die, that guy will get the grimoire I'm in, and I'd rather have you than him. So stop asking stupid questions and do as I say, said the devil. Asta heeded what the devil said, and just as a beam shot towards him, he put his sword in the way, causing it to absorb the beam as it charged up with energy. What? Asked the first thief in shock at that as he kept shooting. Asta positioned his sword so that a beam would hit him to absorb it and increase the charged energy. When the sword's meter reached its maximum, it emitted a white aura, something that got on the first thief's nerves. Light cut, shouted Asta, swinging his sword to launch a wave of light that hit the thief directly, knocking him down in the process. Thank you for helping me. Don't give them to me. I didn't do it for you, I did it for me, understand? The devil asked, and Asta chuckled at that. What's so funny? Nothing, thought Asta gratefully to the devil, even though he didn't want to. That made him think that, if Naruto and Kurama, who didn't get along at first, were now great friends, it was quite possible that it would be the same with him and his devil. Only time would tell. Before long, the four had rounded up the robbers and tied them up. All right, you. You're already talking. What would you want so many books for? Asked Naruto. Believe me. I'd like to know, too. We're used to stealing wealth and goods, but a commission is a commission, said the first thief. Who commissioned these books? Asked Asta. We don't know. The boss is the only one who knows, said the second thief. We were going about our business when he called us from his private base and informed us that a customer wanted a book, said the third thief. He didn't say what book he wanted? Asked Hinata. No. He just ordered us to take as many old books as we could and bring them to him, said the fourth thief. So you don't know where your leader is? Asked Noel. No, and even if we did know, we wouldn't tell you anything, said the first thief. That remains to be seen, said Naruto, hoping to get some information. We're sorry for causing havoc in your establishment, sir, said Hinata, bowing to the bookstore manager. Oh, that's all right. It's not much damage. Besides, I should be grateful to you for protecting my business, said the manager. That's what magic knights are for. Always in the service of the people, said Asta. Considering what time it is. There's not much time left until Finral arrives. That way, we can report what happened and let the others deal with these guys, said Noel, pointing to the captured thieves. Yeah, that's a good idea, said Naruto. So, how did you like your first mission as Magic Knights? Asked Asta. It's not that different from a ninja mission, but it was good, right Hinata? Asked Naruto. Yes, it was, said Hinata with a smile. Glad to hear it, said Noel. With all said and done, the four took the thieves to the rendezvous point, where they waited until Finral showed up and briefed him on everything that happened. After a nod and understanding, Finral created a portal that brought them all in front of the Magic Knight's headquarters, where they gave up custody of the thieves to others. After that, Finral opened a portal that would take them back to their base, where they planned to be able to rest and relax after that mission. While for Asta and Noel it was a normal everyday mission, for Naruto and Hinata it was more special, as it was the first mission they had ever done in that world. What neither of them knew was that while they were on their mission, other specific people were having their own. To explain it better, we would have to go back to this morning. The morning light illuminated the base of Golden Dawn. After having rested properly in her room, Sakura went to have breakfast. During the walk and breakfast, she could notice that some members looked at her with slight confusion and suspicion, and she couldn't blame them, for they were surely not aware of her situation and wondered how someone who had just appeared out of nowhere had become a member of their squad. Which only the best of the best joined. Even if they knew about her fight against Klaus, that wasn't enough to convince them, but Sakura didn't care about that, as it was only a matter of time before she gained their trust. Shortly after the breakfast, Sakura took a walk by the base until she ran into Mimosa, and remembering what she asked her a short time ago, she decided to take advantage of that moment to do it, which takes us to them two seated in a bench. From what you've told me, your healing magic heals wounds and restores energy, right? Asked Sakura. Yes, in that way, I help others recover enough to return to the fight, said Mimosa. While that's true, I'm afraid there's a little flaw in your technique, said Sakura. A flaw? Which one? Asked Mimosa, surprised by the revelation. By focusing on healing everything, you expend too much magic power and there will come a time when you won't have the strength to continue, said Sakura. So what do you suggest I do? Asked Mimosa very curiously. The first thing is to find out what's wrong with the patient. Broken bones, wounds, internal damage, poisoning, tiredness. Once you find out the cause of his condition, and depending on the situation, concentrate your healing spell on it. That way, you can save magic power while helping that person, said Sakura. I had never thought of it that way. Thank you very much, Sakura. That will really help me. To me and to many, said Mimosa. You're welcome, said Sakura with a smile. It seems like you've been studying about medicine since you were little, said Mimosa. Yeah, but if I'm honest with you, at first, that wasn't my goal, said Sakura. Ah, no? Asked Mimosa, surprised and confused. When I was a child, I wasn't very skilled to say the least. I was just the typical arrogant girl who thought she was better than everyone else and would get what she wanted just by wishing for it, began Sakura, remembering the time when she was madly in love with Sasuke. However, my teammates weren't like that. They were striving daily to become stronger, and that caused me to fall behind. After a couple of events, I realized that I didn't want to be a burden to them. I wanted to fight alongside them, so I decided to get stronger so I could keep up with them. Mimosa was taken aback by Sakura's story and couldn't help but compare it to that of her cousin, Noel, a noble who couldn't control her magical power despite how much she practiced, but after joining the Black Bull, she became stronger to the point where her older siblings recognized it. So what did you do? Asked Mimosa. I went to see Lady Tsunade and she taught me everything I know, said Sakura. Tsunade? The leader of your ninja village? Asked Mimosa, surprised by that. Yes, it turns out that, before she was Hokage, she was known as Princess Tsunade, an expert in medical jutsus. It's thanks to her that I can fight alongside my friends and help them, said Sakura. I'm sure she'll be very proud, said Mimosa. I know, and yes, I'm sure she won't mind me sharing her teachings with you, said Sakura. Are you sure? Asked Mimosa. Sure. I can see that you are a good person and that you will use those teachings to help others. Besides, now that we are squad mates, we should support each other, don't you think? Asked Sakura with a smile. Yes, that's true, said Mimosa, glad to have Sakura as a friend. I see you two are starting to get along. The two girls looked to the side to see Yuno and Klaus approaching them. "That's nice," said Yuno. "Good morning, Yuno." "What can I get you?" asked Sakura. "Good morning to you too," said Yuno. "The captain wants to see the four of us right now," said Klaus, surprising the two girls who nodded without hesitation, since if the captain of the squad was calling them, it must be for something important. Shortly thereafter, the four of them showed up in William's office, with him sitting behind his desk. "Good. Now that we're all here, we can talk," said William. "What's the matter, Captain?" asked Sakura. "Remember those thieves you stopped yesterday?" asked William. "Yes, did you find out anything about them?" asked Yuno. "Quite a bit. Julius has informed me of the results of the interrogation," said William. "What did they find out?" asked Klaus. "Apparently, those men belong to an organization called Avernus Snakes, which is in the business of stealing goods depending on what their client requests," said William. "I mean, they are like mercenaries, but they steal only," said Sakura. "Exactly," said Julius. "Didn't you say they stole old books?" "Would that be a client's request?" asked Mimosa. "That's right. However, they themselves don't know their client's real target," said William. "Is it that they don't know him?" asked Yuno. "No. It seems that their leader is the only person who has direct contact with the clients. Once he is informed of the target, he informs his subordinates through a magical communication tool," said William. "That way, even if we stop them, they won't be able to rat out the client because they won't know who he is," said Sakura, understanding the logic of that tactic. "They don't know about their leader either?" asked Yuno. "Neither. That organization has several bases and those in those bases don't know where their leader's main base is," said William. "That's why he communicates with them in that way you mentioned, so they can't locate him either," said Mimosa. "They really know how to organize themselves," commented Klaus, adjusting his glasses. "Did they get anything else, Captain? Anything that might be of use?" asked Sakura. "Yes. Fortunately, they were able to discover their next robbery targets. They've already sent some to take care of one of those targets and we've been tasked to take care of the other. Specifically, you two, since you were the first to manage to catch those thieves," William said, pointing to the wind mage and the pink-haired ninja. If you don't mind, Captain. I'd like to join them on this mission," said Mimosa. "Me too, if it's not too much trouble," said Klaus. "Of course I don't mind. In fact, a little extra help never hurts," said William with a smile. "Thank you very much," said Mimosa, bowing in thanks. "We appreciate it," said Klaus, bowing in thanks. "What does that mission consist of?" asked Yuno. "An aristocrat famous for collecting books plans to make a trip from a village to his home in the common realm, and he will take several books with him on the trip," said William. "And some of those books might be the target of thieves, and I doubt they are going to leave that man alive," said Sakura. "Your mission will be to protect him during the trip and stop the thieves," said William. The four gave a joint nod in agreement before leaving the office to accomplish their mission. "One question, how are we going to go to the meeting place with the aristocrat?" "If we go on brooms, I'd have to go with one of you," said Sakura, remembering that mages could make brooms fly to use as transportation. "I wouldn't mind doing it," said Mimosa, volunteering. "That's why, don't worry. I have the right remedy for this situation," began Yuno as his grimoire floated to his side. "Wind creation magic, heavenly wind arc," shouted Yuno, creating a wind arc with the four of them on top of it. "Wow. That's impressive," said Sakura, in awe of the wind mage's skill. "Thank you," said Yuno. "Let's not waste any more time. We should leave immediately," said Klaus. With a nod in agreement, Yuno made the arc move through the air at great speed. During the journey, Sakura couldn't help but stare at the scenery they were passing through, enjoying the sights even if they were fleeting. Before long, they had reached the outskirts of a town, where they could see a fancy carriage, with a coachman sitting in his proper place, and standing beside the carriage was a plump man with a small mustache and a very smart purple suit. Seeing his target, Yuno made the arc land nearby before undoing it, causing the others to land on the ground. "Are you the magic knights who would escort me?" asked the aristocrat. "That's right, sir," said Klaus. Golden Dawn, huh? Good. I wouldn't have put up with another squadron that wasn't the best of the best. Now, let's get going. I've wasted too much time in this town of filthy commoners already. I would never have come here if they didn't have these unique books, began the aristocrat before opening the door of his carriage to reveal a stack of books that looked ancient. "These books are worth as much as my life, so if any of us suffer the slightest injury, I will inform your superiors and have you expelled from the squad. In that case, we'll make sure nothing happens to them, sir," said Yuno, being polite. "You'd better," began the aristocrat before entering his carriage. "You can start now. The sooner we get back to my mansion, the better." At the command, the coachman jerked the horse's reins, causing it to whinny a bit before setting off, with the three magic knights and the ninja walking on either side of the carriage, with Klaus and Mimosa on one side while Sakura and Yuno were on the other. "You didn't happen to be bothered by his comments, did you?" asked Sakura. "Not at all. I'm used to most nobles being like that. In fact, I don't think he knows I'm a commoner or he would have refused to accept me," said Yuno. "It's very admirable that you put up with those things, but that's not right," said Sakura. "I know, that's why Asta and I want to be the Wizard King, to show everyone that we commoners can go very far and also to change things and make everyone see each other as equals," said Yuno. "You know? You and Asta remind me a bit of my two friends. They had their rivalry too," said Sakura. "You both wanted to be the Hokage?" asked Yuno curiously. "No, they were just rivals in terms of who was stronger. Naruto wanted to be the Hokage while he was more focused on something else," began Sakura, remembering when Sasuke was obsessed with getting revenge on his brother to the point where he betrayed everyone to achieve it. However, a few months ago, his goal changed and he wanted to be Hokage to change things in a different way than Naruto, so they had to fight each other. It was a big battle that affected an entire environment. Yuno couldn't help but get wide-eyed when he heard that. In fact, he began to think about what would happen if Asta and Yuno got to the point where they would have to physically fight for the title of Wizard King. He had to admit that he had never fought Asta in a very serious way since they got their grimoires, and after seeing what his opponent was capable of, he wondered what a battle between the two of them would be like and if it would be on the same level as the fight between Sakura's friends had been. "Who won at the end of that fight?" asked Yuno with a lot of curiosity. "Naruto won, of course. Although they almost lost an arm in the process. Naruto managed to convince him that his way wasn't the right way and we all became friends again," said Sakura with a smile as she remembered when Sasuke finally came back to them. "What happened to that friend of yours?" asked Yuno. Even though he no longer wanted to be the Hokage that would protect the village, he decided to protect it from the shadows. "So he left to search and deal with possible threats that could affect the village," said Sakura. "Sounds like a pretty tough job for one person," said Yuno. "Well, he's almost as strong as Naruto, but I know that, if the situation called for it, he would report to us to help him," said Sakura. Yuno didn't know what to think of that person. On the one hand, he seemed like someone admirable for wanting to protect his home even if he had to walk alone dealing with the darkness of his world. On the other hand, he seemed like someone completely opposite of him, Asta and Naruto. He guessed he could only find out what he was really like by seeing him in person, and I hoped that moment might come. For the next few minutes, everyone was walking quietly down the road. While the aristocrat was distracted reading his books and the coachman was directing the carriage, the others were watching the surroundings for any possible attack. How odd. Weren't the thieves supposed to attack? "Everything has been so quiet since we started the journey," said Mimosa. "I wouldn't let my guard down anyway, Mimosa. If there's one thing I've learned from my life as a ninja, it's that when things are too quiet that's when to worry," said Sakura. "That's true. As far as we know, the members of that criminal organization make it a rule not to refuse a robbery," said Klaus. "Which means it's only a matter of time before they show up," said Yuno. It was then that Sakura noticed something out of the corner of her eye and turned her head quickly towards the source of that something, only to see nothing until she noticed a jolt through the vegetation, which was enough to realize something. "Stop the carriage!" exclaimed Sakura suddenly, causing the coachman to startle and pull the reins hard, causing the horse to stop as it whinnied. "Does that mean?" asked the aristocrat leaning out of the carriage window with an angry expression. "If this is a bathroom stop, suck it up, Anne." Suddenly, a wall of lava erupted from the ground around them, startling them a bit. The lava remained in place until it hardened completely, leaving them trapped in a circular barrier. The three magic knights and the ninja took position just as four thieves jumped over the hardened lava wall to land on the ground. "All right. Nobody move. This is a hold-up," said the first thief. The coachman let out a small scream of terror before quickly getting behind the carriage by way of protection. "Ah! BB bandits!" exclaimed the aristocrat before sticking his head into the carriage. "Protect me. That's what you're here for." "Wait a minute, boss. Look at the robes on those guys. They're magic knights and from Golden Dawn," said the second thief pointing at the aforementioned. "I hear they're very strong." "What do we do?" asked the third thief. "I would suggest absolute surrender," said Klaus adjusting his glasses. "I'm sorry, but as we always say, no matter what happens or how many we fall, we do our duty for the right price. And right now, we have been given the right price to fulfill this duty," said the first thief. "Besides, thanks to my barrier, you won't be able to escape. This place will be your grave," said the fourth thief, revealing to have been the creator of the hardened lava barrier. "Though that also means you won't be able to escape either," said Sakura. "Which will make things easier for us," said Yuno. "We're not going to give up either," said Mimosa with a determined look. "As you wish." "Attack!" exclaimed the first thief, causing him and the other thieves to rush forward. The second thief tried to approach the carriage, only for Mimosa to get in the way. "You'd better stand back if you don't want to get hurt," said the second thief. "I'm not going to let you lay a finger on them," said Mimosa with a frown. "Very well. Don't say I didn't warn you," said the second thief as his grimoire floated open beside him and several bubbles came out of it and congregated around him. "Bubbles?" asked Mimosa, surprised to see that kind of magic. "Go ahead and laugh. I'm used to it. The same way I'm used to turning off those laughs." "Bubble magic, bubble bombs," shouted the second thief as bubbles shot out at her. Reacting quickly, Mimosa dodged away from the area where the bubbles impacted, setting off several explosions in the process. "If those things touch me, I'll end up very badly," thought Mimosa worriedly. "I'm not done yet," began the second thief, throwing more explosive bubbles, with Mimosa moving from side to dodge them. "Hold still at once so we can finish this," said the second thief just as Mimosa stopped. "You're right. Let's get this over with," began Mimosa as her grimoire floated open at her side and behind her emerged a giant plant whose flower was pointed directly at the second thief, much to her surprise. "Plant magic, magic cannon flower," shouted Mimosa as a magical beam shot out from the flower, destroying the bubbles before striking the second thief, knocking him down in the process. "Just know that I would never have laughed at your magic." Sakura stood in front of the third thief with a fighting stance, and then, the third thief chuckled. "What's so funny to you?" asked Sakura, having a bad feeling. "That the moment you stood in front of me, you prepared your own death," said the third thief with slight arrogance. "And why is that?" asked Sakura. "You'll soon find out." "Illusion magic, alternate reality," shouted the third thief as he suddenly vanished. In the next instant, the environment around Sakura distorted as if it was made of rubber, leaving the pink-haired ninja very confused, and she staggered a little. "So he intends to catch me by surprise with an illusion," thought Sakura as a tree behind her bent towards her as if it were made of rubber. "Bad choice," thought Sakura before clasping her hands together with her index fingers extended. "Release!" exclaimed Sakura, causing a wave of energy to be emitted from her body, managing to undo the illusion, revealing in the process that the tree behind her was the third thief with a dagger in his hand, who was taken aback by that. Fortunately, he was able to react quickly to jump backwards, narrowly avoiding a kick from Sakura. I don't understand. How did you break free from my illusion? Asked the third thief. You're not the first illusionist I've faced, said Sakura, remembering several ninja skilled in genjutsus, both allies and enemies. Gurk die, exclaimed the thief, throwing the dagger towards her, managing to stab her in the heart. The third thief grinned wickedly and madly as he thought he had finished off his opponent, but then, Sakura was engulfed in an explosion of smoke, and as it dissipated, it was revealed that the dagger had stuck into a piece of log, much to the third thief's shock. And you're not the only illusion expert here either, said Sakura from behind the third thief. Just as the third thief turned around to see her, Sakura grabbed his face with her hand and pushed him to the ground hard, leaving a crater in the process as the third thief was knocked unconscious. That technique would have fooled anyone, but I'm not just anyone, said Sakura. You shouldn't have interfered in our affairs, said the first thief. Meddling in the affairs of others, especially guys like you, that's what magic knights usually do, said Yuno. Then that's the last thing you'll be doing. Snow magic, avalanche, shouted the first thief, throwing a pile of snow towards the wind mage. Wind magic, crescent kamaitashi, shouted Yuno, launching a cutting wind wave so large that it split the avalanche in two, causing it to drift down two separate paths. Impossible. How much magic power do you have? Asked the first thief. Enough to defeat you, said Yuno. Arrogant brat. Snow magic, hailstorm, shouted the first thief, creating snowballs which he threw towards the wind mage. Wind creation magic, wind blades shower, shouted Yuno, creating several wind kunais which he threw forward. The kunais managed to hit all the snowballs, knocking them apart in the process, much to the surprise of the first thief, who was unable to move when some kunais hit him directly, causing a small explosion that knocked him down in the process. I am not arrogant. I'm just very strong. I can't help it, said Yuno. He. I'll finish you off in one fell swoop, Magic Knight, said the fourth thief. So he's the one who created that barrier. Probably his magic has to do with lava, which has a lot of advantage over my magic, but I can't back down. As their superior, I must try as hard as they do, thought Klaus before adjusting his glasses. Lava magic, suffocating jet, shouted the fourth thief as a lava geyser shot out towards the steel mage. Steel creation magic, steel castle's armored wall, shouted Klaus, causing a steel wall with etched designs to rise up in front of him. Despite the wall shielding him from the lava, Klaus could see a spot of heat on the other side of the wall and a sign that the lava was flowing through it, so he had to move out of the way before some lava shot out of the hot spot. He. I told you. This place will be your grave. Even if the others fail, I will make sure to bury you all in 10 feet of molten lava, said the fourth thief with some madness. As long as I am here, I won't allow that to happen, said Klaus with determination. In that case, you'll be the first to die, said the fourth thief before shooting another lava geyser. Steel magic, blazing spiral lance, shouted Klaus, creating a large spiral-tipped spear that he thrust forward as he charged towards the fourth thief. When he saw the jet of lava coming dangerously close to him, he quickly backed away, but even so, the jet managed to graze his arm a little, but it was enough to make him groan loudly. However, he wasn't about to give up and continued forward until he reached his target. With a cry of exertion, Klaus struck the fourth thief with the spear, sending him crashing into the hardened lava barrier before falling to the ground unconscious. Klaus gasped a couple of times before pulling himself together. That was all of them? Asked Klaus. Yes. All downed, said Sakura. Good, said Klaus before groaning loudly and dropping to his knees. Are you okay, Klaus? Asked Yuno as he and the others approached, only for Mimosa to gasp in horror when she saw a bad burn on his left arm. Yes, this is nothing. I'll be able to heal, said Klaus with a shaky smile to hide appearances. That burn is very serious. You have to take it to be treated right away, said Sakura. No. I'll take care of it, said Mimosa with a determined look. Seeing that look, Sakura nodded in confirmation as she trusted her new friend. Mimosa knelt down beside Klaus and prepared to execute the treatment. Remember what Sakura taught you. Focus all your magic solely on the wound, thought Mimosa, remembering the pink-haired ninja's teachings. Plant healing magic, princess healing flower robe, shouted Mimosa, creating herself a dress of vines and flowers along with some wing-like decorations. After that, Mimosa placed her hands near the burn before both Klaus' arm and her hands were surrounded by a glowing aura. Gradually, the burn faded until it was completely non-existent. How do you feel now? Asked Mimosa, finishing the process. Klaus moved his arm a little to check his condition. I feel much better. Thank you, said Klaus. Looks like you took my advice, said Sakura with a smile. Yes, I did, said Mimosa. Good. Now that this issue is settled, began Yuno before looking at the knocked-out thieves. Let's move on to the next one. Soon after, the four thieves found themselves bound by steel clamps created by Klaus' magic. You're already telling us everything you know, said Klaus. We will tell you nothing, noble scum, said the first thief before spitting in front of his feet. You, began Klaus, about to demand loudly before Sakura stopped him with her arm. Allow me, began Sakura before she approached the wall of hardened lava and with a cry of exertion, slammed into the wall, leaving a large hole in the process, much to the thieves' horror. Unless you want to be next, I'd recommend talking, said Sakura with a sweet smile. Oh, okay, we'll talk, but please don't hurt us, pleaded the second thief. So, tell us who you steal the books for, said Yuno. We don't know. Only the boss knows the customers. They are never introduced to us, said the third thief. And where is your boss? Asked Mimosa. Huh? Do you think our boss is an idiot? His base is well hidden and not easy to find even for us, said the fourth thief. He never reveals the location to us. He just gives us a rendezvous point to see him and deliver the stolen goods to him. That's how we do things, said the first thief. It looks like in the end, we couldn't get anything, said Klaus. Any information can be useful no matter how small. This is just one more step towards our goal, said Sakura. Good thinking, said Yuno, agreeing with her. Hey! The four turned their gaze towards the carriage to see the aristocrat looking at them in annoyance. If you're done with those hooligans, let's get going already, exclaimed the aristocrat. Really? Not even a thank you? If it were up to me, I'd send him home with a pitch, said Sakura. I don't think that's the right thing to do, said Mimosa a little nervously. But he's right. We have another mission to accomplish. Once we're done, we'll take these guys to the barracks to deal with them and try to get more information, said Klaus, receiving a nod from the others. Once they had secured the thieves in the back of the carriage, the coachman shook the horses' reins and they all set off again. How did you like your first mission as a magic knight? Sakura, asked Yuno curiously. Honestly, it's not that different from the ones I do in my world, but pretty good, said Sakura. I'm glad to hear that, said Yuno. For the rest of the trip, everything was quieter, and when they brought the aristocrat to their destination, the four of them, along with the thieves, got on Yuno's wind arc to return to the capital, as they had to drop the thieves off at their proper place first. Once they were delivered to the headquarters, they returned in the same way to the base, where they reported what had happened. While for the three magic knights it was a normal daily mission, for Sakura it was more special, since it was the first mission she had performed in that world. Meanwhile, in a hidden base, everything was silent except for the crackling of the fire of the torches that illuminated the place. It was then that someone was seen running through the corridors of the base, and that someone was none other than that thief who managed to escape from Naruto and the others when they were in the capital of the kingdom. The thief continued running until he reached a room where there was a small box on a table. The thief opened it and quickly grabbed its contents, which consisted of a makeup artist, but was actually a communication device. The thief opened the device, which emitted a projection. Boss! Boss, are you in there? The thief asked urgently. There was silence for a few seconds until a silhouette appeared. "What's going on? Who are you? Identify yourself," said a voice from the other side of the transmission. I am a member of the B-Base squadron, sir," said the thief. "Ah, yes. The ones I sent to the capital." "What's going on?" asked the boss. "Boss, there's been trouble. Some magic knights chased us and attacked us. Fortunately, I was able to escape, but I'm afraid I'm the only one who made it," said the thief. "I don't care about any of that. Did you get what I asked for?" asked the boss. "Why yes, sir. I was able to make off with the merchandise you requested we steal," said the thief. "Good. That's all that matters. Within the hour, I'll send you the meeting location. I want you to go there and bring everything. And you'd better make sure nothing is missing," said the boss. If I may, boss. What does the customer want these special books for?" "What is it he's looking for?" asked the thief. "I don't care and neither should you. An order is an order. It's all the same to me if he wants to eat them." "Wait for my call and don't miss the meeting," said the boss before hanging up, causing the device's projection to go off. Phew. What a stress. Well, he's partly right. I shouldn't mind. Although I hope whoever is requesting these books isn't going to use it against us," said the thief looking at the contents of the bag. The afternoon had arrived, with the sun setting on the horizon and painting the sky orange. After Naruto and Hinata returned from their mission, Naruto stayed with the others chatting and having fun while Hinata went to take a bath with the girls who had invited her to join them. Hinata refused at first, not being entirely sure, but eventually they convinced her and took her to the base's bathroom, which consisted of a bathtub so large it looked like a swimming pool. "Ah. Nothing like a good bath after a day on a mission," said Noelle, submerging herself in the bathtub water. Thank you for including me," said Hinata. "You're welcome, dear. You're one of us now, so you deserve to join in our customs," said Vanessa before taking a sip from a bottle of alcohol. "Why you shouldn't drink in the bathroom," said Gray nervously. "You can't swim in the bathtub either, and look at Charmy," said Nero, pointing to the cotton mage who was swimming in the bathtub as if it were really a swimming pool. "It's just so much fun," said Charmy. "Well, now that we're all here, how about we chat a little?" asked Vanessa. "Chat about what?" asked Noelle with a raised eyebrow. "What's it going to be about?" "Well, boys," said Vanessa. That made the other girls, except for Nero, blush a little. What an embarrassment," said Gray, covering her face with her hands. Why do you want to talk about that specific topic?" asked Noelle. "Simply because it's a common topic. What's wrong with you? Do you have something to hide? Something related to Asta, for example?" asked Vanessa with a knowing smile. What? That's nonsense. "I have nothing to do with that idiot," exclaimed Noelle with a completely flushed face. "If you say so," began Vanessa, accepting the answer. "Looks like she's got a long way to go to accept it," thought Vanessa before looking at Charmy. "What about you, Charmy? Do you have special feelings for anyone?" Charmy blushed deeply at the thought of a certain wind mage. I might have feelings for someone, but I don't know if he'll want to be with me exactly," said Charmy nervously. "I think you should give it a try, Charmy. Just be yourself and wait to see what happens," said Hinata. "Yes, thank you, Hinata," said Charmy with a smile that Hinata returned. What's wrong with you, Nero? Why you're always hanging around Asta. Do you even have feelings for him?" asked Gray nervously, causing Noelle to become alert. "It's true that I hang out around Asta, but I don't have feelings for him," said Nero. "Well, I always see you perched on his head when you're a bird," said Vanessa. "It's just that his head is so comfortable. It's like a nest," said Nero with a monotonous expression. "Okay. How about you, Gray?" asked Vanessa. I began Gray before thinking of a certain mirror mage. Don't look at me. How embarrassing, exclaimed Gray, covering her face with her hands. I guessed as much. Well, now it's time to move on to the last person left. You, said Vanessa, pointing her finger at Hinata. I? Asked Hinata. Yes, you. You like Naruto, don't you? Asked Vanessa with a knowing smile. That question made Hinata blush hard from embarrassment. I don't know what you're talking about, said Hinata with her head down. Oh, come on. Don't try to deny it. You clearly like him, said Noelle. Since when did you sense it? Asked Hinata. Since we met you, said Nero. You get almost as nervous as Gray when he's with you, said Charmy. That's true, said Gray nervously. Hinata looked around to see the looks the other girls were giving them, and seeing that she couldn't hide it, she sighed in defeat. That's true. I like Naruto, said Hinata. I knew it, said Vanessa, raising her arms in victory. Honestly, what did that idiot who looks like Asta do to make you fall in love with him? Asked Noelle. Well, it all started when we were little. Some kids were picking on me, and then Naruto showed up and stood up for me. Even though he ended up getting beat up by those kids, I thought what he did was very heroic. After that, I was watching him on the sly, seeing how he continually tried hard even though he failed in several attempts or people didn't treat him well. The fact that he didn't give up seemed very admirable to me, and I guess, after watching him for a while, I started to fall in love with him without realizing it, said Hinata with a sweet smile. You know that sneakily watching him for a while categorizes you as a stalker, right? Asked Nero, making the white-eyed ninja give a little gasp of surprise at that. Don't mind her. I think it's cute. So what did you do after that? Did you confess to him how you felt? Asked Vanessa. And no, I couldn't do it. Back then, I was so shy that every time I talked to him or he approached me, I would get so nervous that I would run away or faint, said Hinata. I can understand that. I would have that happen to me too if I were in your situation, said Gray. Still, for years, I was training to become stronger and braver, so that I could fight by his side and talk to him without problems. It was then, when that happened, said Hinata. That? Asked Charmy. An evil and powerful ninja attacked the village. Naruto showed up and fought him, but ended up in a very bad situation. When that guy was going to attack him, I jumped in the middle to protect him. I knew I wouldn't stand a chance, but still, I didn't want to move out of the way, and despite how much I got hit, I kept trying to fight him, and then began Hinata, starting to blush. Then? Asked Noelle. I confessed my feelings to him, said Hinata, blushing brightly. Oh, you really did, even though the circumstances weren't what I imagined, said Vanessa happily. What happened after that? Asked Nero. I ended up losing, but from what I heard, Naruto defeated him and peace came to the village, said Hinata. That's not the important thing. What did he answer you? Did he accept your feelings? Asked Vanessa. And no, he didn't, said Hinata. Don't tell me he rejected you, said Charmy. And not that either, said Hinata. So what did he say to you? Asked Gray. Nothing, said Hinata. An awkward silence formed in the bathroom at the white-eyed ninja's response. Nothing? What do you mean by that? Asked Vanessa, very confused about it. After what happened, more things happened and Naruto never got around to answering me, said Hinata. Are you telling me he forgot about your confession? Asked Noelle. I don't know. Maybe it's either that or he doesn't have an answer, said Hinata. When exactly did you confess? Asked Nero. About almost a year ago, said Hinata. This is an outrage, exclaimed Noelle, getting up. I never thought it was possible, but that boy is a much bigger idiot than Asta. I have to agree with her. I mean, a girl confesses her feelings to him and he acts like that didn't happen? He could at least be more polite and say something, said Vanessa. That's not right, said Gray. Let's go get him and get the answer out of him even if it's by force, said Charmy with fire surrounding her. Wait, there's no need to do something like that, said Hinata, stopping the girls from doing anything drastic. But they're right that the situation shouldn't end like this. You have to do something about it, said Nero, looking at the ninja. Like what? Asked Hinata. Isn't it obvious? Go over there and demand that mustachioed idiot to give you an answer, said Noelle, pointing to the side. That's right, Hinata. If you really want an answer to your confession, you'll have to get it yourself, said Vanessa. But what if he doesn't feel the same way I do? What if it turns out he hates me? What if? Asked Hinata, starting to panic before Noelle splashed water in her face to make her stop. Don't talk nonsense. As much of an idiot as he is, he clearly doesn't hate you, said Noelle. That's true. I may not have known him for very long, but you can tell he cares about you, said Charmy. He's never at any time shown that, you say, said Gray. Instead of asking about what he might tell you, ask yourself about when you will tell him. That way, you'll be able to get the answer, said Nero. Exactly, began Vanessa by placing herself next to Hinata, putting an arm around her shoulders and pulling her into a side hug. Only you can get the answer to your confession. If it turns out he feels the same way about you, everyone happy, and if in the end, it turns out the opposite, you'll always have your big sister to comfort you. Just like all of us. You may be from another world, but we're from the same squad now, as well as friends, right? Asked Noelle with a smile. Hinata was slightly taken aback at the support from the girl members of the squad. Thank you very much, girls. You're right. I've been waiting for an answer for too long. It's time for me to get it on my own, said Hinata with a smile. That's the spirit. Now, let's drink to celebrate, said Vanessa, raising her bottle of alcohol. That you don't drink in the bathroom, said Noelle with a frown. The other girls couldn't help but giggle lightly at that scene. Girls, I'm glad you're my friends, thought Hinata with a happy smile. Meanwhile, in the main room of the base. Come on, Naruto. Let's fight to the death. Come on, said Luck. I already told you no, Luck. I just got back from a mission and all I want to do is relax, said Naruto. If there's one thing I've learned in this squad, it's that you can't relax quietly, said Zora. Oh, Marnie. It's not long now until the date when we can see each other again, said Gauche, looking at the picture of his little sister with a trail of blood coming out of her nose. Do me a favor and don't say it that way, you look like a degenerate. I bet if your little sister saw you like that, she'd freak out, said Magna. How dare you say that about my little sister? I'll kill you, exclaimed Gauche with fire surrounding him and a mirror ready to fire. Wait, Gauche, let's not provoke a fight in here, said Asta, trying to stop them. I'll kill you too, exclaimed Gauche, pointing at the boy with no magic. What? Why me too? Asked Asta. Because of what happened that time with Marnie, exclaimed Gauche, referring to when he saw Marnie playing with Asta just before declaring that he would be her husband. In the next instant, Gauche set about shooting from his mirror beams that Asta and Magna quickly dodged. Hey, do either of you two know what he means? Asked Naruto. Surely it's about something that interferes with their friendship, but at the same time you will strengthen it, said Gordon quietly and quickly. I don't know, said Henry slowly. I don't know why I asked you to, said Naruto with a bead of sweat as he realized he had asked the only people in the entire squad he didn't understand. Soon after, the girls appeared at the entrance to the main hall, with Hinata in front of the others. There he is. Come on, Hinata. It's time, said Vanessa. Are you sure? I in front of the others? Asked Hinata. If you're so worried about it, just take him somewhere more private and be done with it, said Noelle. Whatever happens, we'll support you, said Nero. At the support of her new friends, Hinata took a deep breath to calm herself before proceeding to do so, so she approached Naruto, catching his attention. Ah, Hinata. I see you're done, how did it go in the bathroom with the others? Asked Naruto. All right, Naruto. Thank you for asking, began Hinata before a small silence formed between the two ninja. Come on, Hinata. You can do it, thought Hinata before glaring at the Jinchuriki. And Naruto, I'd like us to go to. Suddenly, a portal opened in the middle of the room and out of it came Finral, causing Ghosh to stop shooting beams. Ah, I see you're all here. Great. Hey, Asta, Luck, Naruto, began Finral, getting the attention of the aforementioned. I need you to do me a little favor. Sure. What is it? Asked Naruto. Well, began Finral before averting his gaze to the side as he scratched his cheek. Let's see how I put this to you, said Finral before clasping his hands together and giving them a smile with his eyes closed. Could you attend a triple date for me? Huh? Asked Naruto, very confused, as was Hinata. Oh, what was that about? No problem, said Asta. Wait. Isn't this the first time he's asked this? Asked Naruto in surprise. Before, Finral had a habit of flirting with any pretty girl and going out with her. On a couple of occasions, he arranged a triple date where he asked Asta and Luck to go with him, said Vanessa. Ah, I understand, but why do you need me too if with me there are 4 of us? Asked Naruto. It's just that I'm not going, said Finral. Why not? Asked Asta. Well, it's just. I can't do this stuff anymore, began Finral, rubbing the back of his head. Not if I want to impress Finesse. And why didn't you just cancel it? Asked Luck. I couldn't do that. Besides, she was the one who set it up, so I couldn't refuse even if I wanted to. So, can you please do me that favor, please? Asked Finral with folded hands. Of course. Anything for a friend, said Naruto. Naruto, we'll go on a date, with another girl? Asked Hinata, feeling sad. Me too. I'm even likely to meet her again, said Asta, thinking about a certain someone. Meet her? He means that girl? Asked Noelle, feeling angry for some reason she couldn't figure out. If you promise me a fight with Naruto, I'll do it, said Luck. Deal, said Finral. Hey, wait a minute. Don't I have anything to say about that? Asked Naruto, pointing to himself. While the guys were talking about the triple date, Hinata was still a little sad that Naruto was going on a date and she wasn't the other person. For a moment, a scenario formed in her mind that Naruto would fall in love with the other girl and prefer her over her. Her thoughts stopped when she felt a strong grip on her shoulder, and looking to the side, she saw Noelle with a very serious look on her face. Hinata, something needs to be done, said Noelle. What do you mean? Asked Hinata, confused. It was already night in the town of Nairn, where once upon a time an event involving a terrorist group took place that was eventually solved, but on this occasion another interesting event was taking place. In a restaurant in the town, which was full of people, were Luck, Naruto and Asta sitting at a table, patiently waiting for the girls who would make up the date. So, how are these triple dates? I've never been on any, said Naruto. They're fun. You hang out and talk to the girl and then say goodbye when it's over, said Asta. Oh, I see, said Naruto. What they didn't know was that 2 specific girls were watching them. Look at them there. So calm and without a care in the world. Some idiots, said Noelle. And Noelle, can I ask you a question? Asked Hinata. Go ahead, said Noelle, turning to look at her. Why do we have to wear these outfits? Asked Hinata, referring to the fact that they were both dressed as maidens. If we want to spy on them, we must blend in with the crowd. Good thing I managed to convince the manager to let me work in this place again, said Noelle. You've been here before? Asked Hinata. That doesn't matter. What matters now is keeping an eye on those 2, said Noelle. Why? Asked Hinata. Because think about it, what if a date girl cajoles that idiot and in the end keeps him? That's something I can't allow, said Noelle. I don't think Naruto is easy to cajole, said Hinata. Naruto? Asked Noelle, confused. We were talking about Naruto, weren't we?" asked Hinata. "Oh, of course. I was talking about him." "If you want to get your answer, you can't let someone else have it," said Noelle. "Hey, you two. I don't pay you to chat, I pay you to work. Now go pick up orders," said the manager. "Let's get to it, shall we?" asked Noelle angrily, startling the manager a little. "Ugh. I hope I don't regret hiring her again. Although I think her friend will do much better than her," muttered the manager. "You heard that guy. We've got work to do. Especially if we have to blend in and lay low," said Noelle before going to perform her duty. "Noelle, you may be fooling yourself, but you can't fool me. Even if you deny it, you like Asta and I dare say the same way I like Naruto," thought Hinata with a smile before going to perform her job. A couple of minutes had passed and the boys were still alone at the table. "Aren't they taking too long?" asked Naruto. "Maybe something happened to them that's keeping them late," said Asta. "I just know that if they don't show up, I'll fight someone here," said Luck, keeping his usual smile. "Don't even think about doing that. At least leave it for outside the facility," said Naruto, scolding the lightning mage. Meanwhile, the two girls continued their incognito work. "Looks like they haven't come yet," said Hinata with a tray of food to serve. "That's good," began Noelle. "If this continues, we can call it a day." "Hello." Suddenly, through the door came a curly blonde-haired girl in a dress. "We're so sorry we're late, but on the way, a car rushed by and stained our dresses, so we had to go change," said the girl. "Oh, is that all? That's all right. The important thing is that nothing bad happened to you," said Naruto. "Great. Come on, girls," said the blonde girl before entering the restaurant, followed by a girl with short brown hair and glasses, and another girl with long red hair. "Hey, Rebecca," greeted Asta, waving his hand quickly. "Hi, Asta. I knew you'd be here," said Rebecca with a smile. "I knew it. I knew she'd be here," thought Noelle angrily as she loaded up a plate of food. "Waitress, can I get my food now?" asked a customer. "Take your food," exclaimed Noelle, throwing the food in his face, knocking him down in the process. "Oh, no. Not again," said the manager with his hand over his face. "So she's the girl that has Noelle worried. Now that I notice, she looks a little familiar. Especially with that hair she has," thought Hinata, noticing the girl Asta knew. "Do you know her, Asta?" asked Naruto. "Now that I notice. She looks a lot like someone I know," thought Naruto, noticing mainly Rebecca's long red hair. "Yeah, she's a friend. I met her on a triple date," said Asta. "I see. Well, I guess it remains for us to introduce ourselves. I'm Naruto Uzumaki and this is Luck," said Naruto, introducing himself and his friend. "Hello," said Luck. "You already know Rebecca." "I'm Hina and this is Bet," said the blonde girl, introducing herself and the girl with glasses. "A pleasure," said Bet, adjusting her glasses. "You know, I'm a little surprised you'd come on another one of these dates when I know you don't like them," said Asta. "Well, part of me felt that I would see you again like this, and the other reason is that she forced me to come," said Rebecca, looking at the blonde girl with a frown. "Oh, come on, Rebecca. I did it for your sake. You spend so much time taking care of your younger siblings that you don't take care of yourself. It's better to do something fun once in a while so you don't die of boredom," said Hina with a smile. "Huh. I like the sound of that," said Naruto. "Oh, thank you. So, judging by your robe, you're from the Black Bull. I'm not familiar with your face though." "Are you new?" asked Hina. "Well, yes. I joined a few days ago," said Naruto. "And tell me, what kind of magic do you have?" asked Hina. "Huh. Well," began Naruto, trying to find a logical explanation for his chakra without revealing too much. "I possess cloning magic." "That's right. Cloning magic. It allows me to clone myself as many times as I want. Oh, that sounds amazing, magic and very useful for everything, said Hina. Hee hee. Thanks, said Naruto, rubbing the back of his head. Hinata, who was watching the whole thing, frowned in jealousy. I like to write. Tell me, what do you like? Asked Bet to Luck. I like to fight, said Luck. Fighting, huh? I happen to be writing a novel now about fighting injustice, began Bet, pulling out a notebook and pencil. Maybe you could help me a little. How do you usually fight? By attacking directly before they do and as hard as I can, said Luck. Attack first and hard. Interesting, said Bet, taking note of what the lightning mage was saying. So, Asta, how are things going in your life? Any particular changes? Asked Rebecca. Yeah, I'm a lot stronger now than I used to be, said Asta, rolling up his sleeves to show off his biceps. Rebecca chuckled at that. I figured as much, but I was referring to if you were with someone, said Rebecca. With someone? What do you mean? Asked Asta with an eyebrow arched in confusion. So there's been no breakthrough, huh? Asked Rebecca mentally before turning her gaze to the side to see a certain water mage staring at them with a frown on her face in jealousy. I guessed as much, thought Rebecca with a small knowing smile. Nothing. Just my stuff. You know, Asta. You should come visit me once in a while. My siblings often ask about you. That made Noelle let out a slight gasp of horror. Oh, yes, your siblings. How are they? Asked Asta. Very well. In fact, they recently decided to train to become stronger. You look like you're their inspiration, said Rebecca. Hee hee. I'm flattered to hear that. I hope they become something in life and that you will support them no matter what, said Asta. Of course. After all, I'm their big sister, said Rebecca with a smile. Hey, Naruto, what's that band on your head? Asked Hina. Oh, this? It's a tradition in my village. When we are named Magic Knights, they give us one of these as a symbol of where we belong, said Naruto, holding up his headband. That's very nice, said Hina. I think that's enough about me. What do you do for a living? Asked Naruto. Well, I'm a seamstress. Right now I work in a tailor shop, but I hope one day to open my own, said Hina. I bet it will be a big tailor shop. I can already imagine a lot of people lining up to be your customer, said Naruto. Oh, please don't say such things, they make me embarrassed, said Hina with her hands on her cheeks, blushing and her eyes lowered. What else do you do when fighting? Asked Bet. Attack non-stop and without mercy towards the opponent. I tease him, too. It's fun when they get angry and try to attack, said Luck. Provocation and no mercy. This could really give me the inspiration I need, said Bet, jotting it all down in the notebook. Hinata and Noelle stood off to the side watching as the triple date went smoothly and everyone was happy. While Hinata was a little depressed about it, Noelle bit down on a napkin which she pulled hard. Grr. I can't stand any of this, said Noelle. I guess I don't have anything to do anymore, said Hinata. Don't be negative. You can't just give up on anything. You have to keep fighting to achieve whatever you set your mind to, do you hear me? Asked Noelle with fire in her eyes, literally. Even though it was obvious she was referring to Asta, Hinata smiled as she saw that her friend was right. She remembered when Naruto, as a little boy, was in love with Sakura, and despite that, she didn't give up and kept thinking she had a chance, even though her shyness prevented her from doing so. Besides, Naruto only knew that girl for a little while and knew that he was nice to anyone who seemed like a good person. A girl he had just met couldn't compete with a girl who has known him for a long time, could she? It was then that Noelle noticed something, and seeing it clearly, a horrified expression formed on her face, something Hinata noticed. What's wrong, Noelle? Asked Hinata in confusion. Ugh. Why do I always run into him in these situations? Asked Noelle with her hand over her face. What do you mean? Asked Hinata blankly. To that, said Noelle, pointing to the side. Looking in the direction she was pointing, Hinata saw that at another table another triple date was taking place, but that date was totally different from the one with Naruto and Asta. The three girls were totally bored with disappointed expressions, and on the other side of the table were two boys, a short young man with a black afro and a chubby young man with messy brown hair, who were silent, while the third boy, a slim young man, long light-colored hair combed back and held back with a black band, with only several locks hanging in front of his forehead and a green robe with a praying mantis symbol on it, was talking non-stop. And there I was, fighting bravely against the enemy while defending the king, and ever since then he doesn't want me to part from him. That's how important I am, so, if you want something, maybe I can convince the king to give it to you, said the third boy. Do you even know him? Asked Hinata. Unfortunately, yes. He's an insufferable, snooty magic knight who thinks he's better than everyone else when he's not. What was his name? I can't remember. Was it Sek Bronzatsa? Asked Noel, confused. Fuha, exclaimed Sek, mouthing his crutch. That. His name was Fuha, said Noel. Excuse me, waitress, said Sek with his arm raised. Can you go? I already waited on him the last few times I did this and I don't want to repeat it anymore, said Noel. Hinata nodded before going to where the other triple date was taking place. How may I serve you, sir? Asked Hinata, acting like a true waitress. Bring us some more water. These ladies are a little thirsty, said Sek, pointing to the girls with his thumb. Hinata looked at the three girls to see them shaking their heads in unison in sign that it wasn't true, but it was a customer's request and therefore, she had to obey. I understand. I'll bring it to you right away, said Hinata before walking away. Good thing it was you, or I would have shot him the water he asked for, said Noel, with Hinata being a little surprised at that. Back at the main triple date, the six of them were laughing. See, Rebecca? I told you it would be funny, said Hina. Yeah, you're right, said Rebecca. Honestly, I didn't know what to expect from this, but I'm glad I got to experience it, said Naruto. I knew you'd like it, buddy, said Asta. Hina. Everyone was startled by that sudden call and turned their gaze to the entrance to see a scruffy-haired man with a slight dirty beard, a sleeveless shirt and a bottle of alcohol in his hand, as well as a drunken blush. Where are you? Asked the man. Christian? Asked Hina in surprise. Do you know him? Asked Naruto. Yes, he's my ex-boyfriend, said Hina with a frown. I thought you broke up with him weeks ago, said Bet. And I did, but he keeps insisting that we get back together, said Hina. That's when Christian found the person he was looking for. Ah, you're here, began Christian, approaching the table. We need to talk. I have nothing to talk to you about, said Hina, crossing her arms and closing her eyes as she looked away. Huh? Come on. Why are you being like this with me? Didn't we used to love each other before? Asked Christian. There you hit it. Before, began Hina, looking at her ex with a frown. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. Besides, you reek of alcohol, said Hina, waving her hand in front of her face for emphasis. That made the ex-boyfriend growl from the anger he felt. If you don't want to come with me, then, began Christian, stretching his hand towards her, but Rebecca stood up and stopped in the middle protectively. You heard her. She doesn't want to see you. So get the hell out before we alert the authorities, said Rebecca. You stay out of this, said Christian, raising his hand and directing it straight at the redhead to give her a hard punch. Just before the blow reached her, a hand grabbed his wrist, stopping it in the process. Rebecca was a bit shocked when she saw that it was Asta who saved her. Don't even think about hurting her, said Asta with a stern look. She did say to alert the authorities, didn't she? Asked Naruto before getting up. Well, here we are, began Naruto, pointing to his magic knight robe. You better get out of here before things get complicated. Christian growled in anger before turning away. I don't care if you're magic knights, you shouldn't be interfering in other people's private lives. Go stick your noses somewhere else if you don't want me to, exclaimed Christian before receiving a direct kick to the face from Luck that knocked him down. Another good way to fight is to attack when the enemy is distracted, said Luck with his usual grin. A good tactic, no doubt, said Bet pointing at him in the notebook. Christian groaned a little as he lifted his head, and the moment he opened his eyes, he was startled to see Naruto and Asta standing over him with piercing stares. If you ever bother any of them again, began Asta. We won't be so benevolent, finished Naruto. Christian was so frightened by it that he didn't hesitate to run out of the place. Soon after, people applauded at what they did. Thank you for solving the problem, said the manager. You're welcome, said Naruto. Now, let's each go about our business, said Asta. Meanwhile, at that moment, Sek had just returned to his bathroom table. Well, what did I miss? Asked Sek without having seen what happened. After that, everyone returned to their seats. I'm really sorry about this. I should have figured I would do something like this, said Hina, feeling guilty. Bah. Don't worry about it, said Naruto. Yeah, don't blame yourself for your ex being a jerk, said Rebecca. I doubt he'll be bothering you again for a while, but if he does, you can count on us to take care of him, said Asta. I'll be happy to fight him, said Luck. A good line for my story, said Bet, jotting it down in her notebook. Thank you, said Hina with a smile. Despite the recent incident, the triple date went on smoothly for much of the evening. A couple of hours after everyone ate and talked, the triple date came to an end and the six were outside the restaurant, ready to say goodbye. Thank you for your advice, Luck. They'll come in handy for my story, said Bet. I hope you succeed in your own fight, said Luck with his usual smile. Of course, I will make my story win the fight against the other stories, said Bet with slight determination. Thanks again for earlier, said Hina. You're welcome, and I hope you succeed in your goal. I still believe you will succeed, said Naruto. Thank you very much. When I'm going to open my place, you'll be the first one I'll let know. I hope you will attend, said Hina. I hope so too, thought Naruto, as he didn't know how long it would be until he returned to his world. It was nice to see you again, Asta, said Rebecca. Same here, Rebecca. Say hello to your siblings for me, said Asta. I will, and I hope you will come visit us sometime. They love being with you, said Rebecca. Of course, said Asta. After a few final goodbyes, each side left on their own, with all of that being watched by Noel and Hinata from the corner of an alley. Phew. It's finally over, said Noel. And now what do we do? Asked Hinata. Well, the obvious thing to do. Go back before them and pretend none of this ever happened, said Noel. Hinata nodded in understanding, as she didn't want Naruto to find out that she had been watching the triple date dressed as a waitress, which would be very embarrassing for her. Later, the three boys returned to the Black Bull base, where they saw Finral and the girls, including Hinata and Noel, who had returned on time. Hey, guys, how was the date? Asked Finral. Better than I thought it would, said Naruto. There was one annoying guy, but we took him down right away, said Luck. Other than that, everything went very well, said Asta. That's good. Again, thanks for doing me that favor, said Finral. Always my pleasure, friend, said Naruto. Looks like you quite enjoyed yourselves, said Noel with her arms crossed, acting like she hadn't seen him sneaking around. Hey, if you want, we could have one ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun? Asked Asta innocently. However, that innocent question made Noel blush hard at the thought of going on a date with Asta. Don't say things like that lightly, exclaimed Noel, shooting a stream of water that sent Asta crashing into the wall. Why? Asked Asta without understanding the reason for it. So, what did you think of the girl you were with? Asked Hinata. She's a good person. Cheerful, nice, funny. I wouldn't mind seeing her again, said Naruto before leaving. I see, said Hinata with her head lowered in sadness. Although, began Naruto, pausing for a moment. There was one thing about her that I didn't like, said Naruto, surprising the white-eyed ninja. That what?" asked Hinata curiously as Naruto turned his head back. "That she wasn't you," said Naruto before leaving the room altogether. "Did you hear him? He practically just said he'd rather be with you than any other girl," said Vanessa. "Even if he hasn't given you an answer yet, it's pretty clear what it is," said Nero. "Don't you have anything to say, Hinata?" "Hinata?" asked Noelle confused as she saw Hinata completely petrified and blushing. Before they could ask anything else, Hinata fainted. She fainted," said Gray nervously. "Wow. I guess that was too much for her," said Charmy. Despite being unconscious, Hinata smiled at the words of the one who held a special place in her heart. Meanwhile, the thief who had escaped was running through a forest, looking around all the time to make sure that there was no one chasing him. He continued like this until he came to a large tree, where he stopped to rest while leaning against it. The thief breathed heavily because of how far he had to run. "You're late." "Ah," shouted the thief jumping to the side as he turned to see a heavily muscled man. I am so sorry, boss. I had to make sure no one was following me." "And do they?" asked the boss. "And no, boss. I've checked thoroughly and there's no one else besides me and you," said the thief. The boss removed his hood to reveal a large beard and black mustache. "Okay. Did you bring the merchandise?" asked the boss. "Yes, here it is," said the thief showing the sack where the stolen books were. The boss forcefully snatched the sack from him before checking its contents. Well done. Now go back to base and rest until I send you on your next mission," said the boss before turning and leaving. "Thanks, boss," began the thief watching as his boss disappeared into the darkness of the forest. "Phew. I can finally get some rest. After this, I'm thinking of retiring from this job and being a farmer like my mother wanted me to be." "Being a farmer seems less stressful than this," said the thief walking off on his way. The nearly full moon was shining in the night sky over the Clover Kingdom, where its inhabitants were sleeping peacefully, but while most were in their beds, there were some who were busy with certain matters. In a hidden place somewhere, a hallway could be seen lit by torches. The place was in complete silence until the footsteps of someone walking there could be heard, and soon after, it was revealed that the one walking was a black-skinned man in a cloak. The man walked down the hallway for a while longer until he reached some doors that opened automatically. Once he entered the room, he saw that it was a chamber filled with various items, such as jewelry, furniture, paintings, vases and other things. Under the man's feet was a red carpet that extended to the other side of the room, where there was an elegant throne, and seated on it was the head of the thieves' organization, Avernus Snakes. "As punctual as I expected," said the boss. "Time is kind of important to me now, so stop with the pleasantries and answer me." "Do you have what I asked for?" asked the man, revealing himself to be the customer. "Well, there were some of our people who had complications, but we, Avernus Snakes, no matter what, we did our job," began the boss before pointing to a table where all the books stolen and brought by that thief were piled up. "These are all the old books we were able to steal. I hope they are enough for you." "I'll decide after I check," said the man before going to the table and going through the old books one by one. Each time he found a book he didn't like or wasn't the one he wanted, he tossed it aside, with one almost hitting a vase that was in the room. "Hey, be very careful what's in here. It's worth more than you paid for those books," which continues to amaze me. "I mean, who pays that much for a bunch of old, dusty books?" the boss asked. "Someone who doesn't like nosy questions and who gets angry if he doesn't get what he's looking for," said the man before tossing another book, leaving only one. Due to the fact that he hadn't found what he was looking for frustrated him so much that he was going to throw the last book hard, but then, he saw something in it that stopped him. Staring at it, he saw that the book had something that looked like a closed eye. His eyes widened in surprise, and wanting to check that it was true what he saw, he opened the book to look at its contents, and then, a smile formed on his face. "Wow. You certainly know how to do your job," began the man before closing the book and turning to look at the boss. "Pleasure doing business with you," said the man before proceeding to leave. Wait a minute, began the boss, causing the man to pause. I know I don't usually ask personal questions, but whatever you're going to do with that book, it won't hurt us, will it? The man was quiet for a few seconds before turning his head back to him. I'll make sure it doesn't, the man said before leaving the room, the doors closing in the process. The next morning, in the Wizard King's office, Julius was behind his desk, with Marx at his side, and in front of them were Asta, Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Noel and Yuno. What did you summon us for this time, Julius? Asked Naruto. I summoned you because we found a way to locate the main base of Avernus snakes, said Julius, to the surprise of the others. Really? That's great, exclaimed Asta with glee. How exactly did you find out? Asked Sakura curiously. I guess they told you about their many bases, said Julius. Yes, they told us that the boss was the only one who had direct contact with the customers, and then he would alert the thieves from the other bases to execute the theft of what was requested by the customer, said Yuno, remembering what their captain told them. Well, you see, thanks to Marx's magic, we were able to rummage through his memories. We were looking at them a couple of times, but we couldn't find anything that would tell us the location of the base. Until we finally found a pattern in the proceedings, said Julius. A pattern? Asked Hinata. The communication device they used to communicate with their boss. The call will have to go somewhere, right? Asked Julius. I get it. If we can figure out the location they're calling towards, we might be able to locate the person they contact, said Sakura, understanding what the Wizard King was saying. Exactly. And if we find the boss, we'll find their main base, said Julius. But finding the location of a call must be very difficult, said Noel. That's why we asked an expert for help, said Marx. An expert? Asked Naruto. That would be me. As soon as they heard that voice, Asta, Noel and Yuno were taken aback by that before turning around, as did the three ninjas, to see a girl with dark red eyes, glasses, medium-length tousled black hair, wearing a lab coat. Hi, said Sally. Sally? Asked Asta and Noel, surprised to see her. Who is she exactly? Asked Sakura. A former enemy of ours who now helps the kingdom by developing magical tools, explained Yuno. That's right. It's my way of paying for my crimes with a little extra condition, said Sally. And that condition is? Began Naruto, having a bad feeling. In response, Sally moved closer to Asta, leaning down to bring her face close to his. Well, Asta. It's time to experiment on you. So you know what you have to do, said Sally. Experiment? Asked Hinata. Okay. Go ahead, said Asta. Sally took out some tweezers and with them pulled out a lock of Asta's hair. Okay. This will do, said Sally before putting the lock of hair away in a tube that she kept in her robe. In fact, if I may say so, she is in charge of researching a way to return you to your world, said Julius, much to the surprise of the ninjas. Really? You're in charge of the matter? Asked Sakura. Why not? The idea of creating a method of travel to another world is really fascinating. Which reminds me. Began Sally before moving extremely close to the Jinchuriki, startling him a bit. That I haven't had the chance to experience with you, said Sally before standing next to Hinata, much to her surprise. People who not only come from another world, but use a different, but yet similar energy to magic, called chakra, said Sally before standing behind Sakura, to her surprise. Oh, you don't know how much I'd love to experiment with you and learn how exactly all that works. That girl, she looks quite like Orochimaru, thought the three ninjas, remembering the former evil ninja who used to experiment on people and other heinous crimes. Ahem. Mark's throat cleared, causing Sally to remember the situation and turn away from the ninjas. Heh. Sorry. I guess I got carried away, said Sally. Sally, could you please explain how exactly we will find out where the enemy's main base is located, said Julius. Of course. As the Wizard King was telling, they discovered through their memories that they used the communication device to communicate with their boss. After they interrogated the thieves you captured, they located their bases and commandeered everything in them. Including this, said Sally, pulling out a communication device. That's a communication device? It looks like one of those things girls use for makeup, said Naruto. Although it looks like it, it isn't. It's a very useful device that allows us to communicate with each other, said Noelle. Honestly, something like this would be very useful among ninja. Especially now that we are at peace with the other villages, commented Sakura. I checked the device externally and internally, and after a thorough investigation, I finally managed to find the line they used to communicate with their main base, said Sally. And where is it? Asked Yuno. Sally pulled out a rolled-up map and unrolled it on the Wizard King's desk, revealing a map of the Clover Kingdom. As far as I could tell, their main base seems to be over here, said Sally, using a pencil to mark an X on one part of the map. That's between the Common Realm and the Forsaken Realm, said Julius. Makes sense. There aren't many magic knights there, said Marx. So those thieves can take advantage of that to set up shop undetected, said Noelle. Thank you so much, Sally. How can we thank you? Asked Asta. I can think of a way, said Sally. Ouch, said Naruto. Ouch, said Hinata. Ouch, said Sakura. It turned out that Sally had used the tweezers to pluck a lock of hair from each ninja. Since I can't experiment on you physically, I'll have to make do with this, began Sally before storing the locks in a tube that she kept in her robe. Besides, they might serve to make it easier for me to find your world. As a great sage once said, the multiverse is a concept about which we know frighteningly little. I understand. Thank you for helping us, said Hinata. Anything for science. Well, let me know if you need me again or if you want me to experiment on anyone. Bye, said Sally before quickly leaving. Okay. We already know the location of their main base. Your mission is to go there and arrest anyone found there, including the ringleader, said Julius earnestly. You can count on us, Julius, said Naruto. We won't let them continue to do their thing for the kingdom, said Sakura. Yeah, you'll see how I succeed in the mission, said Asta. Not if I accomplish it before you do, said Yuno. We'll see about that, declared Asta, not wanting to be outdone by his rival again. Less arguing and more getting going, said Noelle. Alright, said Hinata, agreeing. With nothing more to say, the six left to accomplish their mission. Thanks to Yuno's wind arc, they all reached the area where the thieves' main base was more or less located. Once they arrived at the corresponding place in the middle of a forest, Yuno undid the wind arc. Well, which way to go now? Asked Naruto. Sakura pulled out a compass-like device. According to this device Sally gave us before we left, the arrival point of the communication should be in that direction, said Sakura, pointing to the side. That means the base isn't too far from where we are, said Yuno. Okay, let's go there, said Asta. Wait, Asta. First we should check for traps or anything that might announce our arrival to them, said Noelle. I got this. Byakugan, shouted Hinata, making the veins around her eyes too marked. Notice anything? Asked Naruto, receiving a head shake from the white-eyed girl. No. I don't detect traps or anything like that, said Hinata, undoing her Byakugan. Then let's get going, said Yuno before the six of them walked towards their destination. They were walking through the forest, following Sally's compass that Sakura carried and guided them to their destination, for quite a while until... Wait, started Sakura, causing the others to stop. According to this, we've already arrived at the right spot, said Sakura before directing her gaze ahead to only for her and everyone else to see a rocky wall. There's nothing here. Are you sure this is the right place? Asked Noelle, having her doubts. If Sakura says it is, said Naruto, trusting his friend. Maybe there's something we're missing, said Yuno. Yeah, like something deceiving to the eye, said Asta, agreeing with her rival. To the eye, started Hinata before activating her Byakugan again. That's right. There's an entrance right there, said Hinata, pointing to the front. But I still don't see anything, said Noel. We'll soon see it, said Naruto, advancing towards the rocky wall and resting his hands on it before pushing. Suddenly, the area around Naruto blurred until it disappeared completely, revealing a metal door that Naruto was slowly opening. Wow! There really was a door there, said Noel, surprised that they were right. They must have used some magical device to hide it from anyone's view, said Sakura. But now that it's no longer hidden, it's very possible that they'll discover our intrusion, said Yuno. In that case, let's waste no time and go in, said Asta before he and the others entered the base, hoping to stop the thief boss before he found out about them and escaped. Meanwhile, in the main room of the base, the boss was busy drinking a bottle of alcohol. Sigh. Sometimes I wish there were more people around here. But if they were caught, they'd give away the location of this place and screw everything up, said the boss. Suddenly, a crystal sphere next to him started flashing red, catching his attention. But what? Asked the boss before looking intently at the crystal sphere, which revealed to him the 3 ninjas and the 3 magic knights scampering through the corridors. What? Magic knights? Here? How the hell did they find this place? Grr. Never mind. This place is a fortress. They won't be able to advance any further without setting off all the traps around here, and only those I allow and can pass them without problems, so I can't say the same for you, said the boss with an evil grin. Back with the others, they were roaming the corridors of the base, looking for the boss or anyone else who happened to be around. This place is huge. Are we on the right track? Asked Noel. I think we are. As long as we keep going like this, we'll be there in a... began Asta just as he stepped on a tile, causing the floor beneath him to open up to reveal a pit with stakes at the bottom, forcing the others to stop as Asta stood over the pit. Asta let out a scream of horror before falling downward, but fortunately he was able to grab hold of the edge in time and pulled himself up and then away from the hole. What I was afraid of. There are traps all over the place, said Yuno. If we make one wrong move, it could be our last, said Sakura. How are we going to move forward then? Asked Noel. Don't worry. For these cases, a ninja is the best option, said Naruto, pulling out a kunai from his bag while Sakura pulled out a pair of shurikens. With great force, the 2 ninja threw their weapons before gesturing with their hands, causing the weapons to multiply by smoke explosions. Kunais and shurikens flew swiftly across the hallway, cutting trap threads in the process. All of that caused several traps to be triggered, causing arrows and darts to shoot out of the walls or ceiling, parts of the wall or ceiling to collapse or crush like automatic panels, and bursts of fire or lightning to shoot out of small holes. After that, the entire hallway was silent. Wow! There really were a lot of them, commented Noel, a bit startled by how many death traps there were. I think those were all the traps, said Asta. Wait. Those were the thread traps. There could be tiles that, when triggered, would set off a trap, said Sakura. Basically like a minefield, said Yuno. That's what I'll take care of, said Hinata before activating her Byakugan. I can see the trap tiles. In that case, guide us, said Naruto. Following Hinata's directions, the group of 6 crossed the hallway, avoiding the trap tiles as well as avoiding the already activated traps. All of this was being observed by the boss through the crystal sphere, and needless to say, he was very furious about it. Exclaimed the chief, grabbing his throne and throwing it hard into a wall, breaking the throne in the process. They're smarter and more cunning than I anticipated. I really should have allowed people to be here. That way they could distract them while I escaped, but it's too late now. I have no choice but to deal with them, personally. Once they were sure they had passed the trap-filled corridors, the group quickly advanced through the rest of the corridors in the direction of where the head of the organization might be. We're very close, said Naruto. Yes, I can feel someone's magic power in this direction, said Yuno. And it's quite a bit bigger than the thieves we ran into earlier, said Noel. I can sense his ki too, said Asta. He must definitely be the boss, said Hinata. Soon after, the 6 of them stood in front of some large doors. He has to be on the other side. We must be careful. We don't know what might be in there, said Sakura, receiving a nod from the others. Naruto stepped in front and pushed the doors open all the way, allowing them to enter the room, where they could see all the fancy items, and the boss, who was standing in the middle of the room. So, the magic knights were able to find this place and get to me. I had hoped this moment would never come, said the boss. Well, it has arrived, said Naruto. You are under arrest for robbery and theft. Turn yourself in now and it will be easier for you, said Yuno. He. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of turning myself in. I've been working for years to create this organization that has earned its reputation in the underworld, and I won't let some meddling brats ruin everything, said the boss. So, I guess you're going to resist then, right? Asked Sakura, preparing herself in case of any moves. Of course. Not only that, but I'll escape and go about my business elsewhere. I hear it's nice in the Spade Kingdom, said the boss. You'll have to go through us first, said Asta. Oh, believe me. I intend to, began the boss as his grimoire floated open beside him. Salt magic, salt shower barrage, shouted the boss as a thick line of salt shot out of the grimoire and stopped in front of the chief, and from that line salt bullets shot out. Quickly, the 6 stepped aside to avoid the bullets. Naruto, doesn't that kind of attack ring a bell? Asked Sakura. Yes, but just to make sure. Began Naruto before gesturing with his hands. Shadow clone jutsu, shouted Naruto, creating several clones around him that rushed to attack. Just as they were about to attack the boss. Salt creation magic, salt sphere, shouted the boss, wrapping himself in a sphere of salt that blocked the clones' fists and kicks, and then, from the sphere emerged several spikes that impaled the clones, undoing them in the process. What I guessed. His magic is like Gaara's technique, said Naruto, remembering his friend from the sand. You mean the young Sand Kage? Asked Noel, remembering when they were told about him after meeting the Wizard King. Yes, he had the ability to manipulate sand, as well as turn it as hard as rock. Which gave him an impenetrable defense, said Sakura. Let's see if it really is. Wind magic, crescent kamaitashi, shouted Yuno, launching a wave of cutting wind. However, when the attack hit the salt sphere, it was unaffected, much to the surprise of the others. Ha ha ha. You can throw anything you want, began the boss as the salt sphere was coming apart. My magic is the perfect combination of attack and defense. You have no chance of defeating me. Salt magic, salt shower barrage, shouted the boss as a thick line of salt came out of the grimoire and stopped in front of the boss, and from that line salt bullets shot out. Reacting quickly, Asta drew his Demon Slayer sword from the grimoire and used it to repel some of the salt bullets. We'll see about that, said Asta before charging towards the enemy as he went about dodging the salt bullets. When he reached the boss, Asta swung the sword at him. Salt creation magic, salt sphere, shouted the boss, wrapping himself in a sphere of salt. However, the sword cut cleanly through the salt sphere and would have hit the boss if he hadn't immediately recoiled, stepping out of his salt sphere. Ugh. Of course. The famous magic knight wielder of swords that nullify magic, but you're still a brat with no magic power. Salt magic, salt tsunami, shouted the boss as a huge wave of salt surged up, threatening to cover them completely. Protective 8 trigrams 64 palms, shouted Hinata, releasing chakra from her hands, which she moved quickly to every possible side, forming strong and flexible sheets that took the shape of a dome around all of them just as the salt wave hit them and covered everything. Ha! Now you will drown in a salt evil that will suck you dry, said the chief arrogantly. Wind magic, towering tornado, shouted Yuno as a tornado emerged from the sea of salt, pushing the 6 away from the dome that had protected them from the salt. I had a feeling that would happen, so take precautions, said the boss. Precautions? Asked Sakura. You may have gotten rid of one wave, but, can you get rid of the other? Asked the boss just as a shadow loomed from behind the group, who turned around to stare in horror at another wave of salt bearing down on them, not giving Hinata enough time to make the same attack as before. Water creation magic, sea dragon's roar, shouted Noelle, shooting a water dragon head from her wand that impacted against the salt wave, undoing it just in time, causing it to rain down some salt, much to the chief's surprise. You know what they say about salt? That water melts it easily, said Noelle, tossing her ponytail behind her shoulder. Grr. Salt magic, salt shower barrage, shouted the boss as a thick line of salt came out of the grimoire and stopped in front of the boss, and from that line salt bullets shot out. The six moved quickly to avoid the bullets, though Asta used his sword to deflect, cut or block some. Naruto then created a clone next to him before charging towards him as the clone was ripping the air over his open palm, creating a sphere of energy in the process, and once it was complete, the clone disappeared as Naruto approached the boss. Rasengan, shouted Naruto, pushing the sphere forward. Salt creation magic, salt sphere, shouted the boss, wrapping himself in a sphere of salt just as Naruto impacted his attack into it without being able to penetrate it or anything, much to the Jinchuriki's frustration as his sphere fell apart. In the next instant, Naruto jumped backwards to avoid being impaled by spikes emerging from the sphere. As long as he's in that thing, we can't attack him, said Hinata. Asta, your sword is the only thing that can penetrate it, right? Asked Sakura. Yes, that's right, said Asta. Perfect, said Sakura before letting out a cry of exertion and slamming her fist into the ground, causing it to shake like an earthquake as she headed towards the salt sphere that was thrown backwards due to the ground beneath it tilting like a trampoline. Give him his, Asta, said Naruto, creating a clone before they both grabbed Asta and threw him with all their might, straight towards the sphere with his sword pointed forward. Bull thrust, shouted Asta, slashing completely through the salt sphere, undoing it in the process as the boss remained in midair. Before the boss could react, Naruto created several clones that launched themselves alongside the original towards him. Naruto 2K Uzumaki Barrage, shouted Naruto before he and the clones hit the boss from every possible point. After that, the boss fell to the ground hard. When Naruto landed on the ground, he and the others took a step towards the boss to see if he was down, but it turned out not to be true as the boss got up from the ground with a groan of pain and effort. You brats. Don't think I'll go down so easily, said the boss. But you will fall sooner or later, said Naruto. You can't do anything against all of us at once, said Asta, pointing his sword at him. That may be true, but I was also prepared for such cases. Salt creation magic, salt coffin, shouted the boss. Suddenly, salt built up around Noelle, and before she could react, she was encased in a pile of sand, her face sticking out. Asta, exclaimed Noelle in distress. Noelle, exclaimed Asta in concern for his friend. Don't move. With that technique, he can easily crush her, said Sakura, recognizing that technique as the one used by Gaara. That's right. Not only that, but I can either absorb her nutrients until she's dry as a raisin or lock her up to drown inside. At the moment, I don't know which option to choose, but if you try anything, I'll decide right away, said the boss with an evil grin. You bastard, exclaimed Asta in rage. Drop her right now, demanded Hinata. You are in no position to demand anything. If you let me go, I'll release your friend and everyone will be so happy. How about it, asked the boss arrogantly. The others were frustrated, for with their friend in such a situation they could do nothing without risking something happening to her. PSS, Asta, I have an idea, but I need you to act as fast as you can. Can you do it? Asked Hinata in a very low voice so that only the boy without magic could hear. Of course I can, whispered Asta confidently. Well? I'm waiting for an answer. Or is it necessary to hear your friend scream so you can decide once and for all? Asked the boss, causing the pile of salt holding Noelle back to shrink a little, making Noelle groan a little from the pain. This is our answer. Water needle, shouted Hinata, shooting a needle of chakra from her fingers that traveled at high speed. The boss saw it coming and turned his face away quickly, causing the needle to lightly graze his cheek, leaving a cut in the process. Asta took advantage of that brief moment of distraction to charge towards the salt coffin and slash at it with his sword, undoing it in the process and freeing Noelle, who fell into his arms. "Noelle, are you all right?" asked Asta with concern. "Oh, of course I'm okay, you idiot. I'm royalty, remember?" asked Noelle with a small smile. Asta smiled back, seeing that she was fine. There might be effects on her body. "Let me handle it," said Sakura, approaching them as Asta set Noelle down, allowing Sakura to use her medical jutsus on her. The boss clenched his teeth and fists from the rage he felt at seeing that his method of escape had been thwarted. "Salt creation magic, extreme tempered ultimate attack, Salt's pike," shouted the boss, creating a large hardened salt spear with several prongs. "I will finish you all off," exclaimed the boss before quickly charging towards them and swinging his spear with hostile intentions. Fortunately, they moved out of the way to avoid being hit, with Sakura holding Noelle due to her condition. "Wind magic, tornado fang," shouted Yuno, launching a powerful tornado, but the boss swung his spear like a propeller, being able to block the attack completely. It was then that the boss spotted Sakura still treating Noelle and, seeing them as easy prey, he lunged towards them with his spear ready to strike vertically, but just as he brought it down hard and fast, Asta stepped in between and slashed the salt spear with his sword, much to the boss's shock. "This is for Noelle," exclaimed Asta before stepping aside, allowing the boss to see Naruto charging towards him with a clone at his side and carrying a huge energy sphere in his hands. "Otama Rasengan," shouted Naruto, and his clone pushing the large sphere towards the boss, who was unable to react properly and ended up being hit by the sphere before a loud explosion occurred that shook the entire room along with a curtain of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Naruto was seen standing in front of the boss, who was lying on the ground with his eyes white and his mouth open in unconsciousness. Once they saw the defeated enemy, they were able to focus on another matter. "Noelle, are you all right?" asked Hinata. "Better now," began Noelle before getting up. "I didn't think medical jutsus could work on mages." "Actually, you're not the first mage I used this technique on," said Sakura, remembering when she healed Klaus after their fight. "Good thing we acted quickly or it could have been worse," said Naruto. "The important thing is that we won and we're all fine," said Yuno. "Yeah, that's right," said Asta with a smile that everyone shared. After securing the boss from escaping by tying him up with ropes and chains, they used Noelle's communication device to report their achievement and received as a reply that they would send people to take care of the matter. Right now, the 6 of them were waiting for those people as they stood in front of the boss, who had regained consciousness and was angry about the situation. "All right. You're already talking. Who ordered you to steal those books and what did he want them for?" asked Asta. "You're wasting your time." "I won't say anything," said the boss. "Just so you know, we have ways of getting people to talk," said Naruto, cracking his knuckles. "Be sure to be tougher as punishment for locking me in salt." "I think I have some pimples stuck in my clothes," said Noelle. "I won't say anything, because I don't know anything," said the boss, to the group's surprise. "Wait, aren't you supposed to be the only one who has direct contact with the customer?" asked Sakura. "Yes, but that doesn't mean I know everything about his life. I once read a story about a man who was in the business of transporting anything anywhere he went, and he had 3 basic and simple rules. No names, no change in the deal, and no looking at the package to be transported. When I created this organization, I came up with those rules," said the boss. "So, you don't know anything about the customer who ordered the books?" asked Yuno. "Nothing at all," said the boss. "But it looks like he hasn't taken the books yet," said Hinata, noticing that the old books that were stolen were lying on a table. "No, he did take it. He saw all the books we could steal, and as soon as he found exactly the one he was looking for, he took it, leaving the others behind," the boss said. "And what kind of book was it?" asked Asta. "Didn't you hear me before, brat? No looking at the package to be transported. I don't know what was in that book. I just know that guy was going to use it for something. I don't know anything else," said the boss. "Great. Every time we take a step forward, we also take a step back. We do nothing but get questions with no answers, said Naruto, complaining about the situation. Don't feel bad, Naruto. With this information, it's clear that we're getting closer to something, said Hinata. And that something could be very bad, said Yuno. In that case, what could we do? Asked Noel. I think the only thing we can do is wait and prepare for whatever that guy has planned to do with the book, said Sakura. They all agreed on that. Not knowing what was really going on, they could only wait to get answers to that question, although they were all still a little worried that those answers mightn't be what they wanted. Night had once again fallen over the Clover Kingdom, and the full moon illuminated the night sky. In the middle of a forest, the man who had hired the services of Avernus snakes could be seen walking around with the book under his arm. He continued walking silently until he reached a section of the forest where no light from the sky could enter except through a single hole. This is definitely the place, began the man before looking up at the sky through the hole that let in the moonlight, which was almost directly above him. And the full moon is in position. Just a couple more things and I will finally have fulfilled the purpose I have been trying to complete for years. The man reached into his jacket and pulled out a black wax candle, which he placed in the center of the area before lighting it with a match. After that, he sat down in front of the candle, opened the book to the right page, and waited until the moon was positioned above the hole, illuminating the black wax candle like a spotlight. Once everything was ready, without wasting any time, the man proceeded to read the page of the book. Oh, great bearer of the book, who was unjustly punished along with your companions, I call upon you on this full moon night. Now, I implore you to return from the flames of hell to fulfill my intentions, as well as your own. Rise once more so that you may walk among mortals, exclaimed the man with outstretched arms, waiting for something to happen. However, nothing happened, and the moon continued to move forward, causing the moonlight shining on the black wax candle to slowly fade. What? I don't understand. I followed the instructions to the letter. I read the spell word for word, exclaimed the man, completely frustrated because his plan seemed to have failed. Maybe there's something else I overlooked. Perhaps a hidden engraving or... Suddenly, the whole place began to shake, causing the man to jump to his feet. An earthquake? Asked the man, confused. It was then that the candle flame immediately turned black as night, and then a crack formed beneath it, causing it to fall inside. The crack spread like a spider's web until it covered a large area of the floor, forcing the man to step back so he wouldn't end up falling like the candle, and shortly after, the crack stopped spreading, leaving everything calm. The man was about to ask a question about it when, suddenly, steam shot out of the cracks, filling the entire place with smoke as the man covered his face. At that moment, the laughter of 3 women was heard in the air, to the surprise of the man, who quickly lowered his arms to see that, in the middle of the smoke, there were 3 silhouettes. Silhouettes of 3 women. Look out, Clover Kingdom. We're back, shouted the silhouette in the middle before causing the smoke to dissipate completely, revealing the appearance of the 3 women. The woman on the left was a bit plump, had dark hair twisted so that it resembled a witch's hat, a mole on the right side of her nose, the left side of her lower lip bitten off, a red vest with several metal rings on the bottom over an orange shirt, a plaid skirt under a reddish-purple apron and a matching red cape. The woman on the right was very beautiful, with long wavy light blonde hair, very fair skin, dressed in shades of purple that included a bodice with floral embroidery and lace sleeves, one dark purple skirt over another, one more red skirt with a slit up the side, and stockings with black boots. And the woman in the middle had no eyebrows, but had, protruding teeth, claw-like nails, heavily colored cheeks, uniquely painted lips, uniquely styled fire-red hair, curly and puffed, resembling the shape of a heart. She wore shades of green in the form of a richly embroidered velvet robe over a green and dark purple dress, wore green striped stockings and shoes with curved tips. Ha ha ha. Yes. At last. Ha ha ha, exclaimed the redhead, laughing out of pure joy. Ah. It feels so good to breathe normal air after so long, said the dark-haired woman. Oh. It's so wonderful, but... How did we do it? asked the blonde woman, confused about it. That question made the red-haired woman stop laughing. That's true. There's no way we could have made it back on our own. Someone had to do it, said the red-haired woman. Do you think it must have been the magic knights? Asked the dark-haired woman before receiving a slap from the red-haired woman. Don't talk nonsense. Those idiots would have preferred to leave us where we were, said the red-haired woman with a scowl. Oh, how about we ask him? Asked the blonde woman, pointing to the man standing in front of them with an expression of shock and disbelief. Hey, who are you? If you don't want to suffer, you'd better talk, demanded the red-haired woman, wanting answers. You, began the man before a huge grin formed on his face. I can't believe it. It really worked. You're here, the man exclaimed happily. Wait, were you really the one who brought us back? Asked the red-haired woman. Of course. I did it thanks to this book, said the man, showing the book. My grimoire. Give it back to me right now, exclaimed the red-haired woman. Oh, of course, said the man, approaching with his hands, which clutched the book, outstretched, and when he got close enough, the red-haired woman snatched the book from him. Ah! What a great relief to see that nothing has happened to you, said the red-haired woman with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gilbert, said the man, introducing himself. Nice to meet you, Gilbert. We are. The blonde woman began. No need. I know perfectly well who you are. The best-known witches in history. The Sanderson sisters, began Gilbert before pointing to the red-haired woman. Winifred, said Gilbert before pointing to the dark-haired woman. Mary, said Gilbert before pointing to the blonde woman. And Sarah. How does a man know about us? Asked Winifred. I've been studying your story for many years. I became so fascinated by your intentions to create a better kingdom that I wanted to bring you back. Thanks to an exchange on the black market, I was able to obtain the black wax candle, but to perform the return process, I needed your grimoire. I felt it would take too long searching for it throughout the kingdom on my own, so I hired the services of a group of thieves to search for it, and once you saw that they found it, I came here, on this night of the full moon, to perform the spell, said Gilbert. Oh, a fan. How nice, said Mary with a smile. Thank you so much for letting us come back after so long, said Sarah before blowing him a kiss. Hee hee. It's nothing, said Gilbert, rubbing the back of his head with a slight blush. By the way. How long has it been since we left? Asked Winifred curiously. Well, considering what year it is. I'd say about 300 years. Give or take, said Gilbert, to the surprise of all three sisters. 300 years? Time sure does pass, said Mary. Humph. That means all of our acquaintances will be dead, said Sarah, crossing her arms. I don't think all of them. Tell me, is Sh still alive? Asked Winifred with a deep frown. Oh, you mean her? Yes, she's still alive and on the throne, said Gilbert. Ugh. Can't even time deal with her or what? Said Winifred. Well, Winifred, we're back, aren't we? This is our chance, said Mary. Yes, the chance to start a new life somewhere else, said Sarah with a smile. Winifred looked at her younger sister with a frown before giving her a slap that made her cry out in pain. No way are we starting a new life. Have you two forgotten what our goal when we were girls? Asked Winifred angrily. The other two sisters were deep in thought until the memory came to their minds. Oh, right. I guess some things get forgotten after so many years, said Mary. But now that we're back, we can try again, said Sarah. We're not going to try, Sarah. We will. Soon this kingdom and all the others will know our names, as the most powerful in the world, said Winifred. Yes. Bravo. That's right. I'll be glad to be there when that time comes, said Gilbert. Oh, right. I almost forgot about you. Regarding that thing you said, there's a bit of a problem, said Winifred. Which one? Asked Gilbert. Suddenly, he felt something sharp sticking in his throat, causing him to bring his hands to it as he gasped, as if he were choking. That you're not going to be present, said Winifred with her finger pointed at him. But I idolize you. I brought you back, said Gilbert. And we will be forever grateful to you. However, the kingdom you want us to create is not for men. No exceptions, said Winifred. Gilbert let out a couple more loud gasps before collapsing on the floor dead. Oh, did you have to do that? I liked him. I was even thinking of keeping him as a pet upon achieving our goal, said Sarah angrily at her sister. Winifred groaned in annoyance at what her younger sister said. I'm sorry. As compensation, you can have all the pets and toys you want when this is over, said Winifred. Really? Thank you, Winifred, said Sarah smiling quickly. So what should we do now? Asked Mary. First things first. It's time to go home and visit old friends of ours. And while we're at it, recruit people to our cause, said Winifred. Oh, fantastic. It's been a long time since I've done that. I hope I continue to do well, said Sarah with a sadistic smile. I'm sure Asichi will be surprised when she sees us, said Mary rubbing her hands together with a mischievous grin. Oh, of course she will, said Winifred with a wicked toothy grin. The Sanderson sisters laughed lightly as they set off to carry out their plans, leaving Gilbert's limp body in the area which was darkening until it looked nothing but pitch black. The next morning, the air was calm at the base of the Black Bull. Boom. At least that's what it looked like on the outside, because inside it was business as usual. You won't escape this time, Luck, exclaimed Magna, throwing fireballs at the lightning mage who was moving back and forth to dodge them. Well, it looks like it, said Luck. Hey, you. Be careful. If Marnie's picture gets destroyed because of you, I won't answer for what I'd do to you, exclaimed Gauche. It's wonderful to see how much you care about all of us, said Zora sarcastically with a bead of sweat. Hey, guys, how about you stop fighting and eat a little? People feel better when they eat, said Charmy, eating a bunch of plates of food. I think, if you give them your food, they'll have more energy to keep fighting, said Nero. That's right, said Gray nervously. Meanwhile, Naruto was sitting on the couch with a slightly annoyed expression. What's wrong, Naruto? Are you still upset about yesterday? Asked Asta. A little. It frustrates me that something bad might be happening and we don't know what it is. It's like what used to happen with Akatsuki, said Naruto, remembering the group of evil ninja that hunted the Jinchurikis. Yeah, but the only difference with them is that you were one of Akatsuki's targets, so you could prepare a bit, said Kurama. Exactly, thought Naruto, agreeing with the bijou. Well, it's not like we can do anything else either, said Noelle. Yes, you stopped the head of Avernus snakes and dismantled the entire organization. You should be happy about that and celebrate, said Vanessa before drinking some of the contents of her alcohol bottle. But Naruto is right that there's something weird about all of this, said Hinata. I agree. I mean, all this over an old book? It clearly can't be something as simple as a book collector or a lost book, said Finral. If it were, it's very likely he would have reported it to the Magic Knights, but he didn't, said Asta. Which suggests he didn't want anyone to know what he was doing, said Naruto. We've done everything we could. Like it or not, we're just left to wait for something to happen, said Noelle. You sound just like old Tsunade, said Naruto. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Noelle, feeling offended by the comment. Hinata glanced out the window to take in the scenery, and at that moment, she noticed something. Hey, guys. I see something approaching the base and it looks like people, said Hinata, drawing the attention of the others. Huh? Asked the others before looking out the window to see a couple of people riding broomsticks towards them, but most notably they were staggering, as if they had no control. Were any of you expecting visitors of any kind? Asked Magna. I think I would have reported if so, said Zora. Would they have come to fight? Asked Luck. Will they future friend Soft mean? Asked Gordon quickly and quietly. As long as it's not Marnie, I don't care, said Gauche, focusing more on his little sister's picture than anything else. Looks like they're having trouble maintaining flight, said Nero. Wait a minute, aren't those? Asked Vanessa, getting a sense of familiarity with those two people. That's when those people started plummeting towards the ground, something that alarmed the others. They're falling. Finral, exclaimed Naruto. I'm on it, said Finral before using his space magic to create a portal right underneath the falling people, which went through the portal, and then, Finral created another portal right above the couch, causing the falling people to jump out of the portal and land on the couch. Everyone could see that those two people were two girls, one blonde with long hair and the other with short dark hair, but the most striking thing was the fact that both girls presented slight wounds, as well as tatters on their clothes. Samantha? Elvira? Asked Vanessa, recognizing the two girls before approaching them. What happened to you? Are you okay? Tell me something, asked Vanessa, hoping it wasn't anything bad. It looks like they're unconscious, said Asta. Worse yet. They look like they came from a very hard battle, said Noelle. Hold on. I'll take care of them, said Hinata, approaching them and placing her hands on them before her hands were surrounded by a glowing aura, having activated her medical jutsus. Thank you so much, Hinata. I owe you one, said Vanessa with a grateful smile. You're welcome, said Hinata, returning the smile. How exactly do you know them, Vanessa? Asked Naruto. They are friends of mine from the Witch's Forest, replied Vanessa. The Witch's Forest? Asked Hinata as she continued her treatment. It is an independent neutral country that lies near the border between the Clover Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom. It is known to be the home of all witches, explained Noelle. And it's ruled by the Witch Queen, who helped us once, although the thing was very complicated, said Asta, remembering when they went to see her to heal his arms, only for her to manipulate him like a puppet and try to keep him and Vanessa while she would kill the rest. That's not all. They make it a rule not to leave the place due to their loathing of men. Although there are small exceptions like Vanessa, said Finral. Then why would they have come? Asked Naruto. More importantly, what happened to make them end up like this? Asked Magna. They clearly fought someone very strong, said Luck. I don't like this at all, said Nero. Soon after, the two witches let out slight moans, causing Hinata to stop applying her medical jutsu, and then, they opened their eyes. What happened? Asked Samantha. Where are we? Asked Elvira. Calm down, girls. You're safe now, said Vanessa. Vanessa? Asked Samantha. Vanessa, exclaimed Elvira before sitting up and placing her hands on the Thread Mage's shoulders with a panicked expression. It's terrible. Something terrible has happened. You have to help us, please, exclaimed Samantha. Wait. Calm down a little, girls, said Vanessa with her hands on their shoulders, trying to calm them down. Asta, go get some water, said Naruto. Yes, began Asta before leaving and coming back with 2 glasses of water. Here. This should relax you, said Asta, handing the glasses to the witches, who drank it calmly before letting out a sigh of relief. Thank you, said Samantha. I guess we needed it, said Elvira. Now, can you explain to us what exactly happened? Asked Vanessa. It all started when we were on our own when the Queen informed us of a problem with the security golems, said Elvira. We thought it must be a technical glitch or a magical beast, but when we got to the site, we discovered it was something else entirely, said Samantha. What do you mean? Asked Noelle. We discovered that it was 3 witches we had never met before. They told us they were old friends of the Queen, so we took them to the door and let them in. It wasn't until then that they revealed their true intentions, said Elvira, clenching her glass a little in frustration and fear. One of them used a spell that made most of the witches behave strangely, and those that weren't affected were defeated by another one of those witches before they ended up in the same state as the rest, said Samantha. We tried to stop them, but they saw through our tricks and took us down. Before they used that manipulative spell on us, we were escaping with the intention of calling for help, said Elvira. Is that why you came here? asked Vanessa. Yes, you're the only one we know who could really help us, since everyone knows you defeated the queen, said Samantha. Well, I didn't do it alone, began Vanessa, giving a smile to Asta, Finral and Noelle, as they were with her when those events happened. However, that you tell is really disturbing. Do you happen to know those witches who claim to know the queen, given your history with her? Asked Noelle, knowing that her friend was once imprisoned by the queen as a bird until Yami freed her. No. In my years in the witches' forest, I've never heard of witches with abilities like that, said Vanessa. Vanessa, please help us, said Samantha with her hands clasped together in supplication. We know the queen is strong, but that doesn't stop us from worrying about what might happen to her after contemplating what those witches can do, said Elvira. Understood. You girls stay here and rest quietly. We'll go check it out, said Vanessa. You can count on us, said Naruto. Yes, said Hinata, nodding her head. Finral, you were there with us. Can you open a portal to there? Asked Asta. Doubt offends me, friend, began Finral before opening a portal. Let's go, said Finral before he and the others stepped through the portal, which closed shortly after. Please be careful, said Samantha. I hope everything goes well, said Elvira. As soon as they all stepped out of the portal, they saw that they were in a forest of large trees with houses set among their branches with platforms and bridges running from tree to tree. Is this the witches' forest? Asked Hinata. Whistling. It looks like a good place to retire or go on vacation, said Naruto. I highly doubt they'd let a man spend a few days here, said Noelle with a bead of sweat. However, they all noticed that despite the beautiful surroundings, they also noticed various wreckage in some places. It looks like there was a battle here, said Asta. Just as those two told us, said Finral. Let's not waste any more time. We must go see the queen, said Vanessa, pointing to a large tree that was in front of them in the middle distance. Without wasting any more time, they all quickly went to the giant tree, which served as a palace for the queen. Once they arrived, they saw a temple hallway filled with craters and other wreckage greater than the outside, proving that the battle was much greater in there. And looking ahead, Vanessa let out a gasp of horror at what she saw. Majesty, exclaimed Vanessa. In front of them and above the throne was a woman in a large dress pinned to the wall through a needle threaded through her hands and shoulders. At the scream, the witch queen let out a groan before opening her eyes slightly. Vanessa, asked the witch queen. Don't worry. We'll get her out of there, said Vanessa, having moved closer to the throne to get a closer look. No. These needles, they are poisonous. If you touch them, you will also be affected, said the witch queen. If there is magic involved, began Asta before drawing his demon destroyer sword. Then I can help with that, said Asta before taking a great leap and using his sword to cut the needles, causing them to shred in the process. That caused the witch queen to fall, but Naruto managed to catch her in time before gently lowering her to the ground. The witch queen moaned ever so slightly due to the effect of the poisonous needles. She's poisoned, said Hinata. Hold on for a little while. You'll feel better soon, said Asta before touching the queen's torso with the tip of his sword, causing lines of purple smoke to billow out of her and into the sword. Soon after, the witch queen stopped moaning as she felt the effect of the poisoning completely wear off. It's amazing that you helped me after what I did to you, said the witch queen, referring to how much she manipulated him like a puppet and tried to force him to kill his friends. Bah! Don't worry. I'm not someone with a grudge, said Asta with a smile. Carefully, Naruto and Vanessa helped the queen sit down. Tell us, Your Majesty, what exactly happened, asked Noelle. Yes, those two girls, Samantha and Elvira, told us that 3 witches suddenly appeared, claiming to know her and then attacked the place, said Naruto. So they reported to you. I'm glad to hear they are safe, said the witch queen. Your Majesty, do you know who the witches were that attacked the forest? Asked Hinata. I'm afraid I do. They were witches I hoped I would never see again in my life, the witch queen began before raising her head to look at them all. The Sanderson sisters. Vanessa's eyes widened in horror at hearing that. The Sanderson sisters? I thought that was just a story about young witches being good, said Vanessa. No, Vanessa. They are as real as all of us here, said the Witch Queen. Would you mind explaining to us who these whatever sisters are all about? Asked Naruto, very confused about the situation. It all happened about 300 years ago. At that time there was peace between the Witches' Forest, the Clover Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom. However, everything changed because of them, the Sanderson sisters. They showed more power than any witches at the time and believed that men didn't deserve to be in power, so they claimed to make witches rule all the kingdoms. I, of course, flatly refused and demanded that they leave those beliefs behind, but they refused to budge and with their abilities, staged a coup. Luckily, I managed to defeat and kill them, but before their lives were extinguished, the eldest of them declared that someday, they would return and fulfill their purpose, said the Witch Queen telling the story. How come I never knew about it? Asked Vanessa. I didn't want history to repeat itself, so I made sure no one in future generations knew about them, said the Witch Queen. There's one thing I don't understand. You said you wiped them out, right? How come they're back? Asked Finral. Is there some kind of magic that allows you to resurrect the dead? Asked Hinata, as she remembered that, during the war, they used a special and unique jutsu to bring back many deceased ninja to fight as puppets. There is, but it doesn't seem to be the same, said Noelle, recalling that a former member of a certain terrorist group had a magic to resurrect zombies that attacked the kingdom in the past. I think I know how, began the Witch Queen, drawing the attention of the others. Right after the Sanderson sisters were executed, I learned that Winifred had performed a forbidden spell. What kind of forbidden spell? Asked Asta, remembering that, when Nero used a forbidden spell, she ended up trapped in bird form for 500 years, as well as getting horns that made her look like a devil. The spell consisted of artificially incorporating a resurrection spell into the grimoire, but the price to pay is the grimoire of two people dear to the spell caster, said the Witch Queen, to the surprise of the others. You mean, she made her two sisters sacrifice their grimoires to create a spell like that? Asked Finral, surprised by the revelation. Yes. I tried to find that grimoire to destroy it and prevent anyone from using that spell, but, unfortunately, I couldn't find it and hoped it would remain lost, said the Witch Queen. Wait a minute. That's it. Now it all makes sense, exclaimed Naruto with wide eyes at the realization. What do you mean? Asked Vanessa. Don't you understand? The stolen books, the mystery customer. It all fits, said Naruto. I still don't get it, said Noelle. The mystery client hired Avernus snakes to steal old books, and according to the boss, he found the book he was looking for and left, said Naruto. Now I get it. That book must have been about the grimoire with the resurrection spell, said Hinata. The one he used to bring back those witches, said Asta. My goodness. This is terrible, said Finral with his hands on his head in horror. With them back, it is clear they will carry out their plan to take over the kingdom. As Witch Queen, it is my responsibility to stop them, Anne. Began the Witch Queen, trying to get up, only to fall to the ground again. You can't do anything. You're too hurt, said Vanessa. Yes, let us take care of the matter, said Hinata. As magic knights, it's our duty to protect the kingdom, said Asta. Exactly, so you can count on us, old woman, said Naruto with a toothy grin before receiving a punch from Noelle. Show more respect for the queen, you idiot, exclaimed Noelle. Humph. I really must be getting too old if I have to count on the magic knights to solve my country's problems again, said the Witch Queen with a small smile, remembering when they defended her country from the Diamond Kingdom as well as that terrorist group. Could you tell us what kind of magic the Sanderson sisters have so we can share that information with Julia so we can prepare? Asked Finral. As you saw earlier, those needles were the stuff of needle magic of the oldest sister, Winifred. The middle sister, Mary, possesses magic that increases her muscle strength to the point where she can knock down a tree with a punch, and the youngest sister, Sarah, possesses the ability to manipulate people's minds with her voice, said the Witch Queen. That would explain what they said about some witches starting to act weird. They must have fallen under her spell, said Noel. So she'll force them to attack the kingdom even if they don't want to, said Finral. That's horrible, said Hinata. We can't let them do such a thing, said Asta. I agree. We have to warn everyone, said Naruto. True, but first, we should explore the forest. There may, as with Samantha and Elvira, be some witch who escaped the Sanderson sisters' attack, said Vanessa. Will you be alright alone here? Asked Asta. My magical power may have been reduced by the poison from earlier, but I have enough to heal, though it will take quite a while. Go on. Make sure this is the true end of the Sanderson sisters, said the Witch Queen. The six nodded in agreement before leaving the scene with one goal in mind. Stop the Sanderson sisters. After learning the story of the Sanderson sisters and their return from the Witch Queen, it was clear that there was a serious threat to the Clover Kingdom. Especially considering that one of them had the ability to manipulate the minds of others. So, due to how empty the forest was of people upon their arrival, she had enslaved all the local witches to form an army to attack the kingdom. Before they left to report the situation, they decided to scout the place a bit for possible survivors of the brainwashing, as happened with Samantha and Elvira. Okay. We'll split up and check around. If you find anyone, bring them here, but be warned that they might be on the defensive if they see a man, said Vanessa. Understood, said Asta. They must really hate men here, said Naruto. They didn't even thank us when we protected the forest of the Diamond Kingdom, said Finral. We can't waste any more time. Those Sanderson sisters are on the loose with an army of mentally manipulated witches, said Noel. Then let's get this over with as soon as possible, said Vanessa. And Naruto, began Hinata, causing the Jinchuriki to stop and look at her. Be careful. Don't worry, Hinata. I'm capable of taking care of myself on my own, said Naruto with a smile. Hinata returned his smile along with a nod. With all said and done, the six of them split up to inspect the forest a bit. Meanwhile, far away from the witches' forest, in a clearing in the same dark forest, stood the Sanderson sisters. Ha ha ha. Oh my. The look on that old hag's face when she saw us after all this time will never fade from my mind in my life. Ha ha ha, said Winifred, laughing with mad glee. Do you think she'll be dead by now? Asked Mary. No one but me can remove those poison needles. She'll be suffering until she finally passes out. I would have liked to have seen that moment, said Winifred. And why haven't we? Asked Sarah with an eyebrow arched in confusion. Because we have things to do, little sister. Kingdoms to conquer. Men to defeat and enslave, said Winifred. Then let's go do it, said Mary with a smile of excitement before receiving a slap from her older sister. Not yet. After what we've caused in the witches' forest, we need to get some rest to regain our strength, said Winifred. In that case, why haven't we stayed out there to rest? Asked Sarah before receiving a slap from her older sister. We don't know how many witches are out there. They could come back, and the moment they saw us, they'd go tell someone, said Winifred. Who? Asked Mary. I don't know, but we have to be cautious, said Winifred. Oh, if it's true that someone might come back, hadn't I better go there? Asked Sarah. Winifred raised her hand for another slap, causing Sarah to shield her face with her arms, before stopping. For once, you had a good idea, said Winifred, lowering her hand. Really? Asked Sarah in confusion. I mean, really, said Sarah with a smile. Yeah, go over there, and if you see any stragglers, recruit them to our cause, said Winifred with a wicked grin. Roger that, said Sarah with a military salute before hopping on her broom and flying away from the scene. Back in the witches' forest, the six of them were inspecting the forest for any surviving witches that had escaped the brainwashing. In one section of the forest, Hinata was looking around, even using the Byakugan to get a better look, but while she was focused on the task, her mind was elsewhere. Why did I have to tell him that? I already know that Naruto can take care of himself, but I still don't stop worrying about him and I'd like him to know, began Hinata before remembering the encouraging words of her new friends in the squad about talking to Naruto to get the answer to her confession. It's decided. When this is over, I plan to tell him no matter what, said Hinata with pure determination. Tell who what? Shouted Hinata as she jumped forward and turned around, seeing that the one who spoke was none other than Sarah Sanderson. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, said Sarah. It doesn't matter, said Hinata before taking a deep breath to calm her heart. Are you a witch? Asked Sarah. No, I'm not. I'm here with my friends looking for anyone who had escaped from the enemy, said Hinata. And did you find anyone? Asked Sarah. Yes, you, said Hinata. Oh, sorry. Silly me. Hee, began Sarah before staring at the white-eyed girl. You know? I feel a strange energy in you different from magic. I just come from a faraway country and magic power feels that way, said Hinata, having found an excuse to not have to tell that she was from another world and what she was feeling was chakra. Okay, said Sarah, accepting the excuse. We'd better get going. There are some evil witches out there and it's dangerous to be alone, said Hinata. Right. Go ahead, said Sarah. And so, Hinata walked back to where everyone was gathered, unaware that the enemy was literally behind her. By the way you were talking before. Do you even like someone? Asked Sarah, making Hinata blush quite a bit. Why yes, said Hinata with no need to hide it. Oh, that's sweet. You know? Once upon a time, there was a boy I liked, but my older sister Winifred said she saw him first and just because she kissed him once she declared that he was hers. The worst thing was that when she saw us together, she killed the boy. That was totally unfair, said Sarah. Yes, it must have been. Began Hinata before stopping with wide eyes as soon as she realized the name she said. Did you say Winifred? Like Winifred Sanderson? Asked Hinata, turning around to look at the blonde witch. What? No. I didn't say anything. I certainly have nothing to do with the Sanderson sisters, who attacked this place, said Sarah, trying to excuse herself. I never said it was them who attacked, and according to the queen, to the rest of the witches they were just a story, said Hinata. Is she still alive? But Winifred said it would be a matter of time before. Oops, said Sarah, quickly covering her mouth as soon as she realized she had spoken too much. In the next instant, Hinata jumped away from her and got into a fighting stance. I knew it. You're one of the Sanderson sisters, said Hinata. Ugh. And here I was trying so hard to hide it. Good thing Winifred isn't here or she would have beaten me for messing up like this, said Sarah. What exactly do you want? Asked Hinata. Well, I had come to see if there were any straggling witches and convince them to join us, but, after seeing you, I think you'd be a more interesting choice, said Sarah. I would never join the likes of you, declared Hinata. Why do you say such mean things? After all, we are the good ones, said Sarah with a cheeky grin. Suddenly, Hinata held her head due to a sudden pain in her head. What? What's wrong with me? Asked Hinata mentally. Whatever they have told you about us is a lie. We just want to create a better kingdom for all of us. Come with me and you can have everything you want, said Sarah, using her magic on the white-eyed ninja. And no. And my friends. My family. Moaned Hinata, trying to resist the blonde witch's power. You don't need them. They don't want you. They think you're a good-for-nothing who can't achieve anything in life, said Sarah. And not true. Began Hinata before something strange happened in her mind. How can someone as weak as you be a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan, said Niji in Hinata's mind. No matter how much you train, you will always be a disappointment. I'm ashamed that you are daughter me, said Hinata's father in her mind. I want nothing to do with someone like you. You're not my big sister anymore, said Hanabi in Hinata's mind. Friend of ours? Are you kidding? Asked Sakura before laughing. We would never want to be friends with someone like you, said Ino in Hinata's mind. It's useless to keep training you. You're not worth it. Go bother someone else, said Kurenai in Hinata's mind. Unbelievable. You're so weak that even someone with no magic like me could defeat you and without having to try hard. Ha ha ha, said Asta laughing. You're the stupidest person I've ever met. You're not even worthy to be around me, said Noelle tossing her ponytail behind her shoulder. Tisk, seeing you makes alcohol taste not so good. Get out of my face, said Vanessa. No, exclaimed Hinata shaking her head to shake off those clearly false memories. That's a lie. They would never say that. Naruto. Oh. Is that the name of the boy you like? He's the worst of them all. He has no feelings for you. You're nothing but a nuisance to him. If he wants you, it's to get you out of his sight, said Sarah. And no. And Naruto. He doesn't. Began Hinata before her mind flooded with more false memories. And Naruto, began Hinata, causing the Jinchuriki to stop and look at her. Be careful. Huh? But what nonsense are you talking? I can take care of myself, unlike you, said Naruto with a frown. Hinata was taken aback by that. Sorry, it's just that I. Began Hinata. Ugh. Again. Always apologizing. What a pain in the ass. Instead of worrying about me, worry about yourself, you always need saving. Get stronger, will you? Asked Naruto. But I'm stronger than before, said Hinata trying to defend herself. Stronger than before? Huh. That's funny. If you really are strong, then you wouldn't have lost to pain. Admit it, Hinata. You'll never be strong. I don't know why you even try. Naruto said. I just want to fight by your side, because I like you, Naruto, said Hinata, confessing her feelings. Naruto was taken aback by that for a few seconds before bursting out laughing, much to the white-eyed girl's surprise. Ha ha ha. Now that's really funny. Did you really think that someone like me, who's going to be Hokage someday, would be interested in someone like you? I'm the strongest and most popular in my world. I can have all the girls I want. Hell, would even set up a harem, but one thing is more than clear, and that is that I have never loved you. I don't love you and I never will, do you hear me? Asked Naruto. That made Hinata's heart was hit hard to the point where she felt like it was shattering into pieces like glass. Unable to bear it, she fell to her knees on the ground with her head lowered. If you're able to comprehend it with that airhead of yours, then, do me a favor and get out of my life. Don't bother me anymore, said Naruto before walking away. Hinata just stood there, her head down as she was shedding tears of pure pain and sadness. She brought her hands to her head and gripped her hair tightly as the words of Naruto, the person she loved the most, stuck in her mind. No, shouted Hinata, raising her head high to scream to the heavens. Sarah smiled with pure malice as she saw that her magic was taking effect. Soon after, the rest of the group gathered at the spot where they parted ways. Any luck? Asked Vanessa. I looked in every corner, but I didn't see anyone, said Naruto. I even tried to sense their ki, but other than ours, nothing else, said Asta. Normally, I would want to find all the girls out there, but there was no one, said Finral. So, either they're well hidden or there's no one left in this forest besides the queen and us, said Noelle. It seems so. I didn't see anyone either and I know this place well, said Vanessa. Wait a minute. Where's Hinata? Asked Naruto, noticing that the white-eyed girl wasn't with them. Have any of you seen her around? Asked Noelle. Like I said, I didn't see anyone, said Finral. And I didn't see anything on my end either, said Vanessa. Could she have gotten lost? Asked Asta. I'll go look for her, said Naruto before walking away quickly. If you take too long, we'll come after you, said Noelle before the Jinchuriki got out of sight. Naruto was walking for a while in the area where Hinata was searching, looking around in search of her friend. It was then when, looking straight ahead, he saw Hinata with her back to him and all alone. "Hey, Hinata," began Naruto before quickly approaching her. "What are you doing here? I was worried. Come on, let's go back to the others." Suddenly, the moment he approached her, Hinata turned around and punched him in the face, knocking him down. Totally confused, Naruto raised his head to see Hinata looking at him with extreme fury. "Don't come near me, you bastard," said Hinata. "Huh? What's wrong with you, Hinata?" asked Naruto, getting up. "Don't you know who I am?" "Oh, of course I know. The famous and powerful Naruto Uzumaki, the one who can get whoever he wants," said Hinata. "What are you talking about, Hinata? Stop talking nonsense and let's go back to the others," said Naruto, approaching her, but then. "Watch out, Naruto," exclaimed Kurama. Before Naruto could react, Hinata gave him a chakra-wrapped slap to his chest, making Naruto gasp in pain as he stepped back a little. "You made it quite clear that you didn't want me around. Well, I don't want you around me either, you hear me? I hate you," exclaimed Hinata, much to the Jinchuriki's confusion. "What? But why? What have I done to you?" asked Naruto. "What have you done to me? What have you done to me? You broke my heart. I've been blinded for years, thinking I could have something with you, and it turns out I was totally wrong. You made it very clear to me that I'm nothing to you and never will be," exclaimed Hinata. "What are you saying, Hinata?" "That's not true," said Naruto, not understanding what was going on. "Don't listen to him." That's when Sarah came out from behind a tree and stood next to Hinata. "That's what men do. They say one thing and then claim they didn't say it. It's a bit cruel, don't you think?" asked Sarah. "Who are you?" asked Naruto. "Be careful, Naruto. I can sense a lot of magic power in her," said Kurama. "Oh, excuse my manners. Sandra Sanderson here," said Sandra, introducing herself. Naruto's eyes widened from shock when he heard that woman's last name. You're one of the Sanderson sisters. Tell me right now what you've done to Hinata," demanded Naruto, pointing his finger at her. "Me? I haven't done anything wrong. I've simply made her see the truth," said Sandra with an innocent smile. "That's right. Thanks to Lady Sandra, I've realized that trying to conquer you is useless. Especially when you're nothing but a presumptuous, selfish bastard," said Hinata. "Conquer me?" asked Naruto mentally. "I don't need you anymore. You or anyone else. Lady Sandra and her sisters intend to create a new kingdom without men like you, and I plan to help them achieve that. That way, I'll be able to prove to everyone that I'm not the weak, useless, pathetic girl everyone says I am," said Hinata with an evil grin. "I never thought that about you," said Naruto. "Lie. I remember it well. My father, my sister, Niji, Sakura, Ino, Kurenai, even Noelle and Vanessa hate me. Well, I hate them too. All of them. Especially you," exclaimed Hinata. "Wait a minute. The old witch said one of the Sanderson sisters could brainwash. She did that to Hinata," thought Naruto, gritting his teeth. "You. Free Hinata right now." "What are you talking about? She's free." "She really is now," said Sarah with false innocence. "Exactly. So stay out of my way if you know what's good for you," said Hinata. "Hinata, don't you see? She's the one who's cheating on you. She's brainwashed you," said Naruto. "Can you believe it? Trying to lure you in with vile lies. It's so cruel, but don't worry. I won't let him near you," said Sarah, putting her hands on Hinata's shoulders. Naruto gritted his teeth from how angry he was at the blonde witch's words and actions. "Get away from her," exclaimed Naruto, charging towards the blonde witch, but when he was halfway there, Hinata positioned herself in front of him and delivered another chakra-wrapped slap to his chest, knocking him down in the process as he groaned from the pain of the blow. "I don't need you to protect me. I can do it myself," said Hinata. "Oh, of course. Sorry," said Sarah. Just then, the rest of the group arrived on the scene, only to be shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. "What's going on here?" asked Asta. "Ah, I see you all came. Good, so I won't have to repeat myself," said Hinata with a smile. "Repeat yourself? What are you talking about?" asked Noelle. "That I don't have to put up with your insults and comments about me anymore," said Hinata. "What? But we never said anything bad about you or anything like that," said Finral, confused about the situation. "Oh, sure. And you expect me to believe that, you creepy womanizer?" asked Hinata, surprising the space wizard by the insult. "Hey, he may be a womanizer, but he's not a creep," said Vanessa. "I know you're defending me. But that's an insult too," said Finral with a bead of sweat. "I don't understand anything," said Asta. "It's her," began Naruto, standing up with his hand over his aching chest before pointing at the blonde witch. "She's one of the Sanderson sisters. She brainwashed Hinata," revealed Naruto to the surprise of the others. "Are you one of them?" asked Vanessa. "She really possesses a lot of magical power," said Finral. "That's right. Sarah Sanderson here," said Sarah. "Hinata, whatever that woman told you isn't true," Noelle said. "She's manipulating you. You have to fight against that," said Asta. "Fight against what? The truth? I've already fought against it and won. I'm clear now who my real friends are," said Hinata. "Well said, my dear," began Sarah before pulling out her broom. "Let's stop wasting time with these insufferable guys and let's go." "Is that okay with you?" asked Sarah, sitting down on her broom. "Very much so," began Hinata, sitting on the broom behind the blonde witch. "Goodbye, you bunch of wretched idiots," said Hinata as the broom began to rise. "Hinata, wait!" exclaimed Naruto, running towards her to try and stop them. Unfortunately, the broom quickly flew away from the spot. "Next time we meet, I'll make you suffer the same way you made me suffer," said Hinata before they flew away out of sight. After losing sight of them, Naruto lowered his head with his teeth and fists clenched in complete frustration and anger at how the situation had ended. "It," exclaimed Naruto, bending down to hit the ground hard. "I should have done something else. No, I shouldn't have even left her alone. It's not your fault, Naruto. That witch had her completely bewitched," said Asta. "And now she thinks she and her sisters are her friends while we're her enemies," said Noelle. "It feels a bit like when the reincarnated elves happened," said Finral, remembering when many magic knights ended up possessed and had to fight them. "We have to free her," said Naruto. "And we will, but first we have to report what we found out and what just happened. After that, we'll think of something to solve this," said Vanessa. Naruto didn't like that at all. To him, that situation was like when Sasuke left the village, but this time, Hinata had left because that witch had mentally manipulated her into thinking what wasn't true. Despite the fact that he would like to go straight in the direction they went, find Hinata and wake her up however he could, Vanessa was right that this situation was too serious for anyone but them to know. "Alright, but let's hurry," said Naruto. "I agree. We don't know what effect that brainwashing magic can have for a long time," said Noelle. "Don't worry, Naruto. We will get Hinata back." "You have my word," said Asta. "Thank you," said Naruto, feeling a little better about the magicless boy's words, but that didn't stop him from worrying about Hinata. Not only that, but he felt something inside him tearing him apart a little, like he had lost an important piece and he didn't know exactly what it was. Meanwhile, in the Wizard King's office, Yami, William, Sakura and Yuno were talking to Julius. "Has there been any progress?" asked Julius. "No, sir. We've investigated as much as possible, but we haven't found any information related to the mysterious book he stole," said William. "We even asked the manager of the bookstore from which it was stolen, but even she doesn't know the subject of that book." Only that she got it from a dealer a long time ago and couldn't sell it, said Yuno. One question, why Asta, Naruto, Noel and Hinata aren't present, asked Julius. When I went to look for them, they told me that something urgent had come up in the witch's forest and they left right away, said Yami. If Naruto is gone too, it's very likely that it's something very serious, said Sakura. I just hope it's not something that will cause a confrontation. Our kingdom is going through a recovery process and we don't need to get into a war against the witches, said Marx. I doubt they want to face us after what we did for them back then, said Yami, referring to the events that happened in that forest. Suddenly, a portal opened in the middle of the room and through it the group exited before it closed. Ah, I see you are back. Great, said Julius, glad to see it. It was then that Sakura realized there was one person missing. Wait a minute, where's Hinata? Asked Sakura. At the mention of her friend, Naruto lowered his head in sadness and anger. She's gone, said Naruto. She's gone? What do you mean by that? Asked Sakura, grabbing the Jinchuriki by the shoulders. Naruto, explain yourself. What happened to Hinata? Asked Sakura, fearing the worst scenario. It's a long story, said Naruto, raising his head to look at them all. For the next few minutes, the group was telling them everything that happened, from when they arrived at the witch's forest, the story told by the witch queen, and most of all, what happened to Hinata. Yami lit his cigarette before sucking in a little and blowing out a puff of smoke. So, this whole book thing was the work of someone who used that ancient book, which turned out to be a grimoire with a forbidden incantation to resurrect some malevolent witches from the past, said Yami. And those witches raided the witch's forest and one of them used her magic to manipulate the witches' minds, said William. Including Hinata, said Sakura. Brain control magic, huh? That sounds cool, exclaimed Julius with stars in his eyes. Cool? Cool? Asked Naruto angrily before grabbing Julius by the collar of his robe and pulling him close to his face. Because of that magic our friend is captured. Marx was about to act until Yami stopped him by putting his arm in front of him. Hey, brat. You better calm down or I'll have to do it myself, Yami said. At that, Naruto let out a deep sigh, managing to calm down in the process, before letting go of the Wizard King. I'm sorry, said Naruto. No, I'm the one who's sorry. I let my obsession get the best of me, said Julius. If the Sanderson sisters have all the witches in the forest under their control, it's only a matter of time before they launch an attack, said Yuno. In that case, we must inform the other squads immediately. The top priority is to make sure civilians don't get hurt from this confrontation, said Julius. He's right. The elves' attack caught us all off guard, but this time, we know who will attack, so we can prepare in advance, said William. Wait. Those witches don't know what they're doing. They are controlled by one of the Sanderson sisters, said Vanessa, defending her fellow witches. Yami blew out a puff of smoke. It'll be tricky, but we'll do our best not to hurt them too much, said Yami. Wait a minute. What if I use my anti-magic on them? If it could heal the ones possessed by the elves, it could heal the ones being manipulated, said Asta. That's a good idea, said Naruto, seeing it as a way to free Hinata. But the number of people being controlled could be higher, and if it only affects one person, it would take too long, said Sakura. In that case, it would be best to go after the source. If we take it down, we would completely nullify the mind control on all the others, said Noel. We already have a plan. Marx, contact the captains and inform them of the situation. Tell them to evacuate and secure the civilians before anything else, said Julius. Understood, said Marx. As for the rest of you, go get ready and keep an eye out for any developments in the matter, said Julius. Yes, they all said in unison along with a nod in agreement. Good. You can go, said Julius. With nothing more to say, they all left the office. Captain Vengeance, do you mind if I leave with the Black Bull? Asked Sakura. Of course not. I'm sure your friend needs you. Go ahead, said William. I appreciate it, began Sakura with a slight bow in thanks before approaching those of the squad of the Black Bull. Naruto, are you okay? Yeah, I just hope this doesn't end up like with Sasuke, said Naruto, remembering when he tried to save his friend the first time and failed. It's not going to be like that, you hear me? Sasuke left of his own free will while Hinata is being manipulated. You heard Asta. His anti-magic will be able to free her from her state. We just have to wait until we see her again, said Sakura. Yeah, you're right, said Naruto. Sakura was right. With Asta's ability to override the states created by magic, it would be very simple to free Hinata, but the thing was, when they saw her again, she would be their enemy. The very thought of fighting Hinata made that pain he felt inside him increase a little more. Why do I feel like this? Asked Naruto mentally. Back in the woods that the Sanderson sisters used as a hideout, Winifred was tapping her foot against the ground while her arms were crossed with an impatient expression and with Mary sitting on a rock beside her. Arg! Where could that sister of ours be? She's been gone quite a while now, said Winifred. You don't think she's been captured, do you? Asked Mary. She'd better not, or I'll be the one sending her back to where we came from myself, said Winifred. No, don't. I'm here. The two sisters turned around to see Sarah quickly arriving on the scene. Anything but back there, said Sarah. It's about time you got here, Sarah. What's been keeping you so distracted? Asked Winifred. Well, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Asked Sarah. The bad, said Mary. Okay. It turns out, when I got to the forest, I discovered a group of magic knights there, and apparently, they say the queen is safe and sound, said Sarah. What? Asked Winifred in a great rage before grabbing her younger sister by the collar of her shirt and pulling her to her face. Are you absolutely sure about what you're saying? You're not lying to me, are you? And no, of course not. I heard it with my own ears, said Sarah before her older sister released her. How in the world did that old woman get off so easily? Asked Winifred. Maybe your spell wasn't as strong as you thought it was, said Mary before getting a slap from her older sister. Of course it was. The only way it could have been released would be with something to nullify the magic, but such a thing is impossible, said Winifred. Well, something had to have happened, didn't it? Asked Sarah in confusion. Arg. Whatever. The good news better be good enough to calm me down right now, said Winifred. Oh, right. The good news. I've recruited someone else to our cause, said Sarah. Oh, yeah? Was there really another witch in the forest? Asked Mary. Oh, no. It's a magic knight, said Sarah with a smile before getting a slap from her older sister. You brought a magic knight into our ranks? Were you thinking? Asked Winifred very angrily. Ow. It's just, she seemed like a curious girl to me, said Sarah with her hand on her cheek that was struck. So where is she? Asked Mary. Come on out, beautiful. Come meet my sisters, said Sarah looking out into the thicket of the forest where all remained quiet until Hinata showed herself to the others. Greetings, Sanderson sisters. Hinata Hyuga at your service, said Hinata bowing in respect. Began Winifred before approaching the white-eyed ninja and walking around her to inspect her. You have indeed brought a curious piece, sister. It possesses an energy I've never felt before. It's a long story. I happen to come from. Began Hinata, ready to reveal all when. We don't have time for your life story, began Winifred, interrupting the white-eyed ninja. We have a kingdom to conquer and we've waited too long for that. So, does that mean? Asked Mary. Yes, sisters. It's time for the entire kingdom to know the power of the Sanderson sisters, said Winifred. Did you hear that, girls? We're going into action, said Sarah to a huge army of witches, which she had mentally manipulated into joining them. For the glory of the Sanderson sisters, exclaimed the witches. For the glory of the Sanderson sisters, exclaimed Hinata. Okay, girls. Grab your brooms and let's get going, declared Winifred. If I may, Lady Winifred, I would like to request one thing, said Hinata with a raised hand. What? It better not be anything ridiculous, said Winifred. It's not, I assure you. I happen to belong to a squad in which there is one person who could be a problem. Someone I deeply hate and wish to eliminate. If I do, it will be easier for you to take over the kingdom, said Hinata with an evil grin, as she knew that if he got into the matter, things would be very complicated for the evil witches. Oh, okay, that's fine. You can do whatever you want, said Winifred. What? Joe. I wanted to spend more time with my new friend, said Sarah with a pout of frustration. What if I go instead? After what I did in the witches' woods, I could use a little more exercise, said Mary, crunching the bones in her arms from stretching. No. I need you with me on the main attack on the capital. Besides, began Winifred before looking at Hinata with a pure evil grin. What better way to finish off the enemy than by using one of your own to do it, said Winifred before laughing in an evil manner, and shortly after, her sisters joined in, followed by the mentally manipulated witches and lastly Hinata. Meanwhile, at the base of the Black Bull there was a tense atmosphere, not only because of the fact that they were going to face at any moment an army of witches mentally manipulated by three evil and powerful witches, but also because of the fact that one of them had ended up in the hands of the enemy and was now their enemy. The usual fun and rowdy atmosphere had become quiet and calm, for everyone had to be prepared for when the occasion came to take action. Of those in the room, Naruto was sitting on the couch with his head down and Sakura at his side. Naruto, I know you're worried about Hinata, but we'll get her back, said Sakura. Yes, with my anti-magic, we'll free her right away from mind control, said Asta. I know, but it's not that, said Naruto. Then what exactly is wrong with you? Asked Noelle. I don't know how to explain it, but ever since Hinata was taken by that witch, I feel bad, said Naruto. Maybe it's stomach sickness. Take my food and you'll feel better, said Charmy, offering a plate of food. No, it's not that either. It's not even my stomach that hurts, but, here, said Naruto, pointing to the place where his heart was, to the surprise of the others. You mean, the heart? Asked Magna. Yes, that's right. Ever since Hinata left, I keep feeling an unrecognizable pain there. Like I'm missing something and I don't know how to explain what's wrong with me, said Naruto. Isn't it obvious? You're in pain because you're so worried about her, said Vanessa. Well, yes. It's normal to worry about a friend, said Naruto. Are you sure she's a friend? Asked Nero. Well, yes. What else could it be? Asked Naruto with an arched eyebrow. At that moment, Noelle could be seen with her head down and shaking slightly. You idiot, exclaimed Noelle, shooting the Jinchuriki a stream of water that knocked him down. What was that for? Asked Naruto with a frown. For being the most ignorant idiot I've ever seen in my life. How come you didn't notice? Asked Noelle. Same here. Even I noticed that, said Yami. Realize what? Asked Naruto. Of what is it going to be? Of how Hinata feels about you, said Vanessa. Wait, does Hinata have feelings for Naruto? Asked Asta, confused. That's what I'm asking. What could she possibly have feelings for me? Asked Naruto. Oh, Naruto, look, you get to be so clueless, said Sakura with her hand on her face. Sakura? Asked Naruto, looking at her friend and teammate. Don't you remember the things Hinata did for you? How she used to get when you were around her? You seriously don't remember what happened when Pain attacked the village? Asked Sakura. What happened, with Pain? Asked Naruto. I agree with her. When are you going to stop acting like a fool about it on the subject? Asked Kurama. But what are you talking about? Asked Naruto. You really don't remember? Asked Kurama. The only thing I remember about that time was that I was trapped, then Hinata came out to defend me, after that, it happened about me getting possessed by you, and the last thing I remember was meeting my father and defeating Pain, Nagato," said Naruto. "I see. I guess I'm to blame." Sigh. "Even if you don't remember everything, I do, and I'll prove it to you," said Kurama before touching Naruto's forehead with his finger. The next instant, Naruto's mind was filled with memories of what happened before he was possessed by Kurama, as he saw Pain approaching him to finish him off, only for Hinata to stand in the way. Even though he kept yelling at her to stay away due to the fact that she had no chance against him, Hinata didn't listen to him, as she wanted to protect him even though she was doing nothing but getting hurt, and that's when she said it before receiving one more blow that knocked her down, as well as the last thing he heard before being possessed by the bijou. "I love you, Naruto," said Hinata in Naruto's memory. That was the last thing he saw before Kurama ended the process by separating his finger from the Jinchuriki's forehead, whose eyes widened like saucers at the total realization. He really was an idiot. How could he not have realized that from the beginning? Before, when everyone hated him for being a Jinchuriki, he believed that no girl was interested in him, and the only reason he pursued Sakura was that she was beautiful from his point of view. However, there was a person there who had just told him that she loved him. Words he never thought he would hear from anyone, at least in that sense. In fact, he remembered that after his fight against Kiba, Hinata gave him a healing ointment with which he could treat his wounds, something no one but her had ever done for him. He was beginning to understand why she always got nervous around him to the point where she would faint on occasion. It wasn't because of shyness, as she could talk to her teammates normally. It was because she felt something special for him, and yet all he did was treat her like a regular girl. All that made him feel terrible about himself for not remembering something like that, something that was very important to every girl. Not only that, but it also made him realize that what he was feeling was something he never imagined he could be feeling. "Hinata, I..." began Naruto, realizing what he was really feeling. "Guys, look!" Finral's warning snapped Naruto out of his state, and he and everyone else turned their gaze towards the space mage. "It's Hinata," said Finral, pointing towards the window he was looking out of. Everyone's eyes widened at the news before quickly exiting the base to see the white-eyed ninja standing half a distance away from the base. "Wow! The whole collective here. That's good," began Hinata before noticing the pink-haired ninja's presence. "Sakura's here too. Perfect. That'll make things easier." "Hinata, listen. You're not being yourself. You don't know what you're saying," said Sakura, trying to snap her out of her state. "Of course I know what I'm saying, you arrogant little girl of big forehead," exclaimed Hinata. "What did you call me?" asked Sakura with sharp teeth and white, slanted eyes before trying to launch herself at her, but Vanessa and Finral grabbed her to stop her. "Wait, Sakura, don't do it," said Vanessa. "Yes, you said it yourself." "She doesn't know what she's talking about," said Finral as he and the thread mage grabbed the pink-haired ninja, who kept flailing around trying to free herself. Yami blew out a puff of smoke. "What exactly did you come here for?" "I highly doubt you came to pay a visit," said Yami. "You got it right, Captain Yami. I came here for a reason. To finish him off," said Hinata, pointing her finger at Naruto. "What are you saying, Hinata?" "Naruto is your friend," said Asta. "Friend? Friend? What kind of friend breaks a girl's heart the way he did?" asked Hinata. That made Naruto lower his head in guilt. "Even if she's under mind control, she's right about that," said Noel, not being able to help that there was a point to that. "When I'm done with him, I'll meet up with the Sanderson sisters and the rest of our army, and we'll wipe out all those who oppose us. Including you. Of course, I would be willing to defend you if you surrender right now and hand Naruto over to me without complaint," said Hinata with a wicked grin. "You think we'll hand over one of our own like that?" asked Magna. "We'll fight you first if we have to," said Zora. "I like that idea," said Luck, emitting sparks around her. "That won't be necessary. Right now I'm going to..." began Asta, preparing to draw one of his swords when... "No," began Naruto, putting his arm in front of the magicless boy to stop him. None of you will fight her. It will be me who will fight her, said Naruto with pure determination. Everyone was shocked when they heard Naruto declare that he would fight Hinata. Are you sure about what you're saying, Naruto? Asked Sakura. I am, said Naruto without hesitation. But she's your friend and she's being manipulated by the enemy, said Asta. That's precisely why I have to be the one to deal with her. Once I warn you, use your anti-magic on her, said Naruto. But, began Asta still hesitantly. That's when he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned his head towards Yami. If he says he's going to fight her, let him do it, said Yami. I agree. After all, they have unfinished business, said Vanessa. Not to mention that she herself stated that she had come just for him, said Noelle. With all that, Asta decided to agree to his friend's request. Okay, but don't go overboard, said Asta. Of course I won't, said Naruto before approaching Hinata, whose smile grew bigger seeing that. So, you decided to turn yourself in on your own. You're as much of an idiot as I remembered, said Hinata. You're right. I am an idiot and for that. I'm sorry, began Naruto, surprising the white-eyed girl. I'm really sorry for how I acted these past few months. I should have been more considerate of you. So, again, I'm sorry. Despite the intent behind his words, Hinata clenched her teeth and fists in frustration. I don't want your apology, exclaimed Hinata before activating her Byakugan. I told you before that the next time we met I would make you suffer and just like you, I intend to keep my word. Well, this is my word. I'm going to set you free, Hinata. It's a promise from Naruto Uzumaki, declared Naruto before waving his hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu, shouted Naruto creating several clones around her and they all charged towards her. That trick won't work for you against me. Thousand Blade Kata, shouted Hinata throwing multiple punches at any clone that came near her, undoing them in the process. Suddenly, just as a clone melted away in an explosion of smoke, Naruto came out of the smoke and hit Hinata, knocking her back a little. Hitting a girl? You really have guts, said Hinata. Would you have preferred that I didn't fight for real? Asked Naruto. Fair point, but I can see you're not taking it seriously. Don't tell me you don't want to hurt me too much, said Hinata. That's exactly it, said Naruto. Then that will be a mistake that will cost you your life. Palm heel strike, shouted Hinata slapping him directly in the chest, making him double over and gasp from the pain. It was then that Naruto disappeared in an explosion of smoke. He was a clone too. Grr. You've gotten so much better that I can hardly tell you two apart anymore, said Hinata. Glad to hear it, said Naruto before he and other clones went on the attack again. Protective 8 trigrams 64 palms, shouted Hinata releasing chakra from her hands, which she moved quickly to every possible side, forming strong and flexible sheets that took the shape of a dome around her that protected her from the clones who kept punching and kicking the dome with the intention of breaking it, but to no avail. Then, stretching her arms to both sides, Hinata made the dome spread rapidly as if in an explosion, causing the sheets to pierce through the clones, disintegrating them in the process. When the smoke created by the defeated clones dissipated, Hinata was seen to be the only one in the combat zone and she looked around in search of her target and at that moment, a certain memory flashed through her mind and she quickly stepped backwards to avoid an uppercut from Naruto that emerged from under the ground. Said Naruto frustrated by the fact that she had dodged it. Did you think I would fall for the same trick you defeated Neji with? I'm not as arrogant and blind as him, said Hinata. You're right. You're better than him in many ways and it's taken me long enough to realize it, said Naruto. Shut up, exclaimed Hinata before charging towards him at full speed. 8 trigrams 32 palms, shouted Hinata covering her palms with chakra and hitting Naruto with it 32 times in a row. With the last blow, Naruto fell to the ground, but got up despite the pain he felt. Naruto, exclaimed Asta worried about his friend. Why the hell isn't he doing anything? Asked Finral. If it were me, I would have avoided all those punches and then hit him back, said Luck. Isn't it obvious? He's not fighting the opponent in a fight. He's fighting a friend of his who is manipulated by the enemy, said Sakura. But when Luck was possessed by an elf, I didn't hesitate for a moment to attack him with everything I had, said Magna, remembering when the reincarnated elf's attack happened. Because you were willing to go far for him, while Naruto isn't, said Zora. Besides, after understanding the truth, I think he's taking those punches as a form of punishment for his stupidity, said Nero. Humph. In my opinion, he deserves that, said Noelle, crossing her arms. Yami blew out a puff of smoke. We can only hope he can hold out long enough to end this, said Yami. Come on. You're tougher than that. I know you could have defended yourself from my attacks. Why don't you? Do you underestimate me? Asked Hinata, feeling offended. Nothing of the sort. I would never underestimate you. It's just. I feel like I deserve every hit you give me, said Naruto. You deserve that and much more. 8 trigrams air palm, shouted Hinata, shooting from her palm a blast of air which Naruto blocked by raising his arms in the form of a shield. You can throw anything you want at me. I'll take it all until you feel better, said Naruto. You want me to feel better? Then die. Gentle fist, shouted Hinata, lunging towards Naruto and slapping him with a chakra-wrapped slap on the chest directly. Despite the tremendous pain he was in, Naruto took that moment to grab Hinata's arm and position himself behind her with her arm restrained. What? Asked Hinata, trying to break free, but Naruto wrapped one arm around her while holding her arm with the other. Hinata grabbed with her free hand the arm Naruto was holding her with as she struggled to free herself. Let go of me, you bastard. Let go of me right now, demanded Hinata. I'm sorry, but there's one thing I have to do first. Now, Asta, exclaimed Naruto. Here I come, exclaimed Asta before charging full speed towards them as he drew his Demon Destroyer sword, and when he reached them, he immediately stopped and touched Hinata's body with the tip of his sword. In the next instant, Hinata began to moan as lines of black smoke billowed from her body towards the sword. Hinata let out a slight cry of pain as she felt something in her mind. Inside her mind, nothing but darkness could be seen, and all that could be heard was Sarah's voice saying various things. They don't want you. They see you and will always see you as a weak and pathetic girl. To them you are nothing. That boy will never return your feelings. He hates you. We love you. Stay with us forever and we'll give you the love the others haven't given you. All that was what Hinata heard, who found herself curled up as she rubbed at the emptiness of her mind. No. It's not true. Everything you're saying is a lie. They would never say or think that about me, but, what if it was true? Asked Hinata, beginning to have her doubts. I don't know what to think. Please, someone help me. Hinata. Hinata's eyes snapped open as she heard a very familiar voice that overtook Sarah's. It was then that the emptiness of the mind began to crack like glass as Sarah's voice was becoming distorted like a broken record. That voice. That could be. Began Hinata, steadying herself and beginning to hope. At that moment, in front of her the cracks came together just enough before a part of the void ruptured, leaving a hole through which a bright light entered that almost blinded Hinata if she hadn't closed her eyes in time. When she opened them, she could see a figure of a person in the light with his hand outstretched towards her. Hinata. You have to get out of there. Come back to everyone. Come back to me, the person said. Hinata's eyes widened as she finally recognized the person who was speaking to her, and without hesitation, she floated towards the person with the outstretched hand. The two hands gradually moved closer, and the moment their fingers came into contact, a light emanated from the point of contact and covered everything. Back outside, Hinata let out a moan before falling unconscious. Sensing that was it, Asta pulled away and Naruto gently dropped Hinata to the ground, the back of her body in his arms. Soon after, The others came over to take a look at the situation. Well, did it work? Asked Noel. We can only wait to find out, said Sakura. The atmosphere was filled with silence awaiting the results of Asta's sword power. It wasn't long before Hinata began to moan and open her eyes a little. At first, she saw blurry, but then her vision cleared and she saw everyone perfectly. And Naruto? Everyone? What happened? Asked Hinata. At that, everyone let out a sigh of relief, for that clearly showed that she was no longer under the mind manipulation spell. Good thing you're back, said Finral. You had us all worried, my dear, said Vanessa. I don't understand. What happened? Asked Hinata. You don't remember? Asked Yami, receiving a shake of the head from the white-eyed girl. One of the Sanderson sisters used her brainwashing magic on you, said Sakura. In the next instant, Hinata's eyes widened in horror as memories flashed through her mind of her encounter with Sandra and everything that happened since she fell under her spell, from insulting Naruto to attacking him non-stop. It all caused her to start shedding tears. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, sniff. I didn't mean to do any of that, said Hinata crying from guilt and sadness. We know, Hinata. You would never hurt us, said Naruto with a small smile. But I did it to you. I hurt you so much, Naruto. I could have killed you. I can never forgive myself, exclaimed Hinata before pressing her face against Naruto's chest as she continued to cry. Hey, calm down, began Naruto stroking Hinata's head in an attempt to comfort her. Don't feel bad about it. You know perfectly well that I'm tough as nails. I can't be killed that easily. You don't hate me? Asked Hinata, turning away slightly to look at the Jinchuriki. Hinata, I would never hate you, said Naruto. None of us would, said Asta with a smile. That's right. You're one of us, said Noel. A leaf ninja, said Sakura. And also a friend of ours, said Nero. You were just being manipulated, said Zora. You're not to blame for anything, said Charmy. Yeah, I know that feeling, said Luck, remembering when he was possessed by that elf. Why you weren't yourself, said Gray nervously. Even if you're not Marnie, I don't hate you, said Gauche. Friends support each other no matter what, said Gordon, speaking quickly and quietly. It would take a lot more than a couple of insults and punches for us to hate you, said Magna. Guys, said Hinata, starting to cry from joy at seeing that her friend still accepted her as a friend despite what she did. It's all the fault of those witches, said Yami. Hearing that, Hinata's eyes widened in horror. The witches. We have to go to the capital as soon as possible, exclaimed Hinata urgently. Huh? Asked the others in confusion. I remember, before they came here, they said they would attack the capital and kill the Wizard King, the king, and anyone who got in their way. They possess a huge army of witches under Sarah's control that they will launch first before the Sanderson sisters go into action, said Hinata. That's horrible, said Noel. They'll basically use those witches as a sacrifice to weaken the kingdom's forces and then they would act to finish everyone off, said Sakura. Not even the Witch Queen would do something as cowardly and despicable as that, said Vanessa, clenching her fists in anger at how they were using her teammates. So, it's more than clear what we're going to do, began Yami, drawing the attention of the others. Those witches haven't only dared to attack our kingdom, but they have dared to manipulate one of our own. This has already become very personal, don't you think? I'm not going to let them get away with what they've done, exclaimed Asta. I say. Let's go after them and pay them back all that multiplied by 100, exclaimed Magna. Let's make it 1,000, exclaimed Luck. Naruto helped Hinata to her feet. Yeah, let's go get exclaimed Naruto before groaning a little as he held his side. Naruto, exclaimed Hinata with concern. Sakura walked over to him to examine his condition. It looks like Hinata's blows have been harder than we imagined, said Sakura. I am so sorry. began Hinata, on the verge of crying again, feeling guilty for what she did to the Jinchuriki. Hey, don't apologize, Hinata. I've taken harder and deadlier blows than that. Ask Sakura, said Naruto. I'll pretend I didn't hear that, commented Sakura with a bead of sweat on her head. Still, it seems too risky to go fighting in that state, said Noelle. Don't worry, began Charmy before offering Naruto a cupcake. Here, Naruto. If you eat this, you'll get your strength back. Trusting the wool mage, Naruto took the cupcake and ate the whole thing. In the next instant, it was as if a flame of energy enveloped Naruto as he shouted. Oh yeah. I really feel like new, exclaimed Naruto before the flame went out. Thanks for that, Charmy. I'm already better than before, said Naruto, flexing his arm for emphasis. Glad to hear it, said Charmy. We'll have to report the situation to the Wizard King so that he can communicate it to the other squads of magic knights and they can prepare for the impending attack, said Nero. And we will have to go to the capital immediately, said Zora. Hinata, it would be better if you stayed here and began Yami. No, exclaimed Hinata, to the surprise of the others. Those witches have manipulated me and made me want to attack my friends and the person I began Hinata before blushing slightly as she realized what she was about to say. I know. There's no way I'm going to stay behind in this situation. Are you sure? Asked Naruto. I am. I'll go fight even if I'm denied by the captain, said Hinata with pure determination. That made Naruto smile at his friend's determination. Alright. If that's what you want, said Naruto. No problem with that, Captain, asked Asta. Yami blew out a puff of smoke. Just like you said, she would have joined even if I told her otherwise, so my opinion is useless in this situation, began Yami before grabbing his cigarette and throwing it on the ground, then stomping on it. Get ready, all of you. It's time to start the witch hunt. Normally, you would hear the everyday noise of the streets of the capital of the Clover Kingdom. However, due to the impending threat that was approaching, the Wizard King ordered the Magic Knights to escort the citizens to safety, and that place was the royal palace. Of course, the king flatly refused to let people other than royalty into his palace, but Julius, or at least, his doppelganger, since his status was a secret to the king, told him that it would make him very popular, and that was enough to convince the king, for he was always jealous that Julius had more popularity than him. Now, the streets of the kingdom were completely empty, with no living thing in sight apart from the typical city fauna such as birds, rats and insects. The sky around the capital was clear until, suddenly, figures were seen approaching the capital from the sky via flying brooms. Those figures were none other than the army of witches that had been mentally manipulated by the Sanderson sisters, who were at the front and laughing triumphantly. Hello, Clover Kingdom. I hope you're ready for our visit, because it might be the last one you ever get, exclaimed Winifred. Come on, sisters. We're going to attack and lay waste to everything, exclaimed Mary with a grin. Don't be silly. We don't know how many magic knights there might be. That's what they're for, said Winifred, looking with a malevolent grin at the witches under their control. Oh. Yeah. It wouldn't be fun if we got to keep all the fun. Gotta know how to share, don't you think? Asked Sarah before giggling evilly with the rest of her sisters. I've always wanted to say this. Girls, gather round, and attack. Yes, ma'am, said the witches before speeding up their flight to get to the capital as soon as possible. It's time for the witch festival to begin, declared Winifred with her arms outstretched. What they didn't know was that, just outside the gates of the capital were two witches, but they weren't enemies. Those two witches were Samantha and Elvira. After they had recovered sufficiently and learned of the Sanderson sisters' plans, they decided to go to the capital to lend a hand, and that was what they were going to do. Here they come. Are you ready? Asked Elvira. Why, yes. I hope I do well, said Samantha. Right now not only is the kingdom counting on us, but so are our friends. We can do it, said Elvira with determination, which was enough to convince her friend. Here we go, exclaimed Samantha with determination before both witches stretched their arms skyward. Suddenly, right in front of the enslaved witches a huge dragon appeared and let out a roar so powerful that it was heard throughout the kingdom. What is that? Asked one witch. I don't know, but it won't get in our way, said another witch before shooting a fireball that shot through the dragon, which was undone in the process. An illusion? Asked another witch, surprised by the revelation. So they tried to scare us, huh? Well, it didn't work. Come on, girls. Let's show them what we can do. For the Sanderson sisters, exclaimed another witch. For the Sanderson sisters, exclaimed the other witches before continuing their flight. From the ground, Samantha and Elvira watched from a corner as the witches entered the capital. I hope they all heard, said Samantha. I'm sure they have, said Elvira. On one street, the witches cast multiple spells all around them, causing several wrecks. This is weird. There's no one, said one witch. Don't be so sure. Look over there, said another witch, pointing ahead. The other witches looked over to see that, standing atop one of the buildings was Rill, captain of the Aqua Deer. Ladies, you are ruining the art of this city with your attacks, said Rill. You want art? Take our art, said another witch before she and the others cast multiple spells. That's when a palette of colors and a paintbrush manifested, which Rill used to start creating something. Painting magic, God's game, shouted Rill, having created a giant bearded man similar to Zeus. As the attacks came at the giant man, he made as if to grab them before turning, dragging the attacks with him and then throwing them back at the witches, who were hit by their own attacks and knocked down in the process. I'm sorry, but I don't accept your art. It's not my style, said Rill with a smile. Another group of witches flew quickly down a street, and at the end of that street stood Kaiser, the captain of the Purple Orca, who was stroking his mustache. As the new captain of the Purple Orca, I must make sure that the crimes of the previous captain are paid for by protecting this kingdom, said Kaiser. At the sight of him, the witches launched multiple attacks towards him, but Kaiser already had his grimoire open. Vortex magic, shouted Kaiser, generating a magical whirlwind around him that deflected and dispelled the enemy attacks, and then, by stretching his arm forward, caused the whirlwind to move towards the witches, knocking them over and knocking them down in the process. Nothing personal, ladies. Just doing my duty, said Kaiser. Several witches surrounded a building on top of which Dorothy, the captain of the Coral Peacock, stood. Wow. I never imagined I'd have to face you, said Dorothy. You don't have to. Join the Sanderson sisters and you can go on living, said a witch. I'm sorry, but I stopped following witches hundreds of years old a long time ago, and I have no intention of changing that, said Dorothy. If you join us, then, you will die, said another witch, preparing to attack just like the others. But then, several cherry blossoms flew around the area, startling the witches a bit. Huh. That's when a young man stood next to the captain. None of you will lay a finger on the captain while I'm here, said Kirsch, vice-captain of the Coral Peacock. Oh, Kirsch. I see you've arrived, said Dorothy. Of course. Don't worry, Captain. You won't have to take care of them yourself. Cherry blossom magic, clones of the beautiful me, shouted Kirsch, causing the ambient cherry blossoms to gather at various points and form several clones of Kirsch, who approached the witches in model poses. Cried the witches in shock at what they saw. What is this thing? Asked one witch. Get that ugly face away from me, said another witch. That comment caused an anime vein to form in the vice-captain's head. How dare you insult my great and beautiful beauty? Asked Kirsch before creating a cherry blossom fan. Cherry blossom magic, dance of 100 million cherry blossoms, shouted Kirsch, waving his fan, causing several streams of cherry blossoms to launch towards the witches, hitting them and knocking them down in the process. Humph. Clearly they don't know what real beauty is, said Kirsch with his hand over his face. He's a bit of a weirdo, but he really can be counted on, thought Dorothy. Jack, captain of the Green Mantis, was standing on a rooftop as he saw a group of witches approaching where he was standing. They are very lucky that we were ordered not to hurt them severely. So I'll do my best to restrain myself, began Jack before extending flipper-like blades from his forearms. Slash magic, death scythe, lunatic slash, shouted Jack, launching several cutting waves from his blades that hit the witches lightly, but damaging enough to knock them all down. Looking closely, Jack could see that they were still alive. Heh. That's too bad. I would have loved to cut you to pieces, said Jack with a lunatic grin. A group of witches were making their way down a street toward Fugolian, captain of the Crimson Lion, who was with his younger brother, Leopold. Here they come, said Fugolian. Good. Let's show them what we can do, said Leopold, slamming his fist against his palm. Remember. They are being manipulated by the real enemy, so there is no need to go all out, said Fugolian. Understood, said Leopold. Die, men, exclaimed one witch before she and the others launched all-out attacks. Fire creation magic, ignis columna, shouted Fugolian, creating a column of fire that surrounded him and Leopold, protecting them from all attacks. My turn. Fire magic, spiral flame, shouted Leopold, shooting 2 tornadoes of fire from his hands that hit the witches, knocking them down in the process. You mess with the lion, you get the fangs. Honestly, it's a good thing Marioliona isn't here present, said Fugolian as he undid his pillar of fire. Yeah, she would have torn the whole place apart and left them for dead, said Leopold, knowing how strong and brutish his big sister could be. A group of witches were flying through the streets, smashing everything as they pleased. Hey, I think this way is the base of a squad of magic knights, said one witch. Really? Then let's destroy it as a gift of our arrival, said another witch. Earth magic, mud wall partition. Suddenly, a wall of earth appeared in front of the witches, forcing them to stop. But what? Asked another witch. Looking up, they saw Soul standing on the earthen wall. I'm sorry, but that base happens to be ours and we won't let you scratch it, said Soul. Grr. A wall like that won't stop us, declared another witch. No, began Charlotte, captain of the Blue Rose, placing herself next to the Earth Mage. But this does. Briar creation magic, corpse hunting briar tree, shouted Charlotte as several thorny vines emerged from the ground and surrounded the witches until they were trapped and restrained, and then gathered into a thorny tree with the witches trapped in it. Well done, sister, said Soul with a smile. Don't claim victory just yet. There are still more of the enemy out there, said Charlotte, looking at the horizon. A group of witches approached with all ready to attack, towards Nozel, captain of the Silver Eagle, and his 2 younger siblings. You know what to do, said Nozel. Yes, said the 2 siblings before launching into the attack. Mist restraining magic, mist spider binding thread, shouted Nebra, casting a net made of fog that caught several witches. Water restraining magic, sea serpent twine, shouted Solid, creating a water serpent that spiraled around before coiling around several witches, holding them in the process. After that, the 2 siblings gathered the contained witches with the uncontained ones, and then Mercury creation magic, silver star of execution, shouted Nozel, creating around the witches a giant spherical cage. If you don't want to be harmed, I suggest that you do not move, said Nozel, making mercury spears emerge from some points of the cage, which frightened the witches, making them understand the message. I'll take them to a better place. Go help the others, said Nozel. Yes, said the 2 siblings before leaving to do their duty. From the roof of a very tall building, William, captain of Golden Dawn, along with Klaus and Langris, watched as the witches roamed the capital and clashed with the magic knights. Our kingdom has just overcome one great battle only to have to suffer another, said William. Honestly, I don't know whether to consider it bad luck or fate, said Langris. In any case, our duty as magic knights is to defend the kingdom no matter what it is about, said Klaus, adjusting his glasses. Suddenly, several witches appeared around him with hostile intentions. You're finished, exclaimed one witch before she and others launched their attacks. Spatial magic, Archangel shoot down, shouted Langris, creating spheres of black energy which she launched towards half of the incoming attacks, disintegrating them all in the process. Steel creation magic, steel castle's armored wall, shouted Klaus, creating a barrier with engravings that blocked the other half of the incoming attacks. World tree magic, Mistiltine seed, shouted William, throwing some seeds which, upon contact with the witches, sprouted trees whose roots held them back before falling to the ground. You are right, Klaus. Now we must protect, not only the people of the capital, but also these witches who are bewitched. All over the capital, the magic knights were fighting against the witches, and because they were victims being manipulated by the enemy, they made sure not to go overboard with their attacks and contain or restrain the enemy. Despite this and the large number of witches, the enemy forces were slowly dwindling, a fact noticed by the Sanderson sisters, who remained flying outside the capital contemplating everything. "Ah! Nothing like a little chaos to brighten the day," said Winifred. "It's kind of sad that they're cannon fodder. When we triumph, it won't be fun to celebrate victory with so many witches injured or dead," said Mary. "Well, you know what they say. You can't make an omelette without breaking a couple of eggs. Or in this case, several eggs," said Sandra. "Enough of this nonsense. Let's take advantage of the chaos and attack the Wizard King and the King. Once we take them both down, the morality of the Magic Knights will fall and it will be easier to break them," said Winifred. "Now that's a plan I like to hear," said Mary. "Yes," said Sarah, before she and the other two sisters flew off towards the center of the capital, towards the royal palace. That's when they heard loud footsteps that were getting louder fast. "Huh? What's that noise?" asked Winifred. Turning her head back, Sarah's eyes widened in horror as she saw what it was. "Look out!" exclaimed Sarah before the three sisters turned away just as a bull made of blocks rushed past them toward the capital. "Is that?" asked Mary. "They must have called for reinforcements. What difference does it make? Soon they'll all be dead or on their knees." "Whichever I choose," said Winifred before the Sanderson sisters continued their flight. The base of the Black Bull, which was in bull mode thanks to Henry's magic, scampered through the streets of the capital, knocking down any witches in its path. After running for a while, he stopped, slipping a little in the process and then standing upright like a minotaur. Several witches saw that angrily and rushed forward. At that moment, one of the windows of the base opened and out of it peered Yami, captain of the squad, with his katana drawn. "Dark magic, dark cloaked avidya blunt strike," shouted Yami, covering his katana with darkness and then lunging towards the witches, striking them all with the unsharpened side of his katana, knocking them all down in the process. "Looks like we've arrived in time," began Yami before turning around to look at the other members of the squad standing at the windows. "Very well. I want you to take down and or capture any witches that get in your way." "Yes, Captain," exclaimed Magna with a toothy grin. "Hey, I have a question. What if we end up running into any of the Sanderson sisters?" asked Finral. "If that happens, warn the others and wait for reinforcements before you act." "Got it?" asked Yami. "Yes," they all said at the same time. "Well, what are you waiting for? Move your asses at once," said Yami. Without him saying it twice, they all left the base and went in various directions, with the base walking in another direction, as Henry wanted to lend a hand. Meanwhile, the Sanderson sisters flew over the streets of the capital, with the fights between the Magic Knights and the bewitched witches below them. "Oh, this is so beautiful. I wish I had something to immortalize this moment," said Sarah. "Then, when this is over, we'll force a painter to paint it. So we have to keep this image well in our eyes," said Mary. "Focus at once, you stupid girls. Mary, you go to the king's palace. Sarah, you go through the streets and make sure our army remains loyal to us," said Winifred. "And what are you going to do?" asked Sarah with an eyebrow arched in confusion. A wicked grin formed on the older sister's face. "I'm going to go pay a private visit to the Wizard King," said Winifred. "Oh, you want to become his queen?" asked Mary. "How nice. I hope to be a bridesmaid, said Sarah. Winifred frowned before giving her sisters a slap in the face. You two better hope you don't fail, said Winifred before walking away. Well, you heard her. Have a good one, said Sarah before walking away on her way. Same to you, said Mary before going her own way. Naruto and Asta were running down a street dodging attacks from spell witches before dashing towards them and hitting them so hard that they knocked them down in the process. Naruto, look, said Asta pointing up into the sky, where he and Naruto saw Winifred flying through the sky. That has to be. Began Naruto. I sense great magical power in her. Surely she must be one of the Sanderson sisters, said Kurama. She's heading towards the Magic Knight's headquarters, said Asta recognizing the direction she was going. In that case, she must be stopped as soon as possible, said Naruto before the two quickly left to catch up with the eldest Sanderson. Hinata knocked down a pair of witches with her clapping while Noelle knocked down another pair with water balls. Even if we're all here, we can't stay like this forever. We have to end this right away, said Noelle. Yes, you're right, Anne. Began Hinata before noticing something in the sky, something that made her frown in hatred, something the water mage noticed. Hinata, what's wrong with you? Asked Noelle. It's her, said Hinata pointing to the sky, where she and Noelle saw Sarah quietly flying around the place. Yes, it's the witch who cast a spell on you. If we can defeat her, we'll free the bewitched witches and the battle will be over quickly, said Noelle. Good. I have business to attend to with her, said Hinata before the two girls followed the trail of the youngest Sanderson. Sakura dodged a witch's attack before launching herself at her with a great leap and throwing a punch that knocked her down. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a broom suddenly appeared and Sakura managed to land sitting on it. Looking to the side, Sakura saw that the broom was being steered by Yuno. I see you've finally come, said Yuno. Well, as a member of Golden Dawn, I must help the people of this kingdom, right? Asked Sakura. Certainly, said Yuno. It was then that the two noticed something and turned their gaze to the source to see Mary flying half a distance away from them towards one direction. Did you feel it? Asked Sakura. Yes, she has a lot of magical power, said Yuno. She must be one of the Sanderson sisters. We have to stop her before she goes to do something, said Sakura. Got it, said Yuno before making the broom head in the same direction as the middle Sanderson sister. Mary kept flying until she saw the royal palace, where the king and all the citizens of the capital were. Oh, I hope the king is beautiful. Maybe Winifred will let me keep him just like Sarah did with her pets, said Mary. Suddenly, a strong wind suddenly blew, causing her to stagger to the point where she was forced to land on the ground. Where did that strong wind come from? Asked Mary. It was me, said Yuno getting off his broom, as did Sakura. Oh, what a cute boy. You'd be my ideal match, said Mary. Sorry, you're not my type, said Yuno. I wasn't asking you, said Mary. You're one of the Sanderson sisters, aren't you? Asked Sakura. Well, yes. I'd love to chat, but I have important business to attend to, said Mary. You're not leaving this place, said Sakura. Are you challenging me? Asked Mary. I think it's pretty obvious, said Yuno with his grimoire floating next to him as Sakura cracked her knuckles. Great, began Mary before cracking her knuckles as well. I feel like getting some exercise and you are the perfect punching bags for it, said Mary with a crazy grin. Sarah was flying through the capital, humming with joy as if it were a walk despite the chaos going on below. If it weren't for the fact that we are in the midst of battle, I would have visited this city. It's certainly changed in 300 years, said Sarah. Suddenly, a ball of water impacted below her, causing her to fall off the broom, but she was able to grab onto it as she was falling. Regaining her concentration, she managed to get the broom back into the air with her hanging just short of the ground, so she let go of the broom and landed on her feet. Looking ahead, Sarah saw Noelle pointing a wand at her. Was it you who did that? Is it that you wanted to kill me? Asked Sarah. No. That right I leave to her, said Noelle. That's when Sarah noticed something incoming out of the corner of her eye and jumped back just as Hinata was about to give her a deadly slap on the chest. Hey, what are you doing? Asked Sarah. Finishing you off, replied Hinata with a frown. What? But you shouldn't. Wait, you got rid of my spell? That's impossible, said Sarah. Well, it is. I'll make you pay for what you did to me. I'm not going to forgive you, said Hinata. And couldn't we talk about it? Asked Sarah. No, exclaimed the two girls at the same time, getting ready for a fight. As soon as Winifred caught a glimpse of the Magic Knight's headquarters, she headed for the site on her flying broomstick. I wonder what the new Wizard King will be like. Depending on what he looks like, I might kill him, enslave him, or torture him. Once I take care of him, that old hag will be next, and this time, I'll make sure she's good and dead, said Winifred. Suddenly, a kunai stabbed into her broom, which she noticed, as well as noticing a sticker connected to the kunai by a thread. Before she could react, the thread exploded, shattering the broom in the process, so the witch ended up falling. Fortunately, she wasn't flying very high, so the impact wasn't hard, but it was painful. Ugh, groaned Winifred as she got up. Who the hell did that? Her answer came as Naruto and Asta stood in front of her. You're one of the Sanderson sisters, aren't you? Asked Naruto. That's right. How dare you do that to me? Asked Winifred. How dare you attack our kingdom? Asked Asta. I simply do as I please. If you have the power, you must use it for what you want, and what I want is this kingdom, said Winifred. We're not going to let you, said Naruto, taking a fighting stance. We are going to stop you here and now, said Asta, taking a fighting stance. Oh, I dare you to try, young men, said Winifred with a smile. Sakura was the first to dive forward with her arm pulled back, and when she reached Mary, she threw her fist forward, but Mary jumped to the side to avoid it, causing Sakura to hit the ground, causing several cracks in the process. Oh, wow. You're stronger than you look, said Mary. If you want, you can check it out directly, said Sakura. No. I'll tell you one thing though. When I fought the witches in the witches' forest, I only used 30% of my strength, said Mary. 30%? asked Yuno. Yes, but now, began Mary before she started moaning as she squeezed herself. It was then that they watched with wide eyes of surprise as the witch's body got a little bigger and her muscles were getting bulkier. I remember now. We were told that one of them had the ability to become stronger. In fact, I can feel her magic power increase more than before, thought Sakura. I will use 60% against you, said Mary, whose voice had become a little deeper. Even so, we'll fight you without hesitation. Wind magic, tornado Fang, shouted Yuno, launching a strong tornado, but Mary raised her arms in the form of a shield and resisted the attack completely, much to the surprise of the wind mage. What a gentle breeze, said Mary. Then, Sakura stood in front of her and threw a punch that Mary blocked before throwing her own, only for Sakura to dodge it by the skin of her teeth. The next instant, a fist fight ensued, with Sakura and Mary throwing punches at each other while dodging or blocking the opponent's attacks. They were like this for a couple of minutes until Mary saw an opening which she took advantage of to punch the pink-haired ninja hard. Soon after, however, an explosion of smoke engulfed Sakura and she was replaced by a log that ended up in pieces from the blow, much to the witch's surprise. Now, exclaimed Sakura, located elsewhere. Wind magic, gale white bow, shouted Yuno, creating, with an arm sweep, a wind bow, as well as 6 large wind arrows which she launched towards the witch. Reacting quickly, Mary moved from side to side swiftly to avoid all the arrows. Since you like wind so much, let me demonstrate mine for you, said Mary, pressing her index finger, and when she released it, she shot a bullet of air that hit Yuno directly, sending him backwards. Yuno, exclaimed Sakura worriedly. Don't worry, began Mary, suddenly appearing in front of the pink-haired ninja. You go with him, said Mary before punching her in the stomach, which made her gasp in pain before being sent backwards. Are you okay? Asked Yuno, getting up. Yeah, this is nothing, said Sakura, getting up. Do you want more? As you wish, said Mary before slamming both of her fists on the ground, causing a tremor to go straight towards them. Fortunately, they were able to recover enough to react in time and jump away from the tremor zone. However, Mary quickly rushed towards them, appearing in front of Sakura in no time. After being taken aback by the witch's speed, Sakura raised her arms in defense, being able to shield herself from the witch's blow, but not preventing her from flying backwards, impacting against a wall. Wind creation magic, swift white hawk, shouted Yuno, creating a wind hawk that launched itself towards the witch with a screech, but Mary neutralized it with an arm sweep and, taking advantage of the wind mage's state of shock, launched herself towards it and gave it a side kick that sent it crashing into a wall. Come on. Is that all you got? I'm not even trying, said Mary. She's right. Even though she's not using her full power, she's pretty strong, said Sakura, getting up, as did Yuno. If we want to defeat her, we'll need a plan, said Yuno. I think I have one. When the time is right, attack, said Sakura. How will I know when the time is right? Asked Yuno. You'll know, said Sakura before launching herself straight at the witch. That's right. Come get some more, said Mary. Sakura kept charging forward until she reached the halfway point, which was where she stopped, and with a cry of exertion, she hit the ground hard, generating a great earthquake that shattered the ground around her. Seeing the destruction coming towards her, Mary jumped to avoid it. Yuno's eyes immediately widened as he saw that this was the moment she was referring to. Wind creation magic, wind blades shower, shouted Yuno, creating several wind kunais which he threw forward. Mary saw that coming and pressed her fingers together to, upon releasing them, shoot air bullets that neutralized the wind kunais. Just as she neutralized the last wind kunai. Wind magic, tornado fang, shouted Yuno, launching a strong tornado that caught the witch off guard, who received the attack directly and ended up hitting the ground and pushed backwards, leaving a furrow in the ground to a stop. Sakura and Yuno stood next to each other, waiting for the result of their attack, which came as Mary stood up from the ground with slight tears in her clothes. Ha! Now this really is a battle, said Mary with a smile. Yes, and it will end with your defeat, said Sakura. As a future wizard king, I can't allow you and your sisters to end this kingdom, said Yuno. Well, since you look like you're going to be serious, I think I'll go a little further, began Mary before she started moaning as her body became enveloped in a glowing aura, and then she got bigger and her muscles more bulky, causing her dress to rip, though she kept shorts and elastic shorts on. Now I'll go to 80%, exclaimed Mary in an even deeper voice than before. Needless to say, Sakura and Yuno were shocked not only by the witch's new look, but also by the fact that her power had increased more than before. Come on, dear, do you really want to kill me after all I've done for you? Asked Sarah. Manipulate my mind and force me to kill my friends? Asked Hinata with great anger. You say that like it's a bad thing, said Sarah with a smile. It is a bad thing, exclaimed Noelle with a frown. Oh, don't worry. Before long, you'll fall under my spell and you'll be. Began Sarah. Shut up. I won't let you manipulate my mind or anyone else's. I'll make you pay for everything you did to me, exclaimed Hinata before activating her Byakugan and wrapping her palms with chakra. Gentle fist, shouted Hinata, lunging towards the witch. Hinata directed her palms towards her, but at the last moment, Sarah dodged to the side, easily avoiding the attack. Hinata kept throwing multiple claps with intent to hit her, but she kept dodging them as if nothing. After a while in the same situation, Hinata stepped aside. Have you had enough already? But we just started, said Sarah with a smile. That's what I should say, began Noelle before shooting water balls in the manner of oversized bullets, but again, Sarah easily dodged the attacks as if she somehow predicted them. Ugh. I don't get it. How can she dodge our attacks so easily? Let's see if she can dodge this. 8 trigrams air palm, shouted Hinata, shooting from her palm a blast of wind that Sarah dodged by sliding past the blast of wind. This is pretty funny. Do you have any more attacks like that? Asked Sarah. Noelle gritted her teeth as she saw that their enemy was taunting them. You want it? You shall have it, began Noelle before pointing her wand at her as a water dragon head formed on the tip of the wand. Water creation magic, see dragon's roar, shouted Noelle before the dragon's head quickly shot out towards the witch along with a spray of water. Sarah, however, once again stepped aside and let the attack pass her by. Careful. You could seriously hurt someone, said Sarah. That's the idea. How can you dodge our attacks like that? Wasn't your magic to manipulate the minds of others? Asked Noelle. That made a click sound in Hinata's mind. Right. That's right. She's using her magic on us, exclaimed Hinata, pointing at the witch. What? What are you talking about? She didn't cast a spell on us or anything, said Noelle, not understanding what she was saying. She doesn't need to. She can slightly manipulate our minds to make us miss aim. Hinata revealed, causing the water mage's eyes to widen at the revelation. Right. That's why she can so easily dodge our attacks, because she makes sure we miss our target, said Noelle. Sarah clapped her hands with a smile on her face. Bravo, girls. You guessed it. That's right, my magic not only allows me to cast spells on people, but I can also use a small part of my power to manipulate the minds of others in such a way that they won't be able to hit a single attack. Brilliant, isn't it? Asked Sarah. Great. So what do we do now? If she can really do that, it will be hard to hit her, said Noelle. Then, we just have to increase the range of our attacks. Protective 8 trigrams 64 palms, shouted Hinata, releasing chakra from her hands, which she moved quickly to every possible side, forming strong and flexible sheets that took the shape of a barrier in front of her, which, with another slap, she threw forward. Sarah was taken aback by the size of the attack, and having no way to dodge it, she was hit by the barrier, sending her backwards and knocking her down, but she got up soon after. Wow. That was a good attack, said Sarah. And I still have more. Thousand blade kata, shouted Hinata, lunging towards her and throwing multiple slaps. Thanks to her magic, Sarah was able to dodge all the slaps easily, but then. Water creation magic, see dragon's roar, shouted Noelle, suddenly shooting a water dragon head. Just as the attack was about to hit them, Hinata moved out of the way, leaving Sarah, whose eyes widened in horror, before she took the attack straight on, being pushed until she impacted against a wall. Both Hinata and Noelle stood next to each other, bracing themselves for whatever was going to happen, and that came when they saw Sarah get up. How did you do that? Asked Sarah in surprise and confusion. It's simple. You can cast spells on many, but when it comes to manipulating people so that they fail in their attacks, began Noelle, you can only manipulate one person. So if you focus on one person, began Hinata, you won't be able to focus on the other. Looks like you're not as powerful as you made it seem, said Noelle, throwing her ponytail behind her shoulder. Humph. It's not fair. You figured out the slight disadvantage of my ability, said Sarah. And now that we know it, we'll finish you off, said Hinata. You won't be able to escape us, said Noelle. Well, since you're so insistent, I guess I'll have to act seriously too, said Sarah with a wicked grin. Naruto and Asta got into combat stance, preparing to fight Winifred Sanderson, the eldest of the Sanderson sisters. Do you really know who I am? Because if you did, you would think twice before wanting to fight me, said Winifred. We already did, and we still want to fight you, said Asta. Besides, as far as I'm concerned, you're nothing but an old hag, said Naruto. How dare you, you rude brat. Looks like I'll have to teach you some manners, began Winifred as her grimoire floated open beside her. Needle magic, poison needle barrage, shouted Winifred as several needles magically appeared around her before being shot forward. Naruto and Asta reacted quickly and moved away from the area where the needles impacted. So she was the one who left the Witch Queen in that state, said Asta, remembering the way they found the Witch Queen. That means those needles are poisonous. We mustn't let them touch us, said Naruto. Understood, said Asta before pulling out his Demon Destroyer sword from the grimoire, since, in case they ended up being poisoned, they could heal themselves with the power of that sword. Needless to say, the witch was shocked at the sight of that sword. What kind of sword is that? Asked Winifred, having a bad feeling about that sword and the grimoire it came from. He's not the only one with strange tricks, began Naruto before gesturing with his hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu, shouted Naruto before creating several clones around him through smoke explosions, surprising the witch as well. Charge, shouted Asta before he, Naruto and the clones charged towards the enemy. It doesn't matter how many of you there are. You will all fall before my power, began Winifred as several needles appeared around her. Needle magic, poison needle barrage, shouted Winifred as the needles shot out. Some clones were hit by the needles, disappearing in the process, while others dodged them and Asta blocked or deflected them by moving his sword at great speed. Asta was the first to approach the witch and tried to hit her with his sword, but Winifred, having had a feeling that this sword was very dangerous, jumped back in time to avoid the slash. However, that left her open for Naruto and the clones to approach her from all directions with their fists drawn back. Naruto 2K Uzumaki Barrage, shouted Naruto as he and his clones threw their punches forward. Needle creation magic, needle barrier, shouted Winifred, quickly raising a cocoon of sharp needles. That caused Naruto and all the clones to hit the needles, causing them to scream in pain as they recoiled, with the clones disappearing soon after. Naruto, are you okay? Asked Asta. Yes, but my hand. Began Naruto, looking down at his hand to see stuck in it a pair of needles, which, he pulled out, letting out a groan in the process due to how painful the process was. That's what you get for underestimating me. Now your power will be reduced and the poison will kill you, said Winifred arrogantly. Make him use his sword. Quickly, said Kurama, knowing those needles were poisoned. Do it, Asta, said Naruto, extending his injured hand towards him. Yes, said Asta before touching his friend's hand with his sword, causing a line of black smoke to billow out of the hand and towards the sword. Winifred's eyes widened from shock at witnessing that. A couple of seconds later, the line of smoke disappeared and Naruto brought his hand up to his face before closing it a couple of times. That's it. There's no more poison, said Naruto. Impossible. How could you remove my poison? Asked Winifred. Unfortunately for you, my swords have the ability to nullify magic, as well as the states caused by it, like your poison, said Asta. So, it was you who kept that old hag from dying, was it? Asked Winifred. That's right, and as long as we have that, your poison won't do anything to us, said Naruto. Grr. Brats, began Winifred before creating several needles around them. If I can't poison you, I'll turn you into human pincushions. Needle magic, poison needle barrage, shouted Winifred as the needles shot out. Quickly, Asta drew his Demon Slayer sword and then swung both swords at high speed, being able to block or deflect the needles. Naruto took advantage of that moment to make a gesture with his hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu, shouted Naruto, creating several clones around him with which he charged towards the witch, but instead of attacking her head-on, they scattered around her, and when they were in the right position, they jumped high in the air. Ninja Art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, shouted Naruto as all the clones threw a shuriken, making it a rain of shurikens. Needle creation magic, needle barrier, shouted Winifred, quickly raising a cocoon of sharp needles that protected her from all the shurikens. For a moment, Winifred thought she had the upper hand, but then, Asta slashed the needle cocoon with his Demon Slayer sword, shattering it in the process and leaving it open for Naruto and two clones to fall towards her with outstretched legs. Clone spinning axe kick, shouted Naruto as he and the clones landed an axe kick on Winifred's shoulders and head, knocking her out for a moment, which Asta took advantage of. The moment Naruto and the clones moved away from her, he swung his Demon Slayer sword at her like a bat, sending her backwards. "Great!" exclaimed Naruto with a toothy grin. "We certainly make a good team," said Asta before he and the Jinchuriki high-fived. That's when they heard a groan and looked over to see Winifred getting up. "Ugh! Don't sing victory. I'm not someone easy to beat, just so you know," said Winifred. "Maybe, but it's a matter of time before you fall," said Naruto. "We will defeat you," said Asta with his swords at the ready. "I was nice to you before out of respect for the young ones, but after this," began Winifred before the pressure in the atmosphere increased. "I'm going to stop holding back." Naruto and Asta got a little nervous as they felt their magical power increase quite a bit. "You two better be careful. It seems to be stronger than we thought," said Kurama. Sakura and Yuno got into position while getting a little nervous, since, if that was her power level at 80%, it meant that she was much more powerful than they imagined. "Wind magic, Crescent Kamaitashi," shouted Yuno, launching a cutting wind wave, but Mary neutralized it with a simple arm swing, much to both of their surprise. "I think it's my turn now," said Mary before throwing her fist forward, in the process shooting a strong gust of wind that hit Yuno directly, sending him backwards. "Her strength has increased so much that she can generate gusts of wind with her movements," thought Sakura with slight concern. "Come on, girl. Show me what you've got," said Mary before she launched herself like a bullet toward Sakura, and when she stopped in front of her in a few seconds, she threw her fist forward. Fortunately, Sakura was able to narrowly dodge it, losing a couple of strands in the process. Faced with the situation, Sakura set about throwing multiple punches, but they were all blocked or deflected by the witch. Despite this, Sakura didn't stop or hesitate until, just then, she found a slight opening which she used to throw a strong punch towards the witch's face, but only succeeded in getting her to back up a bit. "A good punch. Try mine now," said Mary, moving quickly until she was in front of Sakura again, and before she could react, Mary threw multiple punches to her whole body without giving her time to react, think, dodge or block, only taking punches like a punching bag. After a couple of seconds, Mary threw one last punch that sent her flying a great distance, punching through several walls in the process. "Oh, yeah. It feels good to get some exercise. It's been years since I've used this level of power. Too bad it's over so quickly," said Mary. "That's what you think." Suddenly, a strong wind blew that covered the whole place, and Mary turned her gaze towards the cause of the wind, which was Yuno, with an angry expression. "You'll pay for what you've done to my partner." "Wind creation magic, wind blades shower," shouted Yuno, creating several wind kunais which he threw forward. Unfortunately, Mary resisted all the kunais like they were nothing. "It's useless, kid. They don't even tickle me," said Mary. "Then, let's try this. Wind magic, gale white bow," shouted Yuno, creating a wind bow and 6 large wind arrows which he launched towards the witch, hitting her directly and causing several explosions. However, when the smoke cleared, Mary was seen completely unharmed by the attacks. "Don't be discouraged, child. You're strong." "It's just that I'm much stronger," said Mary before performing an arm sweep, launching a wave of wind that hit the wind mage, sending him backwards. Just as he stood up, Mary proceeded to launch multiple air bullets from her fingers that hit Yuno in various parts of his body, making him scream in pain before an air bullet to the chest knocked him down. Yuno groaned in an effort to get up when he saw Mary stand over him. "Yuno? You're really cute. If you decide to serve me as my personal servant, I'll let you live. Though that would depend on Winifred," said Mary. "I would never serve someone like you," said Yuno with a determined look on her face despite the hurt he felt. "That's a shame," said Mary, drawing back her fist to hurl it towards Yuno's head at full speed. Yuno closed her eyes, waiting for his imminent end, but it never came, and when he opened his eyes, he was shocked when he saw Sakura in the middle and stopping the punch with her own hand. "What?" asked Mary, surprised to see the pink-haired ninja. "I won't let you hurt my friend," began Sakura before giving the witch a hard punch in the face that sent her back a little. Are you okay? Asked Sakura, extending her hand towards Yuno. That should be me asking, began Yuno, accepting the pink-haired ninja's hand, helping him up. You took harder hits than me. I've been training with Lady Tsunade for years. I'm used to taking those kinds of hits, said Sakura. What kind of training did she have to go through? Asked Yuno mentally. Wow. You're a lot tougher than I thought. Just as well. I'll be able to hit you some more, said Mary. This time, things will be different, said Sakura. Yeah, we won't give up so easily, said Yuno. Okay. Let's play some more, said Mary, preparing to launch herself at them. Wind magic, towering tornado, shouted Yuno, generating a tornado around the witch. Despite the strength of the wind, Mary was able to keep her feet on the ground. Ha! You'll need more than that to beat me, said Mary with slight arrogance. Like this? Asked Sakura, appearing at her side and knocking her to the side, causing her to tilt a bit before steadying herself. She tried to hit Sakura, only to get into the wind of the tornado. Soon after, Sakura appeared on another side and hit the witch on another part of her body before blending back into the wind, managing to dodge another blow from the witch. For a while, Sakura was taking advantage of the tornado wind to position herself around Mary and hit her in various parts of her body with her fists, with some blows being thrown with her hands stretched out and wrapped in chakra. With each blow, Mary grew more frustrated, for while she liked to hit people like punching bags, she hated to see it happen to her. That's enough, exclaimed Mary, pressing down on her own body before releasing a blast of wind that undid the tornado as Sakura was sent flying, though she landed on her feet. If you think something like that can take me, you're sorely mistaken. I'm going to. Began Mary, taking a step forward, but then, her eyes widened when she saw that she couldn't take another step. What's going on? Why can't I move? Thanks to the fact that you increased your muscles, I was able to see your key points better. All I had to do was apply some pressure on those points to cause complete paralysis, said Sakura. Ugh. Brat, said Mary, trying to move her body without showing results. Now you won't be able to avoid this. Come on, Belle, said Yuno. Yes, Yuno. That old hag will pay for hurting you, said Belle, appearing in front of Yuno. Wind spirit magic, Sylph's breath, shouted Yuno, launching a huge bullet of concentrated wind currents. Since she couldn't move, Mary ended up receiving the slam attack, producing a loud explosion after that. Sakura and Yuno hoped that that attack had had some effect on the witch, but then, their eyes widened in horror when they saw Mary with some slight injuries and in the paralyzed position she was in before. Is she still standing? Asked Belle in horror. Sakura and Yuno felt slightly frustrated at the fact that the enemy hadn't been taken down yet. So now you want to play rough, huh? Fine. Then I will too, said Mary before being surrounded by a glowing aura. Soon after, she was able to move, having broken free from paralysis, much to Sakura's surprise. At that moment, Mary's body became much larger than before, with her skin turning grayish and her muscles becoming bulkier as her shoulders extended a bit and two tube-like protrusions emerged near her neck. Congratulations! You have caused me to activate 100% of my power, exclaimed Mary in a very deep voice. Water needle, shouted Hinata, shooting chakra needles from her hands, which Sarah quickly dodged. Taking advantage of focusing her power on the white-eyed ninja, Noelle shot balls of water, making it very difficult for the witch to dodge the attacks as she directed her magic between Hinata and Noelle. In the end, a chakra needle grazed very close to her shoulder, leaving a gash in the process, before a water ball hit her full on, sending her backwards. Ugh. You are starting to be a pain in the ass, said Sarah as she stood up. As long as we fight at the same time, you can't use your magic on us, said Noelle. Oh dear, I think you've forgotten that I have another trick besides that one, haven't you? Asked Sarah. In the next instant, the two girls were groaning as they held their heads in their hands. Damn it. She's trying to cast a spell on us, thought Hinata, remembering her doing that to her when they first met. What do you say we stop fighting and go around and have a little chat or kill some magic knights? Asked Sarah, using her magic on them. Noel, don't listen to her. She's trying to manipulate our minds, said Hinata. I know. I won't let someone like her manipulate me. I'm royalty, said Noel. Royalty? How interesting. Don't nobles usually look down on commoners? Asked Sarah. I'm not like them, you hear? Asked Noel, trying to resist the witch's magic. And you, my dear? Don't you want to come back with us, your friends? Asked Sarah, looking at Hinata. I would never be with the likes of you, said Hinata, trying to resist the witch's magic. Too bad. I guess I'll have to step it up a bit. Don't you think, my friends? Asked Sandra. The two girls moaned louder as they felt the power of the witch's magic had increased. Stop doing that. 8 trigrams air palm, shouted Hinata, shooting a blast of wind from her palm that hit the witch directly, knocking her down in the process. Hinata gasped a couple of times because of how much she resisted the witch's magic. I won't fall for your trickery again, said Hinata. It's possible, began Sarah before standing up, flashing a cheeky grin. But what about your friend? Hinata's eyes widened like saucers before she looked at her friend, who stood with her head down and a shadow covering her eyes. Noel? Asked Hinata, reaching out her hand towards her, but before she could touch her, Noel whipped her hand away. Don't touch me, you dirty commoner, said Noel with a frown. Oh no. She's cast a spell on her, thought Hinata in horror. Oh, I see you woke up in time, said Sarah. I've always been awake, said Noel with slight arrogance. Noel, don't listen to her. She's manipulating you, said Hinata, trying to wake her friend up. The only one manipulating me is you. Someone royal like me doesn't deserve to be with someone as low level as you. You shouldn't even call me that casually, said Noel, throwing her ponytail behind her shoulder. You, exclaimed Hinata, looking at the witch with a frown. Release her at once. Release her? But I haven't done anything. I only made her understand what her place is, said Sarah. That's right, and my place is above people like you, said Noel. If you're not going to release her for good, then, began Hinata before charging towards the witch. I'll make you do it. Palm heel strike, shouted Hinata, throwing her palm forward. Just as she was halfway there, Noel stepped in the way. Water creation magic, sea dragon's nest, shouted Noel, creating a dome of swirling water that blocked the attack. Thank you, my dear, said Sarah before the dome of swirls came undone. You dare to harm a noblewoman? Asked Noel. She's not a noble. She's a witch, said Hinata, pointing her finger at the witch. And now you go and blatantly lie. You would expect nothing less from a commoner, said Noel, throwing her ponytail behind her shoulder. Please, Noel. You have to remember. I'm your friend, said Hinata. I would never be friends with a commoner like you, said Noel, making the white-eyed ninja feel hurt by the words. In my opinion, you should deal with her. To make sure she doesn't hurt someone, don't you think? Asked Sarah. Yes, you're right, began Noel, pointing her wand at her friend. Last chance. Leave or I'll have to make you do it. No. It doesn't matter what you think right now, Noel. You're my friend and I don't plan on abandoning you, said Hinata. Humph. It was too much to expect anything sensible from the likes of you. Don't say I didn't warn you, began Noel as a water dragon had formed on the tip of her wand. Water creation magic, sea dragon's roar, shouted Noel as the water dragon had let out a roar before shooting forward. Protective 8 trigrams 64 palms, shouted Hinata, releasing chakra from her hands, which she moved quickly to every possible side, forming strong and flexible sheets that took the shape of a dome around her that protected her from the attack that passed around a dome like the river with a stone. When the water attack was undone, Hinata also undid the protective dome. I don't want to hurt you, but I'll do my best to wake you up, Noel, said Hinata, taking position. In that case, I'll do my best to put you to sleep, and if it's forever, all the better, said Noel, preparing to fight. Needle magic, poison needle barrage, shouted Winifred as several needles magically appeared around them before being shot forward. Again, Naruto and Asta moved out of the way of the needles, which flew past them. Ha! Throw as many needles as you want. We can avoid them, said Naruto. Are you sure? Asked Winifred with a cheeky grin. Suddenly, the needles spun in the air and headed towards the two boys from behind, something Asta could notice. Watch out! Exclaimed Asta before he and Naruto quickly dodged away from the needles, which then spun back around to head towards them, forcing them to dodge again. What's going on? Asked Naruto, dodging the needles again. Did you seriously think I only knew how to throw needles? I can manipulate them however I want. Which means that even if you dodge them, I can make them come back and chase you until they hit you, said Winifred. Said Naruto, seeing that the situation had gotten complicated just before dodging the needles. Began Asta, jumping to the side to avoid the needles before seeing that they were heading towards him head-on. I'm not giving up, exclaimed Asta, using his swords to block the needles. He's right. I won't give up either, began Naruto before running towards Asta, with the needles chasing after him. Asta! Exclaimed Naruto before leaping at the magicless boy, who soon deflected the pursuing needles with his swords. Clever, but that won't serve you forever, began Winifred before several oversized cats made of needles formed around them. Needle creation magic, needle beasts, shouted Winifred before stretching her arm forward, causing the cats to dart towards the two boys. The two boys prepared to take on the needle cats. Asta was the first to act by slashing one with his swords, but another was attacking him from the side, so he was forced to dodge it. Naruto had no choice but to dodge the needle cat's attacks, for if he touched them, he would run the risk of being poisoned, but he knew he couldn't be like this forever, so, before he was to be attacked again, he created a clone at his side, and that clone quickly tore the air over his open palm, creating a sphere of energy in the process. Once he was done, the clone disappeared and Naruto pushed the sphere forward, just as a needle cat lunged towards him. Rasengan! Shouted Naruto, slamming the sphere into the needle cat, causing an explosion that ripped it apart. Shortly after, Naruto sensed an attack from behind and quickly dodged out of the way to avoid a needle cat that had lunged at him before standing next to another that went into an attack position, as did Naruto. Meanwhile, Asta kept cutting the needle cats with his swords, for Winifred knew that with those swords, he posed a greater threat than the Jinchuriki, so she concentrated all her artificial animal forces on him. And it was working, for Asta began to feel a little tired of fighting the needle cats. Right now he had two needle cats approaching him from both sides and was thinking about attacking them with his swords when he suddenly felt Naruto approaching him with two things in his two hands, as well as two needle cats chasing him. Having an inkling of what to do, he turned around just as the needle cats pounced on the magicless boy. Rasengan! Shouted Naruto, impacting both energy spheres into the two needle cats, being destroyed in the process as Asta launched a double slash with his swords, splitting the other two needle cats in half and undoing them in the process. Soon after, the two looked ahead to see a bunch of needle cats. There are too many of them. I won't be able to take them all, said Asta, tightening his grip on his two swords. But I will, began Naruto before gesturing with his hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu! Shouted Naruto before creating several clones around him. Don't get too far away from us, Asta. Understood, said Asta confidently to his friend. In the next instant, they all charged towards the herd of needle cats that charged stampeding towards them. Meanwhile, half of the clones began to rip the air over the open palm of the other half of the clones, creating energy spheres in the process. Once the process was over, the clones without spheres disappeared while the ones with spheres leapt into the air and headed towards the needle cats. Rasencho Teringan! Shouted Naruto as he and the clones impacted the spheres into the stampede of needle cats, causing a loud explosion in the process. Winifred covered her face with her arm due to the wind blast before lowering it to see a curtain of smoke. Unbeknownst to her, from within the smoke, Naruto and a clone of his grabbed Asta and threw him forcefully forward through the smokescreen and towards Winifred. "Bull thrust," shouted Asta, trying to impale the witch. "Needle creation magic, needle barrier," shouted Winifred, quickly raising a cocoon of sharp needles. Unfortunately, the cocoon was unable to avoid Asta's anti-magic bathed blades, so it pierced the cocoon all the way through, forcing Winifred to dive to the side, managing to dodge the attack by the skin of her teeth, though her clothes took a cut in the process. Seeing that he had missed her target, Asta steadied himself in midair and slid along the ground a little to a stop. Before Winifred went to attack again, she felt something above her and looked up to see in horror Naruto with an oversized sphere of energy on his hand raised, having been created by a clone standing over the sphere before disappearing. "Cho Odama Rasengan," shouted Naruto, directing the sphere towards the witch, causing another explosion. After that, the two boys stood together, waiting for the result of their attacks. When the smoke cleared, the two boys were wide-eyed with surprise to see Winifred still standing, albeit panting a little. "Even with that attack I didn't do any damage to her," said Naruto. "I told you. I'm tough as nails," said Winifred. "We don't care. We're not giving up," declared Asta. "That's right. We'll keep fighting until we finish you," declared Naruto. "We'll push our limits and give it our all," said Asta. "Give it our all, huh? Very well. In that case, I'll give it my all too," said Winifred before thousands of needles appeared around her. The two boys got into position, thinking she was going to throw them towards them, when suddenly the needles were drawn towards the witch, covering her completely, something that confused them. It was then that they felt a slight increase in ambient pressure, and before they could think of anything, the needles exploded, revealing that Winifred was now wearing some sort of armor made of needles, helmet and gloves included. "Needle creation magic, fallen angel armor?" asked Winifred as a pair of wings made of needles spread out behind her. Naruto and Asta prepared to fight, though deep down, they felt a bit of concern at the witch's new attire, as well as her increased power. Sakura and Yuno were a bit intimidated by the witch's monstrous appearance, plus they felt that her power had increased much more than before. "Just know that there was only one person who saw me in this form and defeated me, and that was Winifred, my older sister. You don't stand a chance against me," said Mary. "We'll see about that." "Wind magic, crescent kamaitashi," shouted Yuno, launching a cutting wind wave, but Mary received the attack without taking damage or discomfort, much to the surprise of the wind mage and the pink-haired ninja. "My turn," said Mary before swinging her arm, launching a large wind wave that shattered the ground in its path before quickly catching up to them, sending them flying. While they were in the air, Mary appeared in front of Yuno and threw a punch that sent him to the ground with a thud before appearing in front of Sakura to throw another punch. Sakura managed to maneuver in the air to avoid it, but the force of the wind caused by the movement of the arm sent her down hard. Before they were going to get up, Mary grabbed them by the legs and threw them a bit in the air so that they were at her height and before they were going to fall. She punched them in the chest, making them gasp in pain before they were sent backwards forcefully. "Ha ha ha. Yeah, it really feels good to release all your strength. It's been a while since I've felt this way," began Mary with a smile of pure psychopathic joy. "Well, I won't stop here. Now that I'm like this, I will use this strength to annihilate the king and anyone who dares to challenge me," said Mary, turning around to leave when. "Wait." Mary stopped as soon as she heard a certain voice and turned around again to see Yuno arriving on the scene, albeit hunched over and with various injuries. You're not leaving here," said Yuno before coughing up some blood. "Impressive. You're still alive. Most people don't survive beatings with my current level of power," said Mary. "Luckily," began Sakura, arriving at the scene hunched over with several injuries and lines of dried blood coming out of her mouth. "We're not normal people. Do you really want to keep fighting? Look at yourselves. You're badly hurt. One more blow from me and you will be shattered." I advise you to give up and succumb to your injuries, said Mary. If a certain person I know were in the same situation as me, he would get up in spite of his injuries, and keep fighting to the end. So I plan to do the same, said Yuno, knowing Asta's determination not to give up. I have faced beings that could be compared to the gods, began Sakura, remembering when she fought against Madara, Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki. If I didn't give up fighting them, I won't do the same to you. Oh well. At this point, I won't bother to finish you off. I'll just stand here and watch you die. Just to make sure you die for real, said Mary, crossing her arms. It was then that Yuno let out a loud groan as he staggered a little. She's right. We're too hurt. If only Mimosa were here, said Yuno. She won't need to be. I know what I have to do, began Sakura before biting her finger to make it bleed to then touch the ground. Summoning jutsu, shouted Sakura, causing a small slug to appear out of an explosion of smoke. Sakura, what's wrong? Asked the slug. Now is not the time to explain, Katsuyu. Just get on it, said Sakura, pointing at Yuno. Understood, said Katsuyu, accepting her summoner's request before quickly climbing onto the wind mage's shoulder. Sakura, what do you intend to do? Asked Yuno, confused by that. Whatever it takes, began Sakura, steadying herself before taking a deep breath, preparing for what she was about to do. Reserve seal, release. In the next instant, lines emerged from the diamond mark on Sakura's forehead and spread across her face and down her body. Then, Sakura was enveloped in a glowing aura, followed by Katsuyu. Yuno's eyes widened from utter surprise as he felt something in his body. I feel better, began Yuno before stabilizing completely as he watched his wounds close up as if they had never been there. Something he noticed was happening to Sakura as well. What is that exactly? A technique that only Lady Tsunade and I know about. Thanks to the chakra I've accumulated over months, I can't only increase my own strength but also heal myself from any injury, no matter how severe, and pass that healing ability on to others. However, the price for that is the reduction of my lifespan, explained Sakura. What? Why would you do such a crazy thing? Do you want to die? You don't deserve to die for a kingdom that isn't yours, exclaimed Yuno, extremely worried for his friend. I was a stranger in this kingdom, in this world, but you took me in, gave me a home and new companions that I can call friends. So, I will do everything in my power to make sure this kingdom isn't destroyed. Not while I'm around, said Sakura with pure determination. Yuno couldn't help but be amazed by Sakura's determination about defending the kingdom even though it wasn't her home. If someone from another world was going to show that determination, someone like him aspiring to be the Wizard King wasn't going to be far behind. I agree. I don't plan on holding back either. Belle, said Yuno. Let's go there, Yuno. Let's not let that girl's efforts be in vain, said Belle before turning into a ball of light and inserting himself inside the wind mage, who was then enveloped in a glowing green aura. It was then that his left arm was wrapped in a cloak of that color and a circle of connected crosses appeared around his wrist, a green wing on the left side of his back and a green half-crown of connected crosses on the left side of his head. Spirit dive, shouted Yuno, having entered a fusion mode with the wind spirit. Needless to say, Sakura was very surprised by that. Amazing. His magic power has increased a lot more. It's like Naruto and Kurama, thought Sakura, briefly recalling the form Naruto took when he merged with Kurama. She wasn't the only one, as Mary was also surprised by the change in the power level of both of them. Oh, wow. I didn't know you had such aces up your sleeves. Well, now that all the cards are on the table, it's time to play, said Mary before doing an arm sweep, launching another wind wave that they quickly dodged. Suddenly, Mary stood in front of Sakura and threw her punch towards her, but then, Sakura parried the punch easily, although a crater was created underneath her due to the strength of the punch. What? Asked Mary, surprised that the pink-haired ninja could withstand a punch with her current level of strength. With a cry of exertion, Sakura grabbed Mary by the wrist and pulled her up before throwing her with all her might forward. Reacting quickly, Mary steadied herself and landed on her feet, though she slid a bit before coming to a stop. Soon after, Yuno launched himself flying towards her. "Wind spirit creation magic, spirit of Zephyr," shouted Yuno, creating an energy sword. When he reached her, he quickly flew around her, giving her several slashes on her body with his sword despite the bulk of her muscles, causing Mary to groan ever so slightly in pain from each cut. Just as Yuno positioned himself in front of her to deliver another slash, Mary acted immediately and threw a punch forward. Yuno saw that coming and placed his sword in the middle with the intention of blocking the powerful blow, but the blow ended up shattering the sword before a gust of wind blew out, sending Yuno flying. Sakura then stood in front of her quickly and punched her in the chest that sent her sliding backwards quite a bit. Sakura lunged at her again to throw another punch, but Mary reacted in time and threw her own punch, causing both punches to collide with each other, causing a shockwave. Both girls began throwing punches at each other, with each blocking or dodging each blow. Suddenly, Sakura saw that she had created an opening and Mary took advantage of that opening to attack her directly, so she jumped backwards to avoid the punch that impacted against the ground, shattering much of the ground around her. Just as Mary steadied herself, Yuno came flying in quickly. "Wind spirit restraining magic, liable tempest," shouted Yuno, flying in circles around the witch at such a high speed that he created a wind vortex and then compressed the vortex into a tight cocoon held in place by wind ropes connected to various areas. Taking advantage of her being restrained, Sakura lunged towards her and proceeded to deliver various blows to her body, blows so strong that gusts of wind shot out from behind the witch. Mary gritted her teeth at each blow Sakura delivered before she began to groan in anger, then put pressure, and just as Sakura was about to deliver another punch, Mary let out a groan of rage and exertion as she broke free of the restraints and unleashed a burst of wind that pushed Sakura and Yuno backwards. "I've had enough of you. I've wasted too much time on you. I didn't think I'd ever get to do this, but I must," began Mary before she began to moan from the exertion as she was surrounded by a glowing aura, and then her body became much larger and more bulky muscled, as well as her shoulders became more extensive with several tube-like protrusions. "I'll finish you off using 120%, exclaimed Mary in a voice so deep it sounded like a man's. Sakura and Yuno were surprised and slightly worried by the fact that they felt her magical power had increased much more than before, but they stood their ground, as they were determined to finish her off. With a groan of exertion, Mary threw both her fists forward, in the process shooting a powerful gust of wind that sent them flying, and in the next instant, Mary stood over them before slamming them down and sending them hard to the ground. Mary fell towards them with the intention of crushing them, but they quickly recovered thanks to Sakura's technique and were able to move out of the way in time. "Wind spirit magic, Sylph's breath," shouted Yuno, shooting a huge bullet of concentrated wind currents that hit the witch directly, making her slide backwards a bit. Soon after, Sakura stood in front of her and threw several punches that she blocked with her arms, though the force of those blows generated gusts of wind from behind. As soon as she found the right moment, Mary lowered the shield and pulled back her fist before throwing it towards Sakura, who responded with a punch of her own. Both punches collided with each other, generating a shockwave in the process. "I don't get it. I'm beyond human limits. Where the hell do you get so much strength from?" asked Mary. "From months of accumulation, and not only that, but I also get my strength from my will and my determination to protect that which I care about." "Unlike you," said Sakura. "Of course I have something to protect, and it's the kingdom that my sisters and I will create by destroying this one. For that kingdom to exist, people like you must die," exclaimed Mary, applying more force to her punch, which Sakura also did, causing a crater to form underneath them. "If you're really pushing human limits," began Sakura before showing her free fist being wrapped in chakra. "I'll give it all I've got," exclaimed Sakura before giving Mary an uppercut so powerful that it sent her flying upwards. "Yuno." At her friend's call, Yuno prepared to attack with everything he had. "If I want to become the Wizard King, I must become stronger, and to do that I must give it everything I have too." "Wind spirit magic, spirit storm," shouted Yuno, shooting a huge beam of energy. Mary saw the beam coming, and before she could react, the beam hit her completely, causing a loud explosion. They both stood at attention until, from the smokescreen created by the explosion, Mary fell, landing on her feet on the ground. Impossible. How can she still be alive after that? Asked Yuno in shock at that. Mary gasped a couple of times before looking at them with great fury. You people have no idea who I am, began Mary before walking towards them. I'm the only one of all the people in this world to push their limits beyond the unimaginable. My body is harder than steel and my fists weigh more than mountains. No way someone like me is going to. Crack. Mary stopped at the sound of that, and both she and the other two looked down at her chest to see a small crack, and soon after, that crack began to expand all over the witch's body, who was horrified by it. It can't be. My body is. Began Mary before her body was completely filled with cracks. Before she could say anything else, Mary's body exploded into pieces, revealing her in her original form, but with pale and drier skin. Soon after, Mary fell to the ground with her mouth open and her eyes white. Is she? Asked Yuno. Sakura approached her and knelt down to check her condition by touching her neck with her fingers. Yes, she really is dead. It looks like she pushed her limits too much, and that, in addition to the damage she received, affected her muscles too much, so they ended up shredded, causing her death, said Sakura. Phew. It's finally over, said Yuno, returning to his normal form. Same here, began Sakura, getting up and undoing her special technique. Now should we? Began Sakura before closing her eyes and leaning backwards to the ground. Fortunately, Yuno caught her before she fell to the ground. Sakura, are you okay? Asked Yuno. Yeah, I just need to rest for a bit. Thanks for the help, Katsuyu, said Sakura. Always my pleasure, said Katsuyu before disappearing in a burst of smoke. We'd better go find Mimosa to take care of us this time. What you did was risky, said Yuno. You would have done the same for the kingdom, wouldn't you, future wizard king? Asked Sakura with a smile. I won't deny it, said Yuno with a small smile. Noelle set about shooting balls of water that Hinata dodged or blocked with her chakra-wrapped palms. 8 trigrams air palm, shouted Hinata, firing from her palm a blast of wind. Noelle had to duck her head and cover herself with her hands when the gust of wind hit her, causing her pigtails to flutter in the wind. Taking advantage of that, Hinata charged towards her, but before she could reach her. Water creation magic, sea dragon's nest, shouted Noelle, creating a dome of swirling water, forcing Hinata to stop, as her attacks were useless against that barrier. But then. Water creation magic, sea dragon's roar, shouted Noelle, shooting from inside the dome a water dragon head that pierced through the dome. Because of how unexpected that was, Hinata couldn't avoid it and ended up taking the slamming attack, being pushed back by the water dragon head and bitten at the same time until she hit a wall. When the smoke cleared, Hinata was seen getting up with slight difficulty and groans of pain and effort. Your efforts are useless, began Noelle, undoing the dome. Can't you see that you don't stand a chance against someone like me? I don't care how much power you possess. I will keep fighting until I make you wake up, said Hinata with determination. TSK. I see you're persistent. Let's see how long it takes for you to stop being so. Water creation magic, sea dragon's roar, shouted Noelle, creating a water dragon head that shot forward. Thanks to the Byakugan, Hinata was able to see the moment the attack would come, and at the last moment, she quickly moved out of the way, managing to narrowly avoid it before she started charging towards the water mage, which proceeded to shoot water balls. As before, Hinata blocked some of the balls with her chakra palms while dodging others. However, the moment she neutralized another water ball with a clap, a second water ball behind the first one hit her directly, knocking her back a bit. Despite this, Hinata charged forward again, with Noelle shooting water balls that managed to hit the white-eyed ninja, but she continued forward until she managed to reach the water mage. Before Noelle could react, Hinata covered both of her palms with chakra. 8 trigrams 32 palms, shouted Hinata, launching several slaps on the water mage's body. Noelle, you have to remember. Remember everyone in the squad. Remember your friends. Remember me, remember Naruto. Remember that person you really love, exclaimed Hinata for each slap she delivered until she reached the last of the 32 slaps that made Noelle recoil a little. Noelle groaned from the pain she was feeling as she felt her mind was filling up with images and memories that didn't match the voices she was hearing. You're lying, exclaimed Noelle, refusing to admit the truth. I'm not lying. Wake the hell up, exclaimed Hinata, lunging towards the water mage with her chakra-wrapped palm. Shut up. I don't want to hear any more from you, exclaimed Noelle, pointing her wand at her and creating at the tip a water dragon head. Water creation magic, sea dragons roar. As if everything was moving in slow motion, Hinata stood in front of the water dragon head before directing her chakra-covered palm. Gentle fist, shouted Hinata before slapping Noelle right on the forehead. However, in the instant before receiving the slap, Noelle launched her attack that caught Hinata between her teeth and pushed her forward before impacting her hard against a wall. When the smoke cleared, Hinata was seen knocked down. Wonderful. Excellent work, friend. I wish you hadn't hurt her too badly, though. She won't be able to do much in her condition now, began Sarah before shrugging. Never mind. I can always find replacements, right? Asked Sarah. You. Began Noelle, who had her back to the witch, while her head was lowered. Do you have something to say? Asked Sarah. You. Bitch, exclaimed Noelle, turning around and punching the witch, knocking her to the ground in the process. Hey. Why did you do that? Asked Sarah, getting up while holding the sore part of her face. How dare you? How dare you force me to hurt my best friend? Asked Noelle angrily. What? In no way. How did you get out of my spell? Asked Sarah, completely in shock at the revelation. It was me. Sarah's eyes widened in surprise as she saw Hinata getting up despite her injuries. When I hit her with my technique to the head, I sent a small, non-harmful amount of chakra into her mind. Honestly, I didn't know if it would work, but I was confident that it would, said Hinata. Hinata, exclaimed Noelle before rushing to her side with an expression of extreme concern. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I began Noelle, feeling like she was going to cry from the guilt and sadness she felt. Don't worry, Noelle. Just like with me, you weren't in control of your actions. I know you didn't mean to do anything you did, said Hinata with a smile before placing a hand on the water mage's shoulder. After all, we're friends, right? That was enough to make Noelle feel better, and she gave her a nod with a smile. Yes, the best, said Noelle, glad that her best friend wasn't mad at her in any way. I must have lost faculties in these 300 years. Ugh. What a major bummer. Seriously, said Sarah, annoyed by the fact that two people broke free from her spell. You. Not only do you cast a spell on Hinata to attack us, but you cast a spell on me to harm her as well. Now I really won't forgive you, exclaimed Noelle as she was enveloped in a bright blue aura. Sarah's eyes widened in horror as she felt an increase in the water mage's magical power. Impossible. Where does she get that much magical power from? Asked Sarah mentally. That's when Noelle was enveloped in a cocoon of water and when it came apart in an explosion. Water creation magic, Valkyrie dress, shouted Noelle, revealing herself in armor completely made of water with two wing-like ornaments hanging down her lower back and a spiraling water spear. Unbelievable, thought Hinata, completely in awe of her best friend's new outfit, and that made an expression of determination form on her face, for she wasn't going to be left behind. I won't spare you either. Gentle step twin lion fists, shouted Hinata, wrapping her hands in lots of chakra that took the shape of lion heads. You're going down, you. Witch, exclaimed the two at the same time before charging towards the witch. No way. You'll be the ones to fall, said Sarah before unleashing something that made the two girls stop as they hunched over and groaned loudly from the pain in their minds. I intended to enslave you and keep you as my pets, but after this, I don't want to anymore. I intend to break your minds into several pieces, said Sarah, increasing the pressure of her magic. The two girls groaned louder from the pain they felt in their minds. No. I can't give up. Naruto, he's fighting with everything he's got and I plan to do the same, thought Hinata. I know that idiot wouldn't give up on this situation, so I won't give up either, thought Noelle. With great willpower, the two girls resisted the pain as long as they could as they stabilized completely, much to the witch's surprise. Both girls let out a battle cry before lunging towards the witch with their arms pulled back, and when they reached her, before Sarah could react or even use her magic on her, Hinata struck her with her hand chakra lion while Noelle struck her with her spear, piercing her in the process. The force of both attacks sent Sarah flying backwards until she impacted hard against a wall, leaving a crater in the process before sliding down until she was sitting on the ground. To make sure the enemy was down, the two girls approached her, but then, Sarah coughed as she spat blood, causing them to stop. I just wanted to have lots of friends, said Sarah before her head fell to the side as those two attacks and the impact was enough to finish her off for good. It's over, said Noelle as she returned to normal. Now she won't use that power of her on anyone. Never again, said Hinata. Wait, I just realized something. By defeating her, we have released the spell witches, said Noelle. And it was true. For throughout the kingdom, the witches who had been bewitched by Sarah Sanderson's power were awakening from their state, something the magic knights noticed and were relieved to see that the enemy forces had fallen. That means the battle is almost over, said Hinata with a smile. Yes, all that's left is for the other Sanderson sisters to be defeated, said Noelle. I'm sure it won't be long before that happens, said Hinata, having a feeling she knew who would be fighting the other witches. Naruto and Asta didn't know what exactly to think of Winifred's needle armor, but it was clear that, if they touched it, they would end up poisoned, which would also happen if she hit them, as she wore gloves made of needles. Impressive, isn't it? This armor is my supreme technique. All those against whom I used it, fell before me, and you will be among those people shortly, said Winifred, pointing at them. We'll see about that, exclaimed Asta before charging towards the witch with his swords ready to strike. However, just as it looked like he was about to give her an X-shaped slash, Winifred's needle wings flapped and the witch ascended upwards, avoiding the magicless boy's double slash. Both Asta and Naruto were shocked as they watched Winifred float into the air. Great! Now it turns out she can fly, said Naruto, annoyed by the fact that his opponent had gained an aerial advantage. And that's not all I can do, said Winifred before swooping down towards them. Reacting quickly, Naruto and Asta dodged out of the way to avoid the attack, but then, Winifred turned around. Needle magic, poison needle barrage, shouted Winifred as several needles shot out from her wings. Due to the speed of activation of the attack, the boys were slow to react, and although they were able to dodge most of the needles, a couple of them stuck in their arms and legs. It, said Naruto, brushing the needles off himself, groaning slightly from the pain in the process, which Asta also did. Come on, Naruto, said Asta. Yes, said Naruto. Both boys touched the Demon Destroyer sword, causing black lines to come out of their bodies and into the sword, staying like that for a few seconds until the lines faded away altogether, so they let out a sigh of relief as they felt the effect of the needles wear off. Good thing we have that, said Naruto with a smile. Yeah, you're right, said Asta with a smile. TSK. I forgot they had that sword that nullifies my poison. If I want to take down those evil brats, I have to get rid of it, said Winifred before spreading her wings. Needle magic, poison needle barrage, shouted Winifred as several needles shot out of her wings. Fortunately, the two boys realized this in time and quickly moved out of the way, being able to avoid them altogether. It was then that Naruto created 3 clones, and 2 of them were positioned for Naruto and another clone to use as trampolines to jump very high, towards where Winifred was. As he ascended, the clone was tearing the air above Naruto's palm, beginning to create a sphere of energy. Unfortunately, Winifred saw it coming and ascended higher, much to the frustration of the Jinchuriki and his clone. Naruto. Hearing the call, Naruto and the clone looked down to see Asta using the other 2 clones as a springboard, quickly ascending towards them as he readied his Demon Slayer sword. Seeing what he intended to do, Naruto and his clone positioned themselves, and when Asta reached them, he let them lean on the Demon Slayer sword before, with a battle cry, Asta launched them higher. As they were quickly climbing, Naruto and the clone took the opportunity to make the sphere bigger, something that left the witch surprised. Odama Rasengan, shouted Naruto and the clone as they pushed the oversized sphere towards the witch, who reacted in time and placed her wings as a shield, being able to block the attack, which caused an explosion in the process. When Naruto fell, he saw the shattered needle wings and thought he had been robbed of his aerial advantage, but suddenly, the needles on the wings snapped back into place, regenerating them in the process. Much to the Jinchuriki's frustration before steadying himself to land on his feet next to Asta. "I thought we had her there," said Naruto. "Me too," said Asta. "Ha ha ha. You deluded ones. My armor can self-regenerate with every hit it takes. It's practically invincible," said Winifred. "If I've learned anything from my opponents, it's that even the invincible can be defeated," said Naruto, having flashbacks of his fights against Pain, Obito, Madara and Kagaya, people who seemed invincible until proven otherwise. "No matter how many times we have to hit that thing, we won't give up," said Asta, pointing the sword at it. "In that case, let's see if you can say that again after this," began Winifred before several needles formed around her and came together to form spiky balls. "Needle magic, needle bombs," shouted Winifred as she launched the spiked balls towards them. "Watch out," exclaimed Naruto as he and Asta moved away from the impact zones of the balls. However, just before they were about to hit the ground, the balls exploded, causing the needles they were made of to shoot out in all directions. Because they weren't expecting such a thing, several needles stuck into them, making them scream slightly in pain. With a couple of groans of pain, they pulled all the needles out of their bodies. "Asta, the sword," said Naruto. "I'll get right on it," said Asta, preparing to use his Demon Destroyer sword to neutralize the poisoning. "Like I'd let you guys do that again," said Winifred before swooping down towards them, and before they could react, Winifred kicked the sword hard, causing it to fly out of Asta's grip and fly off to the side of the street where it stuck. "Oh, no," said Asta in horror. "Without that sword, you will no longer be able to shake off my venom as before. It only remains for you to succumb to it and perish. You should feel glad that I let you die together at least," said Winifred before laughing evilly. Naruto and Asta were frustrated that she was right, for they had been able to rid themselves of the poison from his needles thanks to the Demon Destroyer sword from the boy without magic, and now, without it, they couldn't. "In that case, there's only one thing we can do," said Naruto, rising to his full height, as did Asta. "We'll have to defeat you before that happens," said Asta, having come to the same conclusion as the Jinchuriki. "Ha! I dare you brats to try. It won't be long before you end up surrendering to the situation," said Winifred. "You're dead wrong," began Asta, drawing his Demon Dweller sword from his grimoire and pointing it at the witch. "I will never give up. As a future wizard king, I intend to defend this kingdom. I won't give up either. Even if this isn't my kingdom, I will fight to protect it," exclaimed Naruto. "You know I support you, but I recommend hurrying before the poison affects you too much," said Kurama. "I know. That's why I'll use that," thought Naruto, creating a strategy in his mind. "Then die for the kingdom I will soon destroy," began Winifred as she formed around her several spiked balls. "Needle magic, needle bombs," shouted Winifred as the balls were launched towards the ground. Already knowing what they were up against, the two boys moved as far away as they could from the exploding spiked balls, throwing needles everywhere. Soon after, Naruto waved his hands. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," shouted Naruto, creating several clones around him, and with a battle cry, they all charged forward before leaping high, managing to reach the witch. Winifred shifted in the air from side to side, dodging the clones' punches and kicks. It was then that she found herself surrounded by them, with no way to escape, so she decided to do the following. "Needle creation magic, needle barrier," shouted Winifred, quickly raising a cocoon of sharp needles that protected her from the clones, which disappeared after hitting the sharp barrier, causing a smokescreen around the witch. As Winifred unraveled the cocoon, she looked around when suddenly, Naruto came out of the smoke and threw a punch at her. However, Winifred placed her needle wing in the middle, causing Naruto to groan from the pain. But despite that, he endured it and applied more force to his punch, managing to push Winifred close to the ground. That was taken advantage of by Asta, who charged towards her at full speed and tried to slash her with his blades, but Winifred quickly pulled back. "Needle magic, poison needle barrage," shouted Winifred as several needles shot out of her wings. Reacting quickly, Asta began to swing his swords at high speed, being able to block and deflect most of the needles, while a few stuck into his body, but he endured. Suddenly, Winifred felt something coming towards her and turned around in time to see Naruto charging towards her with his fist pulled back before throwing it towards the witch, but Winifred easily avoided the punch before grabbing the arm and throwing the Jinchuriki hard towards Asta, who was able to catch it, though it slid back a bit before Naruto stepped on the ground. Soon after, both boys let out a slight groan of pain as they hunched over from the poison caused by the needles. "You can feel it, right? As the poison runs through your systems and kills you little by little. Your situation is truly desperate. Your attacks are beginning to look pathetic. It won't be long before you both die," said Winifred. "We haven't given up yet," exclaimed Asta, standing up despite the pain. "That's right. Besides, you haven't seen what I can do yet," said Naruto before closing his eyes. Unbeknownst to the other two, Naruto had sent a clone of himself away from the battlefield to sit in a meditative lotus position with his eyes closed. At that moment, the clone disappeared. The next instant, Naruto opened his eyes, revealing that they were different, as they had a yellow iris with a toad pupil, as well as orange pigmentation around them. Both Asta and Winifred were surprised, not only by the change in appearance, but also by the increase in power they felt. "What has he done? I feel like his power has increased," thought Asta, mentally noting to ask him about it and if he could do the same. "Asta," began Naruto, pulling the boy without magic out of his train of thought. "Let's go get her," said Naruto before charging toward the witch. Winifred quickly moved out of the way when Naruto threw his punch, but then an invisible force hit her, sending her flying backwards. Although Asta was surprised that he had hit her without touching her, he focused on his mission and charged at full speed, managing to pass by the witch and get behind her. Just as she reached him, Asta swung his Demon Slayer sword like a bat, striking her in the process and sending her flying, though she stabilized herself thanks to her wings. "Needle magic, needle bombs," Winifred shouted, creating spiked balls that were launched toward the ground. "Naruto, throw one of those spheres at me," exclaimed Asta. Although he didn't know why, Naruto trusted him and quickly created a large ball of energy in his hand. "Odama Rasengan," shouted Naruto, pushing the energy sphere toward Asta, who blocked it with his Demon Dweller sword. Then, to the Jinchuriki's surprise, there was no explosion, but the sphere became smaller as a luminous bar filled the sword, as if it were absorbing it. Once the sphere disappeared and the charge reached its maximum, Asta focused on the spiked balls that were about to reach them. "Rasengan slash!" Asta shouted, swinging his Demon Dweller sword, sending out a wave of energy that bent to form a spinning ring that shattered all the spiked balls, destroying them in the process as it headed toward Winifred, who quickly moved out of the way, managing to avoid the attack. "Wow! I didn't know you could do that," said Naruto, surprised by the sword's ability. "You're not the only one with extra tricks," said Asta with a toothy grin. "Grr. This is starting to get annoying. Needle creation magic, needle beasts," shouted Winifred, creating several feline needle beasts that got into position before charging into the attack. Shadow Clone Jutsu, shouted Naruto with a hand gesture, causing several clones to form around him before charging all towards the beasts as they formed oversized spheres of energy in their hands. Odama Rasen Terengan, shouted Naruto as he and the clones impacted the spheres into the needle beasts, causing a powerful explosion. Winifred was shocked to see her army easily defeated when suddenly Asta emerged from the smoke with a leap, lunging towards her with a battle cry, and just as Winifred was about to turn away, Asta managed to give her a cut on the cheek before landing on the ground as the smoke dissipated. Winifred stood in shock as she touched the wound on her cheek before looking down at her hand to see some blood. In the next instant, her face of shock changed to one of pure rage. "You! How dare you hurt me, Winifred Sanderson, the most powerful of witches?" asked Winifred. "If you really are powerful, then why are we beating you up?" asked Naruto. "You're not invincible. You'll fall soon enough," said Asta. "The only ones who will fall here are you," exclaimed Winifred before swooping down towards them. Quickly, the two moved out of the way, but Winifred immediately positioned herself in front of Asta and prepared to hit him. Thanks to his swords, he was able to block all the punches and kicks the witch was throwing at him, and a couple of seconds later, Asta found the moment to attack her with his swords, but then... "Needle magic, needle bombs," shouted Winifred, creating a spiked ball that she immediately threw, and due to how close she was to Asta, it hit him directly before exploding, making Asta scream in pain from the thousands of needles stuck in him as he fell. "Asta!" exclaimed Naruto with concern. "Now it's your turn," said Winifred before lunging towards him. As with Asta, Winifred threw several punches and kicks that Naruto managed to dodge or block thanks to his Sage mode, but that didn't stop him from feeling pain due to the needle gloves she had, thus increasing the intensity of the poison in his systems. When he found the right opening, Naruto immediately created 2 energy spheres in his hands. "Raisin Rengen," shouted Naruto, pushing the 2 spheres towards her. "Needle creation magic, needle barrier," shouted Winifred, quickly raising a cocoon of sharp needles that shielded her from the attack, causing an explosion in the process followed by a smokescreen. Naruto paid close attention to any surprise attack. "Where is she?" asked Naruto mentally. "Behind you," exclaimed Kurama urgently. Naruto quickly turned around to face her, but in the next instant. "Needle magic, poison needle barrage," shouted Winifred as several needles shot out of her wings. Due to the speed of the attack and execution, Naruto was unable to avoid the many needles that stuck into his body, making him scream in pain as he fell. Winifred gasped heavily a couple of times before she began to chuckle lightly, only to laugh out loud in a wickedly insane manner as she ascended into the air. "Yes. Do you understand now? No one can beat me. No way a boy with no magical power and a brat with strange abilities could do it. You're both doomed to perish without accomplishing anything in life. Your only fate is to die to the powerful like me. Normally, I would just walk away and let you die slowly from my poison, but after what you've said about that old hag, I'd rather not take any chances," began Winifred before readying her wings as if they were swords. "Now, die," exclaimed Winifred before swooping down towards them for a killing blow. Suddenly, just as she was about to reach them, both Naruto and Asta stood up and punched the witch in the face. "You," began Naruto. "Don't talk like that," continued Asta. "From my friend," exclaimed the two, sending the witch backwards from their combined punch. Winifred did a couple of somersaults in the air before coming to a complete stop. "What? How? Why do you keep getting up?" asked Winifred. "Because our destiny isn't to perish to the likes of you. I aspire to be the Hokage of my village," said Naruto. "And I aspire to be the wizard king of this kingdom. In order to accomplish those goals, we will overcome our limits and become strong to overcome any obstacle like you," said Asta. "For that reason we won't fall yet. We won't give up until we defeat you for the sake of protecting this kingdom where people we care about live." "If we did, what kind of kings would we be?" asked Naruto. We'd be kings we'd never want to be. That's why we'll stand up even if it hurts, said Asta. How many times do I have to hit you before you understand? Only the strong deserve to rule. And here the only strong one who can rule is me, exclaimed Winifred angrily. What do you say, Asta? Asked Naruto before extending his fist towards the magicless boy. Shall we go all out? You bet, said Asta before extending his fist towards the Jinchuriki. In the next instant, they both came into view in a dark space and behind them stood Kurama and Asta's grimoire devil. It's time to level up to the max, said Kurama. TSK. I don't like this, but I'll do it as long as this brat doesn't die, said the devil. The next instant, both Naruto and Asta underwent a transformation. Naruto's body was covered in golden flames, and when they dissipated, it revealed Naruto in a completely different outfit, with his eyes in the shape of a cross, due to the fact that he had entered Kurama chakra mode, which was fused with sage mode as his eyes indicated. Asta's right arm began to be covered in a black cloak, turning his fingers into claws, and it extended like roots to the right side of his head, causing half of his hair to turn black, while a horn protruded from the right side of his head and a wing from the right side of his back. All that due to the fact that he had gone into Black Asta mode. Let's end this the same way we started it, said Naruto. Together, said Asta. Go ahead. The only thing that will be waiting for you is death, said Winifred. Don't be so sure, began Naruto before gesturing with his hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu, shouted Naruto, creating several clones around him before they all flew off towards the witch. An attack like that won't do you any good anymore, said Winifred. Maybe, but I bet this will, said Naruto before waving his hands, causing both him and the clones to be engulfed in smoke explosions. Winifred braced herself for whatever was going to come out of the smoke, but it turned out to be something she never expected in life, for when the smoke cleared. Sexy Jutsu, reverse harem jutsu, shouted Naruto, revealing that he and the clones had turned into attractive, naked men. Winifred was completely transfixed with her eyes wide as saucers due to what she was seeing, to the point where she felt like she would faint while bleeding from her nose. Before that was going to happen, there was another explosion of smoke and out of it came Asta. Black meteorite, shouted Asta, hitting the witch with his demon slayer sword, but instead of throwing her, he was pushing her as he flew back and forth in the air and a few seconds later, tossed her aside. By the time Winifred stabilized, she was surrounded by Naruto's various clones. Naruto Uzumaki Ultimate Barrage, shouted Naruto as he and his clones launched multiple blows at the witch before, with one more blow, sending her flying backwards, but she quickly recovered. Needle Magic, Poison Needle Barrage, shouted Winifred as several needles shot out of her wings. While Asta blocked the needles with his swords, Naruto created 2 golden chakra arms that he used as a shield for the needles. After that, the two lunged towards Winifred, who was ready to run away from them. The fight became an aerial one in which they were flying back and forth, with Winifred dodging as much as possible as she could the continuous attacks of Naruto and Asta. It was then that Winifred saw Naruto darting towards her quickly. Needle Creation Magic, Needle Barrier, shouted Winifred, quickly raising a cocoon of sharp needles. Although Naruto paused to avoid hitting that offensive barrier, the same didn't happen to Asta. Black Hurricane, shouted Asta, spinning quickly like a spinning top with his arms, which held the swords, stretched out. When he reached her, Asta spun around the cocoon, performing multiple slashes that ended up shattering the cocoon, leaving Winifred open for Naruto to launch himself at her with an energy sphere in hand. Rasengan, shouted Naruto, thrusting the sphere at her, hitting her in the chest before she was thrown backwards as she spiraled. But quickly recovered. You won't defeat me. Needle Magic, Needle Bombs, shouted Winifred, creating spiked balls that she immediately launched. Quickly, Naruto created a chakra arm, and by making a sweeping motion with it, he created several energy spheres in the process. Rasengan, shouted Naruto, throwing the energy spheres towards the spiked balls, neutralizing them all in the process. Soon after, Asta lunged towards her at full speed with his Demon Slayer sword pointed forward. One Horn Bull Thrust, shouted Asta. Winifred was able to react and moved out of the way, but Asta's speed was so high that he ended up grazing her, making her whimper in the process. Before she went to do anything, she noticed a light out of the corner of her eye and was shocked to see Naruto with an oversized sphere over his hand. "Cho Odama Rasengan," shouted Naruto, throwing the sphere towards her, causing a powerful explosion in the process. Both Naruto and Asta stood together to check the status of their enemy, which they received when the smoke cleared. However, they were surprised when they saw Winifred still conscious, and although her needle armor had several shards, the needles were repositioning, repairing the shards. "Brats! I intend to make you suffer the worst of deaths. I won't rest until I annihilate you and all your loved ones," exclaimed Winifred in extreme rage. "In that case," began Asta. "We'll finish you off right away," finished Naruto, raising his hand, upon which a large-sized sphere of energy with spinning wind blades formed. "Wind style, Rasen Shuriken," shouted Naruto, throwing the sphere. "I'm not giving up," exclaimed Winifred, planning to move away from the attack, but then, Asta stepped up behind her, much to her surprise. "We won't give up either," exclaimed Asta before the anti-magic covered his Demon Slayer sword, making it longer and wider. "Anti-magic, Demon Slayer sword, Black Divider," shouted Asta before using it to quickly cut off Winifred's needle wings, much to her horror, and then using the sword as a bat to strike the witch and send her straight into the Jinchuriki's attack. When the attack hit her, it pushed her high into the air, and that's when an explosion occurred that formed a sphere of air. The wind that produced the explosion was so strong that Naruto and Asta had to use all their strength to stay in place and avoid flying away. Inside the sphere, Winifred was screaming in pain, as that technique caused thousands of microneedles to attack him for several seconds faster than the human eye could grasp. By the time the air sphere disappeared, Winifred remained in the air for a few seconds before falling to the ground. After that, Naruto and Asta landed near her to check her condition and saw that she was lying in a crater with her eyes white, her mouth open, and her needle armor was completely shattered. "Is it over?" asked Asta. "I don't feel any magic power in her," said Kurama. "Yes, it's over," said Naruto, confirming the non-magic boy's question. "It's about time," said the devil. With the enemy defeated, Naruto and Asta returned to their normal forms, only to drop to their knees as they groaned loudly in pain. "Her poison still remains," said Asta. "We have to remove it from our bodies right away," said Naruto. "Naruto, look to your side," said Kurama. Naruto heeded the bijou and turned his head to the side, only to be shocked when he saw that they were near the Demon Destroyer sword. "Asta, the sword," said Naruto, pointing to the sword. "Yes," said Asta before he and the Jinchuriki used what strength they had left to get up with groans of pain and exertion and walk slowly towards the sword. By the time they were close enough, they both fell to the ground from exhaustion and pain. Fortunately, they were able to reach out and touch the sword with their hands, activating their special power, as several lines of smoke shot out from both of their bodies and headed towards the sword. It was like that for a few seconds before the smoke lines disappeared completely, so they sighed deeply from relief before laying on their backs on the ground. "Thank goodness. It was a close call," said Naruto. "Yeah, but I wasn't going to let myself die. Not until I get to be the Wizard King," said Asta. "Ha! I wouldn't let myself die until I get to be the Hokage either," said Naruto. Both boys burst out laughing after that. "We certainly make a good team, don't we?" asked Asta. "The best," said Naruto. With some force, the two boys extended their fists towards each other in a friendly clash. "Hey, with the older Sanderson defeated, that means the fight is over, right?" asked Asta. "Well, there's still the other two, as well as the spell witches, but I'm sure the others will be able to take care of all that," said Naruto. "Yeah, I think so too," said Asta. Both boys just lying there with their eyes on the sky, waiting to recover sufficiently after a big fight. A fight in which their bonds grew much stronger than before. With the defeat of the Sanderson sisters, the situation improved for everyone in the capital, as the witches who had been under their spell were freed and there weren't too many serious injuries apart from those who had fought against the Sanderson sisters themselves, so they were taken to the infirmary to be treated by Owen, the royal doctor. It was then that the Witch Queen appeared, having recovered sufficiently, and thanked the magic knights for not hurting her subjects. After a brief explanation and a joint apology, all the witches decided to collaborate in repairing the damage caused by the fighting. Meanwhile, the Witch Queen had a meeting with the Wizard King in which they agreed to talk later to discuss the matter in more depth. With the danger eliminated, the people who had taken refuge in the royal palace rejoiced. Of course, the king took credit for everything that had happened, claiming that he had organized it all together with the Wizard King, causing the people to praise him, which he was very happy to receive. Although there was some damage due to the intense battles, the Magic Knights offered to help with the reconstruction. "Well, how are you feeling?" asked Owen as he used his healing water magic on the three ninjas and Magic Knights, which consisted of giant water jellyfish wrapping their tentacles around parts of their bodies, healing their wounds in the process. "Much better than before." "Thank you, sir," said Naruto. "I told you that Owen's magic was very good," said Asta, remembering that he helped him when he had injured both his arms. "Yes. I've never seen a healing technique like this before. I'd like to learn some of it, if you don't mind," said Sakura. "Naturally I don't. If I can help a fellow doctor get better, I'm willing to teach you anything," said Owen. "By the way, Majesty, how are things going?" asked Noel to Julius, who was present in the room along with Marx. "Better than I imagined. The witches have withdrawn and the repairs are starting. Since there wasn't too much wreckage, it won't take too long to finish everything," said Julius. "I hope this won't bring any problems with the witches' forest. After all, they were just being manipulated by the Sanderson sisters," said Hinata. "I agree. It's not that different from what happened with the Magic Knights possessed by the elves," said Yuno. "That's why don't worry. The Witch Queen and I will have a conversation about the matter. It is very likely that we will come to an agreement that will benefit us all," said Julius. "That's a relief," said Naruto. "Well, now you'd better relax and recuperate. Afterwards, I want to see you all in my office. Specifically, the three of you," said Julius, looking at the three ninjas, who were confused about it. "May I ask why?" asked Sakura. "I'm sorry, but I'll only tell you when you get there. Take care of yourselves until then," said Julius before he and Marx walked off, leaving the six confused. "What would he want us in his office for?" asked Hinata. "Most likely he wants to reward you. After all, you helped us take down those witches," said Noel. "They might even give us a star or more. That means we'll be closer to the number 1 squad position in the kingdom," exclaimed Asta with stars in his eyes. "Impossible. My squad is number 1", said Yuno. "For a short time. My squad will surpass yours and then, I will become the Wizard King," said Asta. "Say yes, Asta," said Naruto, patting his friend's back. "But what are you saying, Naruto?" "It's clear that Yuno will be the Wizard King," said Sakura. "You see, Asta? You have the support of a ninja and so do I," said Yuno, pointing at the pink-haired ninja. "But Naruto will be the Hokage of his village, so his support is more important than Sakura's," said Asta. "That's right. The kings support each other," said Naruto before high-fiving Asta. "Ugh. No doubt the two of them are just like that. Equal idiots," said Noel as Hinata chuckled. "Yeah, but," began Hinata before leaning closer to the water mage. "They're adorable, aren't they?" asked Hinata in a very low voice. That made Noel blush slightly at the white-eyed ninja's comment. "And maybe," whispered Noel, looking away to avoid them seeing her slightly blushing face. "Yes, it's very clear how she feels. As for me," thought Hinata before looking at Naruto, who was laughing next to Asta. "It's time for me to do it. I don't care about the situation. I must tell him yes or yes," thought Hinata with determination. Later in the day, with the sky dyed orange from the sunset, the group of 6 felt better after recovery and set out to go to the Wizard King's office, as he requested earlier. Although they didn't know what it was about, they were all at ease, but then, as soon as they arrived at the office, they were shocked, with the ninjas even more so, for in the office were not only the Wizard King and Julius, but also the captains of all the squads of Magic Knight in the kingdom. The 3 ninjas became nervous, for, if the captains were present, it meant that the matter was more important than they imagined, as if it were a meeting of kages or something. Swallowing their nerves, the 6 advanced forward, with the ninjas ahead of the Magic Knights, until they stood in front of the Wizard King. Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Hinata Hyuga. On behalf of the entire kingdom, I thank you for helping us in a time of need. Even though you were strangers, not only in a new kingdom, but in a world totally different from your own, you acted in defense of us all, and that is something for all of us to take example from. Therefore, as Wizard King and with the approval of the king himself, I am granting you a promotion. As of this moment, you 3 are intermediate Magic Knight, said Julius. The 3 ninjas gasped, unable to find the right words to express what they were thinking and feeling. To them, that was like being promoted to Chunin. Honestly, the situation was a bit too much for them. Just a few days ago, they arrived in a new world where, instead of ninjas, there were mages, and during the time they were there, they joined squads of Magic Knights, made new friends, went on some quests, and fought against a group of evil witches. For a moment, they felt that they didn't deserve that rank, for they were Leaf Ninja. However, they couldn't refuse it, and not only because they were in the presence of the captains of squads and the Wizard King, which would be totally disrespectful on their part, also because, from the day they joined their respective squads, they had made the decision to not only be Leaf Ninjas, but also Magic Knights of the Clover Kingdom. Everything they had done wasn't only because of their duty as such, but also as thanks for everything that kingdom had done for them, as well as wanting to help their new friends, and that promotion was the reward they received for all that. Now, with nothing to say about it, they smiled and placed their right arm in front of their chest with the 3 middle fingers stretched forward, making the official gesture of the Clover Kingdom, as a sign that they accepted with great honor the promotion. In the next instant, all the captains, including the 3 Magic Knights, applauded in congratulations for the achievement. Asta, Noel and Yuno couldn't help but smile with great joy and pride for their ninja friends. After the promotion ceremony, a small party was held in their honor. During the party, the 3 ninjas took the opportunity to meet the captains. "It's a very great pleasure to finally meet you," said Ril, quickly shaking Naruto's hands. Likewise, began Naruto before pulling his hands away. "Honestly, I didn't imagine that someone as young as you would be a captain of a squad. Well, you could say I'm a prodigy. Although it's a bit annoying being the youngest among all the adults," said Ril. "Don't let that discourage you. I'm sure you're a great captain," said Naruto. "Thanks. Hey, would you do me a favor and pose for me? I wish I could create a great artwork of you," said Ril, pulling out a paintbrush. "Okay, but make sure it comes out right," said Naruto. "Of course," said Ril with a big smile. Meanwhile, Sakura was conversing with Dorothy and Kaiser. "Tell me, what happens when a ninja wants to defect?" asked Dorothy. "Well, in that case, he would need the Hokage's approval. If he doesn't, he automatically becomes a renegade, runaway ninja to look for," said Sakura. "Certainly, your ninja villages possess a system similar to our kingdom," said Kaiser. "I don't doubt it, but there are also their differences, such as the squads of Magic Knight. While they consist of several members, we form teams of 3 members plus a high-ranking ninja in charge," said Sakura. "I see. That way, you can form more teams and organize them in a better way," said Dorothy. "Exactly," said Sakura. "Not a bad idea," began Kaiser. "Maybe we should suggest it for the next battle," thought Kaiser, knowing that, in a few months, they would have a big battle against a powerful enemy. "Hey, you." Naruto turned to see that it was Jack who had called out to him. "I've been told what you're capable of. Shall we have a match?" "I'd like to cut a ninja," said Jack, licking his lips. That made the Jinchuriki very nervous. Oh my god. That guy is as creepy as Orochimaru. Is he really a captain? Asked Naruto mentally. I'd love to, but I'm required elsewhere. Goodbye, said Naruto before quickly taking off. You can run away, but you won't be able to hide from me, said Jack with a psycho grin. Hey! Charlotte turned around and her eyes widened from shock at the sight of Yami standing in front of her. He's so close, thought Charlotte, blushing despite her efforts to hide it. You and I have some business to talk about. Can we go somewhere more private? Asked Yami. Talk with me? In private? He and me, alone? Asked Charlotte, starting to shake with nerves. Huh? Is something wrong? Asked Yami, leaning closer to her. Don't tell me you're sick. The instant she realized how close her face was to his, Charlotte let out a small scream before running off like the Roadrunner, leaving a trail of smoke in her wake. Looks like she was. Otherwise she wouldn't have taken off like that, said Yami, scratching his head. All that was witnessed by Hinata, who couldn't help but be surprised by that. That's how I used to act with Naruto. Does that lady have feelings for Captain Yami, but she's too shy? Asked Hinata mentally. Excuse me. Hinata let out a small cry of surprise as she turned around to see Nozel. You're Hinata Hyuga, right? Asked Nozel. Why yes, it's me, said Hinata, noticing a certain familiarity in him and a certain friend of hers. I thank you for helping my younger sister during the fight against the Sanderson sisters, said Nozel. Hinata was shocked for a moment to discover that this man, a captain of a squad, was Noel's older brother. Why, you're welcome, said Hinata, bowing in a respectful manner. Nozel gave a nod before turning and leaving. It was then that Fugolian approached her. The fact that Nozel thanked you means he recognizes your strength. You can be proud of yourself, said Fugolian before walking away. Those two remind me quite a bit of Niji, thought Hinata, comparing her cousin to the two squad captains. Of course, they also interacted with the magic knights in the room. Naruto quickly became close friends with Leopold, even going so far as to challenge each other in a fight, but they were immediately stopped. Sakura and Hinata were talking to some of the members of the squad of the Blue Rose, who commented that they would have liked to have them in their female-only squad. Of course, the presence of the Black Bull couldn't be missed. Fortunately, they were able to behave properly, although they were still acting as they usually do at a very low level, all thanks to their captain who kindly asked them to behave. It was already evening and the celebration was still going on. In one part of the room, Hinata was staring at Naruto, who was chatting with Asta and Yuno. I know I said I would, but what if he? Asked Hinata before shaking her head quickly. No. I can't think about those things. The girls are right. If I want to know the answer I have to get it, and it's going to happen tonight, thought Hinata with determination before taking a deep breath to calm herself and approach the Jinchuriki. Naruto, said Hinata, getting his attention. What's wrong, Hinata? Asked Naruto. Can I talk to you? Alone? Asked Hinata. Naruto arched an eyebrow in confusion before nodding his head. Both ninjas stepped out onto a balcony that overlooked the outside, where the two of them could be alone away from the others. So, what do you want to talk about? Asked Naruto. Began Hinata, starting to get on her nerves, as she was about to do something she had only done once before, and it was in a very serious situation, but now that situation wasn't happening, so she had two very simple choices. To say it or not to say it. Despite a small part of her being very nervous and wanting to leave or say something else, the rest of her dismissed that part, for there was no better time than now to say it, not after all they had to go through. So, having made her final decision, Hinata took a very deep breath so she could focus. Naruto, when I was little, I did nothing but cry and gave up before I tried. On several occasions, I wanted to choose the wrong path, but you made me always walk the right one. I was always watching you and seeing your determination, I wanted to imitate your steps. The reason I became stronger was so I could walk by your side. You changed me, Naruto. I've always looked up to you from your back, but from now on, I want to be by your side, because I love you, Naruto, exclaimed Hinata, having said what she had to say. Naruto was silent after the confession, and that made Hinata start to worry as she thought she was going to get a negative answer. I really am an idiot, began Naruto, much to the surprise of the white-eyed ninja. Growing up, I was the most hated kid in the village, so I never thought there was anyone who liked me like that. As I grew up, I made so many friends and allies that I never realized that, out of all of them, you were the one who has always been by my side, supporting me from the shadows. When pain attacked the village, you were the only one who came out to protect me, even though you couldn't do anything, and you told me those same things, but my stupidity got the better of me and I forgot about it. So I'm sorry you had to tell me again. It wasn't until you got caught by the enemy that I remembered that and realized how much I cared about you. What I'm trying to say is, I love you too, Hinata. Hearing those words, Hinata felt as if a huge concrete block that was being held by her heart broke into pieces, leaving it completely free of any burden, as she had finally heard the Jinchuriki's answer, and it was the one she had been longing to hear for a long time. Before Naruto could say anything else, Hinata leaned towards him and kissed him on the lips with her eyes closed, something that surprised the Jinchuriki. Soon after, Hinata's eyes opened, and realizing what she was doing, she quickly pulled away. I am sorry, began Hinata with her face slightly flushed and her head tilted to the side. I don't know what I was doing. I just wanted to. Hinata stopped talking as Naruto placed his hand on her cheek and shifted her gaze forward so she could see him with a sweet smile. With the full moon in the background, Naruto began to slowly bring his face closer as he prepared his lips and closed his eyes. Understanding what he was doing, all doubt in Hinata's mind dissipated and she did the same. It wasn't long before their lips connected in a kiss. A kiss that showed the deep love they felt for each other. Hurrah! The kiss was immediately interrupted as they heard a burst of cheers, and the two ninjas looked up at the balcony entrance to see the members of the Black Bull as well as Sakura. You finally did it, Hinata. I'm proud of you, said Vanessa. I knew you had a good pair, Naruto. Well done, said Magna with a thumbs up and a toothy grin. I must admit, I wasn't expecting to see something like this, said Finral. Normally, I'd rather see Marnie than see these things, but I made an exception for you, said Ghosh, pulling out the picture of his little sister before getting down to looking at it. You finally got your answer, Hinata, said Nero with a smile. Honestly, I was wondering when you would do it, said Zora. Friend support each other and that with them have a full support in their relationship, said Gordon, speaking softly and quickly. How I'm happy for you, said Sakura, glad that her friends accepted her feelings. Well, it was about time, said Yami with a small smile. I'm going to prepare a feast to celebrate, said Charmy. See, congratulations, said Gray nervously. Hey, now that you're together, let's have a 2-on-1 fight, said Luck with his usual grin. Does that mean you two are a couple now? Asked Asta with a smile. Naruto and Hinata looked at each other before smiling. Yes, of course we are, said Naruto as he and Hinata held hands. The Black Bull erupted in cheers upon hearing that. You better not forget this or I'll have to teach you a lesson fit for royalty, said Noelle, tossing her ponytail behind her shoulder. Hinata chuckled at that. Take it easy, Noelle. I don't think he's ever going to forget this, said Hinata, resting her head on Naruto's shoulder. Well, now that all is said, let's go back inside, where the party is happening, said Yami. Yeah, and while we're at it, let's celebrate the union of this adorable couple, said Vanessa, looking at Naruto and Hinata. Good idea. Come on, everyone, said Asta as he and everyone else went back inside, with Naruto and Hinata holding hands. Both ninjas felt much happier and lighter than they had ever felt before as they finally confessed their feelings and were now officially with the person who had won their heart. The next morning, peace had returned to the capital of the Clover Kingdom, with most of the damage repaired thanks to the combined efforts of civilians, magic knights and witches. At that moment, in a room stood Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Asta, Noel, Finral, Yuno, Mimosa, Yami, William, Julius and Marx. Looking around the room, they all saw various tables with some tools on them, as well as metal pieces thrown in each place, including a chemistry set with some full or half-filled jars. In short, that room was actually a laboratory. Yami blew out a puff of smoke. "Julius, can you tell us already why you summoned us to this place?" asked Yami. "Yeah, it really needs a deep cleaning," said Noel, seeing a spider web in one corner. "I'm sorry. It's just that Sally told me she had something to brief us all on," said Julius. "You mean the mad scientist?" asked Naruto. "And proud of it." Naruto was a little startled to find that Sally was behind her. "I see you're all here." "Excellent," said Sally. "What's that you have to report to us?" asked William. "Oh, yes," began Sally before walking over to a large, blanket-covered object. "This is what it is," said Sally, pulling the blanket off of it, revealing that the object was some sort of ring with two devices with openings on either side. "Wow! What is that?" asked Asta. "This, my dear friend, is my latest and greatest invention. The dimensional teleporter," exclaimed Sally with her arms outstretched in presentation. "Wait. Does that mean that thing?" asked Hinata. "That's right. That device here will allow you to return to your world," said Sally to the surprise of the listeners. "Really? That's great," said Sakura with a smile. "Yeah, how can we repay you?" asked Naruto. "Oh, I know how," said Sally, pulling something out of her robe pocket which made both the ninjas and Asta nervous. 5 minutes later. Both the ninjas and Asta were rubbing their arms while Sally looked at some small jars containing blood samples. "Thanks for the samples," said Sally, putting the samples away. "How exactly does this device work?" asked Yuno. "Very simple. See those openings there?" asked Sally, pointing to the openings in the two devices next to the ring. "What you need to do is insert a space mage's grimoire or similar magic into one of them." "Oh, is that why you asked me to come here?" asked Finral, pointing to himself. "That's right," said Sally. "But space magic only allows travel to where the user has been before or where they can see." "How will that portal lead to the world of Sakura and the others?" asked Mimosa, a bit confused. "That's where these come in," began Sally, pulling out some canisters with a lock of hair in each. "I have studied these strands and I could see that they have a small hint of that chakra in them. By inserting them into the other opening, it will cause the space magic to connect with both the chakra and DNA in the samples and create a direct conduit to the source world of those samples." "Wow! That magic tool is really fascinating," Julius said with stars in his eyes. "Behave yourself, Majesty," said Marx. "Excuse me," began Julius before clearing his throat a bit. "What veracity is there that it could work?" asked Julius seriously. "According to my calculations, it should totally work," said Sally. "Well, we'll have to try it." "You know what to do, Finral," said Yami. Finral nodded before approaching the device and placing his grimoire into the opening of one of the devices. That caused glowing lines to form on the device while semi-glowing lines formed on the ring. "And now, the last piece," said Sally, placing the 3 hair samples in their corresponding openings, causing glowing lines to form on the other device, and that caused the lines on the ring to glow brighter. All was silent as they all watched the ring activate and release some sparks, and then, a huge portal formed inside the ring, to the surprise and amazement of the others. "It seems to really work," said William. "Of course. Did anyone doubt it?" asked Sally before laughing boastfully. "Honestly, I kind of doubted it myself," muttered Noel. "So, the time has come," began Julius before looking at the 3 ninjas. "As promised, we found a way to return you to your world. So, you can go back now," said Julius, pointing to the portal. Despite the fact that they were happy to be able to return to their world after so long, a part of them felt sad that they would have to say goodbye to the people they had befriended and who had helped them a lot during their stay. Even if they wanted to stay longer, they were mainly leaf ninjas, so their home was in their world, in their village, where they had to fulfill their duty, a duty they wouldn't be able to fulfill if they stayed too long in another world. "Thank you so much for everything you've done for us," said Sakura, bowing in thanks. "You're welcome. I hope you are doing well in your world," said William with a smile. "Thank you," said Sakura. I would like to ask you to say goodbye to the others for us," said Hinata. "They'll be sad when they find out, but I will. Just promise me one thing. That no matter if you're still ninjas or you're in another world, you'll always be part of my wacky group," said Yami with a small smile. "Of course," said Hinata with a smile. "We will always be proud members of the Black Bull. You can be sure of that, old man." "Oh, no," exclaimed Naruto in horror as he realized he had insulted the captain. "Bah! I'll let it go just this once, brat," said Yami. Naruto let out a deep sigh of relief that he had been spared. "You really have been very lucky." "Hee," said Kurama with a smile. "I'm going to miss you so much," said Mimosa, hugging the pink-haired ninja, who was taken aback before returning the hug. "I'll miss you too, Mimosa," said Sakura. Soon after, the two girls broke the hug. "I want you to know that I will always remember your advice. I plan to strive to become a great healing mage," said Mimosa with determination. "I'm sure you will," said Sakura. "Even if you return to your world, we will always consider you a member of our squad," said Yuno. "I know. You have a lot of potential, Yuno. I hope you keep advancing to become the Wizard King," said Sakura, extending her hand towards the Wind Mage. "Of course I will. I don't plan on backing out," said Yuno, shaking hands with the pink-haired ninja's hand. "Thank you so much. For all you and the girls have done for me," said Hinata. "Well, we were just helping one more teammate. Besides, you were the one who decided to confess to him. I hope you two will be happy together," said Noel. Thank you," said Hinata, slightly blushing. "And if he ever does anything stupid with you, tell me and I'll teach him a lesson," said Noel, making Hinata chuckle. It was then that Hinata gave the water mage a hug, much to her surprise. "I'm going to miss you. We'll always be best friends, right?" asked Hinata with a smile. Noel smiled before returning her hug. "Yes, always. I'll miss you too," said Noel. "Do you think we'll see each other again?" asked Asta. "It's very possible. As long as you have those samples and the device, we can meet again. You might even be able to visit our world," said Naruto. "That would be great. And next time we meet, let's fight for real, okay?" asked Asta with a toothy grin. "I wouldn't ask for anything else," said Naruto with a toothy grin. After that, the two boys burst out laughing lightly for a few seconds. "It was really nice to meet you, Naruto," said Asta. "Same here, Asta. I hope you get to make friends with your devil," said Naruto. "I hope so too," said Kurama. "Yes, I would like to have the same relationship with him as you and Kurama," said Asta. "You can sit and wait now," said the devil. "Until we meet again, future Wizard King," said Naruto, extending his fist forward. "Same to you, future Hokage," said Asta before extending his fist forward. And just like that, the two fists collided together, showing a bond between two boys who had a difficult childhood, overcame obstacles and aspire to achieve greatness. After that, the three ninjas stood in front of the portal and turned their heads back to see their friends and acquaintances smiling at them in farewell. The three ninjas smiled back at them before turning their gaze back towards the portal. Naruto and Hinata held hands before the two of them and Sakura crossed the portal. Once they did, Sally and Finral removed the samples and grimoire from the openings, causing the portal to close. Despite the fact that they had said goodbye to good friends, the fact that they retained the tools necessary to open the portal gave them hope and confidence that they would see them again, whether they ended up in their world, either accidentally or willingly, or they would be the ones to visit them in their world. It wasn't known at the time, but what was known was that even if one was a ninja or a mage, had chakra or magic, was from a different world than the others, none of that mattered, for the bond that united them overcame those differences. A bond that would never be broken. The end to this story.